After Celia and David left, John asked Mindy, "What do you think?" "Not bad. He'd be perfect if he had a better family background," Mindy said. "You are too domineering, and you like to compare too much, so that's why you're so exhausted. How your classmates and friends live their lives is their business. We should just live our own lives. Why compare with them? I think David is very nice. He's a good match with Celia. You may be able to, but I can't. What do people live for? Isn't it for their face? I just can't stand people talking behind our backs. Besides, don't I agree with them being together? David can definitely do great things if you train him well. Trust my foresight. He might even surpass you when the time comes. You're the one who cultivated him, so you'll feel proud when you go out too, right? All right, you don't have to say anything more. I know what to do. Since I agree with them being together, I won't have any other thoughts." Celia drove the car while David was in the passenger seat. "David, I'm so sorry. I didn't know my mom would say those things," Celia said a little embarrassedly. "Celia, I should be the one apologizing. In truth, I knew your intentions and I knew it when I was in high school, but at that time, I had very low self-esteem and I was very cowardly because of the environment I grew up in. So, I didn't dare to face it and I also didn't dare to accept it. I don't care about that," Celia said seriously. "I know you don't, but I do. However, don't worry, I'm no longer the same person I was back then. I will face it bravely in the future." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Celia drove David to Greenwood University and David got out of the car. "Be careful on the road," David said to Celia. "Okay, I got it. Bye." Celia drove the car away. At this moment, Hanley also received a call from Ezra. Ezra told him Celia had sent David to the entrance of Greenwood University and was now gone. The two should not have the chance to do anything. Hanley let out a sigh of relief. If David did not leave Celia's house, he would really have thought up an excuse to barge in. It seemed that Celia had taken David to see her parents. But so what? "Celia, when your mother's company and your father's future are in my hands, I'd like to see if they will still agree to let you stay with David. I want to see how you'll choose then." David got into his car and drove away. While he was on the way, he accepted a call. "David, put on your earpiece." Lehman's serious voice could be heard from the phone. Okay. David quickly put on a single earpiece. It was a special wireless encrypted earpiece from the Special Task Force. Normally, they would put it on when they were on a mission. The moment he put on his earpiece, he heard Lehman's voice again. "David, we have an emergency right now. Go to the East District immediately. I've already sent you the exact location. The target is a middle-aged man in his 40s, and he is halfway to becoming a dragon ranker in the martial arts realm. He currently has a hostage. The 2 units from Team B have already headed over, but they have suffered serious losses. You should rush over there quickly. If you can capture the target alive, do that. But if you can't, you should kill him on the spot. But you must make sure the hostage is safe." "Roger that." David stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped to the target location. This was his first mission, and he had to do it well. The identity of the hostage was definitely not anybody ordinary since they were able to make Captain Lehman emphasize their safety 3 times. Inside a building that was under construction in the East District of Capital City, a one-eyed middle-aged man was sitting on the floor as he smoked. Tied to the pillar next to him was a beautiful girl in her 20s, while in front of him were 7 to 8 members from Team B of the Special Task Force. The middle-aged man was David's target this time, and his name was Alan Boyle, nicknamed One-Eyed Boyle. He was a fugitive who committed a lot of crimes. 10 years ago, he had committed a huge crime in Summerland and only managed to escape after giving up one of his eyes. It was said that he fled overseas, but he unexpectedly showed up here. Even though the members of Team B that were on the floor were not dead, they were all seriously injured and they could not stand up anymore. So, they could only lift their heads to glare at One-Eyed Boyle. After One-Eyed Boyle was done with his cigarette, he spoke. "I know some of you are still hiding. If you don't come out now, I'll give you a live show." One-Eyed Boyle stood up after he said that and placed his hand on the tied-up girl's collar. Then, he grabbed her shirt and pulled it down hard. With that, her clothes were torn apart after a loud rip. However, the tied-up girl looked very calm. She did not struggle, possibly because she knew that it was useless to struggle. "Stop it, you bastard!" One of the members from Team B yelled from the floor. "Oh, were you the one who spoke?" One-Eyed Boyle lifted his right leg lightly and kicked. A rock that was about the size of a thumb flew toward the man who had just spoken, piercing him straight in the forehead and leaving a bloody hole in his head. The man widened his eyes and looked straight in front of him. Then, his lifted head slowly fell down, and after he twitched a few times, he stopped breathing. "This is what happens to people who spew nonsense," One-Eyed Boyle said slowly. The others on the floor did not dare to speak anymore. It was not that they were afraid of death, they just felt that it was meaningless. If they could die with the enemy, they would not hesitate to do it. One-Eyed Boyle then reached out his hand and placed it on the tied-up girl's body. The people on the ground all closed their eyes. Bang! They suddenly heard a gunshot. Everyone opened their eyes and One-Eyed Boyle was nowhere to be seen. Then, they looked in the direction of the pained wail. They saw One-Eyed Boyle grabbing a leg, seemingly dragging another member of Team B as he walked over slowly. Then, he threw him into the pile along with the rest of them. The ones on the floor either had broken arms or legs because One-Eyed Boyle had crippled them. They could not move anymore. A few Team B members were hiding in the dark, all drenched in a cold sweat. That person was too strong. It was already beyond Team B's ability. Even if they all charged at him together, they would just be looking to die. However, they did not dare to stay put because the hostage had a very important identity. One-Eyed Boyle walked back to the girl and spoke while looking at her. "Do you know why I kidnapped you?" The tied-up girl looked at One-Eyed Boyle, but she did not say anything. "Did you see my eye? It was done by your father back then. I've been incessantly thinking about retaliating all these years. So, you shouldn't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you should blame your father, Clement Stefani. I will return to him the pain he caused me back then 100 times worse." "You're pitiful," the young girl said her first sentence. "I am, but your father will be even more pitiful than me after you die." The young girl did not speak anymore. Bang! Another gunshot. However, One-Eyed Boyle turned his head to dodge the bullet as if he had seen it coming and quickly ran towards the direction from where the shot was fired. Moments later, a scream could be heard and One-Eyed Boyle came back with another Team B member before throwing him onto the ground. This was the 10th one while the others were still hiding securely. "Are you stalling for time so that you can wait for someone else to come rescue you?" "I'm sorry. As far as I know, none of the Team A members of Special Task Force are in Capital City now, and I will kill all of the Team B members that show up," the middle-aged man said. "No way." The hearts of several Team B members hidden in the dark trembled. They had just received the news that some Team A members had already arrived, and they were asked to stall. Since they could not speak now since speaking would reveal their location, they had no way to verify this. In this case, there was no need to speak anymore, as doing so would allow the enemy to find them one by one. "My brothers from the Special Task Force, hurry up and leave. Don't continue to sacrifice your lives. You are not his opponents. I am begging you, leave now," shouted the tied-up woman. "Haha, I want to see how long you can drag this out for," the middle-aged man said with a smirk. After speaking, he stretched out one of his evil hands toward the tied-up woman. Bang! Another gunshot. One-Eyed Boyle successfully dodged it again and charged straight for the spot where the shot had just been fired from. "Go!" A voice could be heard. The remaining Team B members who were in hiding showed up suddenly. One of them ran to the tied-up woman, Julia Stefani, while the rest ran toward One-Eyed Boyle. Bang! Bang! The few sounds could be heard along with pained screams. The moment the Team B member approached Julia, he felt pressure overwhelming him before he could untie the hostage. Thud. His body flew away. "You want to save her? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so," One-Eyed Boyle said as he stood next to Julia. At this point, all 16 people from the 2 units from Special Task Force Team B were defeated. 1 death and 15 seriously injured. One-Eyed Boyle was terrifying. "You're Julia, right? Don't worry. When I'm done, I'll leave you as a whole corpse. I want to see the look on your father's face when he sees you. I'll return the pain he gave me back then 100 times over. You won't be able to leave Summerland. My dad and my grandpa will never forgive you." Julia said while closing her eyes. She seemed to be able to predict what was going to happen to her next. Since I dared to come here, it means I already have an escape plan. They couldn't detain me back then, and they won't detain me now, One Eyes Boyle said arrogantly. Really? Do you think there's no one else left in Summerland? Or do you think there's no one left in Team A? A voice spoke into One-Eyed Boyle's ears. Who's that? As soon as One-Eyed Boyle finished speaking, his body was suddenly knocked into the air by a huge force. Thud. One-Eyed Boyle's body was slammed against the wall. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth as his body bounced off the wall. When he was more than 10 centimeters away from the wall, a slender and pale hand pressed against his forehead and then slammed him back against the wall before he could react. Thud. A loud sound resounded throughout the floor. A 10-centimeter deep hole was made in the concrete wall, while One-Eyed Boyle's head was embedded in the wall. One-Eyed Boyle's eyes were bulging, and he was staring at the person in front of him as if to remember the person forever. David's hand on One-Eyed Boyle's forehead slid down gently and closed One-Eyed Boyle's eyes. The blow just now completely shattered One-Eyed Boyle's skull, and now his brain was just a puddle. He was completely dead. One-Eyed Boyle's only thought before he died was, how would Capital City still have masters? He had waited for this chance for many years, and all the masters of Capital City were transferred to carry out a mission related to Falconia. That was why he dared to sneak into Capital City to take revenge. Otherwise, he would not dare to do this in Capital City even if he was given all the courage in the world. Wouldn't he be courting death if he did so? He thought he had chosen a good time, but he did not expect to escape the fate of being killed. David was speechless when he looked at One-Eyed Boyle. I took it too far. The captain said I should capture him alive. But I can't hold myself. The more than 10 Team B members on the floor were all looking at David with admiration. That mask. That was right. It was that pervert. It was the legendary Team A member who would move in and out with supernatural elusiveness. He was so strong. The powerful enemy that wiped out the 2 units of Team B could not stop the attack of one member of Team A. This was the gap between Team B and Team A. They were worlds apart. The biggest life goal of Team B members was to be promoted from Team B to Team A. However, very few people could achieve that. And the Team A member in front of them looked so young. What a psycho. On the way, David had put on the special mask of Team A members for the task, but this mask could only cover half of his face. As for what it could do, David figured it was just something for them to show off pompously so that Team A could stand out from the crowd. Julia looked at the figure a few meters away from her, and her eyes were a little out of focus. David turned around and glanced at the dozen or more Team B members lying on the ground and the woman tied to the pillar. Then, he said, Captain, the mission is completed. The target is dead and the hostage is safe, but the people from Team B are all pretty heavily injured. Very good. The rescue team will be there soon. Please hold on, Lehman said in David's ear. Roger that. After David reported the situation, he walked in front of Julia and ripped the ropes on her with his bare hands. Then, he removed his coat to put it on Julia to prevent her from being exposed. This was a very important person. Thank you, Julia said as she looked at David. You're welcome. This is just something I should do. Soon, the rescue team was here. They were already nearby, so they could come here the minute they got the notice. After they carried away the injured members, they removed one Boyle from the wall and carried him away as well. Julia left with the rescue team too. However, before she left, she looked at David deeply. The Chase's family took action very quickly. After receiving a call from Hank, the future head of the family, the butler Elmer began to make arrangements at once and called various departments in the name of the Chase's family. Celia and David had just left when Mindy received a call saying there was a problem with a batch of imported cosmetics from the company and it had been detained. They also said that it failed the inspection, so she had to go over and take a look now. Mindy was still a little puzzled. The imported cosmetics were from a large international cosmetic company in Falconia that she had always worked with. The brand guaranteed that they never had a problem in years, so how could there be a problem so suddenly? Furthermore, the shipment was even detained, so she figured it might be a huge problem this time around. Before Mindy could pack up and go out, John also received a call from his superior asking him to rest at home for a while and not go to work for the time being. John asked why, but the other party did not tell him. They just asked him to rest and relax for a bit. The two looked at each other. Judging from their years of social experience, this matter might not be as simple as it seemed. How could they encounter problems at the same time so suddenly? They figured that someone was doing this behind the scenes. Both of them were recalling whether they had offended someone in the past. Mindy had always been in the cosmetics business, and if she were to offend someone, it would just be the competitive relationship with her peers in the same industry. She went through all the top companies in the cosmetics industry in Capital City and determined that none of them had the power to detain her products or stop her husband's work. John was also doing the same. He was actually a very easygoing person, and under normal circumstances, he would not bear a grudge against anyone. Was it the opponent who recently competed with him for that position? After he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. If the other party really had such power, why would they wait until now to do something? They would have already climbed up the social ladder a long time ago. Neither of them had any clue about the perpetrator. Mindy was prepared to go to her company to see what was going on. John was also going to ask his superior to find out what was the matter, as it might have been inconvenient for the other party to explain things to him over the phone. That superior had high hopes for John, and he had a pretty good relationship with his previous senior officer. He would not suddenly stop him from working without a reason at this critical time. Thus, as long as they could identify the problem, then they could work on finding a solution. The two of them left together and headed to their respective destinations. When Celia came home, she found that there was no one around. Her housekeepers did not stay at home either. They would come in the morning and leave in the evening. Celia called John and found out they left for some business. She was bored at home, so she lay in bed and started texting David. Recently, she had become very close with David in a very short period. It made her feel optimistic about life. Back then, she thought she would never meet David in her life ever again. If she wanted to see David, she could only see him in her dreams. However, not only did David come to her house as a guest today, he even chatted happily with her parents. Back then, she would not have dared to imagine this harmonious scene, but today, it happened right in front of her eyes. At that moment, she felt that she was the luckiest person on earth. Everything she gave up before and all of her hard work seemed worth it. Her request was very simple. She did not need David to be very exceptional. As long as she could be with David, she would not leave him no matter regardless of if they were poor, rich, sick, or healthy. This was the promise she made during the countless lonely nights after David saved her back then. However, after David found Sarah, she changed her mind. It would be enough if David was happy and healthy every day. She sent a few messages to David, but he did not reply. She started getting a little anxious from waiting, and she almost called him. However, she figured she should not do that. After all, they had just parted ways not long ago. Hence, she was a little embarrassed to act like this. After all, she was a girl, and she had to be reserved in certain aspects. I'll just hold myself back. When I get married to David in the future, I won't have to be apart from him. I can also hold him to sleep at night. Gosh, what am I thinking? How embarrassing. No, I have to go to bed. Stop thinking. Good night, David, Celia thought in her heart. After the mission was completed, David returned to the Starry Night Hotel alone. The mission this time was very simple. It was just a person who had not reached dragon rank in the martial arts realm, but this did not mean that he could relax. What if he met someone stronger next time? Could he still kill them with one hit? David did not want to be like the protagonist in the television series who would fight back and forth with the enemy for a few rounds, risking his life every time before finally winning due to his luck. This would be far too dangerous. What he needed was a crushing defeat. A complete defeat that would not let the opponent have a chance to counterattack. He wanted to give the opponent no room for resistance. His goal was to control their life and death. To do this, he needed to constantly push himself and continue to improve. Lehman and Lucas were amazing, but David believed that they were by no means the best out there. There had to be others who were better than them, but now, he had not had the opportunity to get in touch with these people. At the end of the day, he was still not strong enough. It would take talent, hard work, and opportunities for others to reach those heights. However, this did not apply to him. He just needed to spend money crazily to leverage his advantage. By the time he became the #1 figure in the world, it was estimated that half of the world would belong to him. He looked at his lavish points, and it read 132 points. The rise was very slow, as it now only rose by dozens of points every day. He spent another 100 lavish points to increase his body to extraordinary level 5. Now, he had 32 lavish points left. At this moment, Pearl should still be busy with the foundation. After she was done and the foundation got on the right track, there should be another blowout period. Therefore, he should just wait a few days. When the time came, he should be able to increase his body to extraordinary level 9. However, he did not know whether there would be another limit when he got to extraordinary level 9. No matter what, he should be able to fight with Lehman and the gang after his body reached extraordinary level 9. If he upgraded his mind power to extraordinary level 9 as well, Lehman and the rest should not be his opponents anymore. By then, he would finally be regarded as having a certain foothold. In reality, David felt that the lavish points were rising slowly, but if this was converted to money, spending a few $1 billion per day was not a small matter. East League International had spent $300 to $400 billion in less than 2 months after they were founded. Aside from East League International, no other company dared to spend money like this. After John left the house, he went to the family housing of his workplace and rang the doorbell twice after he reached his senior officer, Warren Dickman's, residence. Soon, the door was opened by a middle-aged man in his 50s. "Sir," John called out. "Oh, it's Johnny. Come in," Warren said. John went into Warren's house and sat on the sofa in the living room. After that, Warren poured out a glass of water and handed it to him. "Thank you, sir," John said after taking the glass. Warren sat on the sofa and said, "Johnny, I know why you're here, but sorry, I can't help you with this. Sir, I just wanted to ask what's going on. My wife's company has also been targeted, so it's definitely not a coincidence," John said. "The people behind this are a bit powerful. How on earth did you provoke them?" Warren asked. John thought for a while and replied, "Sir, you know me, even if there is a disagreement with anyone at work, I won't offend anyone so badly. Also, my wife has been doing some small business this whole time, so she wouldn't have offended anyone with that much power. That's strange. The other party is obviously trying to push your family to a dead end this time. They wouldn't do that if there's no deep resentment between you." Warren was also a little puzzled. "Sir, who is the other party?" "The Chase's family in Capital City." "Joseph Chase's?" John exclaimed. "That's right. How is that possible? We have no relationship with the Chase's family at all. How could we possibly offend them?" John asked in disbelief. "I can't answer this question for you, but it is indeed the Chase's family who took action. There are only 2 people in the Chase's family who can mobilize such huge forces. One of them is Joseph and the other is his eldest grandson, Hank, who is also the next head of the Chase's family. Maybe you offended Hank, but not Joseph." "Hank?" "Yeah, you can start with him to see what exactly the problem is." "All right, I got it. Thank you, sir." "No need to thank me. I can't help you with this matter. Hurry up and find a way to solve it so you can get back to work. We're in a critical period, and among my subordinates, I am most optimistic about you, while you are also the most capable of replacing me in this position." "Thank you, sir. I will definitely handle this well. In that case, I will go back first." "Go." John left the Warrens' house, got into the car, and after thinking about it, he decided to call his old senior officer and ask him some questions. It was the Chase's family who started this. They were behemoths. A small family like them could not afford to offend those people. In any case, he had to first understand what was going on so that he could come up with the right solution. After the call went through, an elderly voice came from the other side of the phone. "Johnny, it's been a while since you came to visit this old fart." "I'm sorry, sir. I've been busy recently. I'll come to see you after everything on my plate settles down," John said respectfully. "I know you've been competing for that position recently, and you can't make time. You don't have to worry about an old fart like me." "Sir, I'm calling you today because I want to ask you something." "I know. Is it about the Chase's family?" "Yes. CTI. I'm also curious about how you provoked the Chase's family." "Sir, I've been with you for so many years, so don't you understand my character? How could I possibly offend the Chase's family? Still, It was indeed the Chase's family who did this, and they are coming in strong. All aspects have been taken care of, and it will be very difficult for you to get out of this situation. Sir, has the Chase's family said anything? John asked. Not yet. They only took action today. I'll help you ask about it tomorrow. All right, thank you, sir. Why are you being so polite to me? All right, you can also inquire about other factors. This time, the other party is very aggressive, so you have to be mentally prepared. I understand, sir. John was deeply confused when he ended the call. He had no idea what the Chases were planning to do. He was still confused up to this point, but according to his previous and current senior officer, they were most likely screwed. In the face of a first-rated aristocratic family like the Chases, they had no chance to fight back at all. In fact, the Chases did not even tell them the reason why they were doing this. Hank? That was Joseph's oldest grandson. He should still be rather young. John wondered if this was because his daughter Celia had offended the other. Thus, he decided to go home and ask her about this. John immediately took a train home. When he reached home, he saw his wife Mindy sitting on the sofa with a dark expression on her face. What's wrong? John asked as he sat beside Mindy. They took the products off the shelf and claimed that it was because they failed the tests. They said we have to destroy them immediately and aren't even willing to let me run tests on them again. I even asked about a few other suppliers' products, but no one else has had their goods taken off the shelf. They're only targeting us without any regard for the law. Mindy vented. Calm down, calm down. It's just a bit of money. It's okay, John consoled. This isn't about the money. Oh, did you manage to find out what's happening from them? Kind of, but you need to be prepared for what I'm about to tell you. Tell me. Someone is indeed targeting us, and they're very powerful. We can't afford to make an enemy out of these people. Who is it? Why are they targeting us? What did we do to offend them? It's Capital City's Chase's family. As to what we must have done, I have no idea. Sir said he'd help me ask tomorrow. The Chase's family? That's impossible. We didn't do anything to them at all. Mindy exclaimed in shock. The Chase's family had a huge influence in both the commercial and judical industries. The young family was far too weak to fight against the Chases. They were screwed, for real this time. I don't know enough to answer that, so let's just rest first. We'll find out more tomorrow, John said. You can sleep first. I don't think I can fall asleep with this problem at hand, Mindy said worriedly. Sitting here all night isn't going to change anything. Go to sleep. Only then will we have the energy to deal with everything. John, why do you think the Chase's family is targeting us? We don't even know them, let alone have any common circles. Why are they doing this to us? John gave it some thought before he told Mindy his suspicions. The master of the Chase's family, Joseph, has a grandson called Hank. Despite being the oldest grandson, he's around Celia's age, so I was wondering if she had accidentally offended him or something. Then we should go and ask Celia right now. Maybe she knows this Hank Chases or something, Mindy said as she got up from the sofa to go upstairs, only for John to hold her back. We can ask her again tomorrow. Celia's already asleep, so just leave her for now. Plus, this is just my suspicion. I could be wrong. Mindy thought about it and sat back down. All right then. We'll ask her tomorrow. The two of them leaned against each other on the sofa and waited for morning to come. Darling, what are we going to do if we lose everything? Mindy asked, lying against John. So what? If that happens, then we'll find a rural place and build a simple house and live a simple life. Or we could go back to Shoe City with David. Do you think the Chases will leave the three of us alone? Don't worry. As long as we don't ask for anything, they wouldn't dare to do anything against us, John replied. After living so long in Capital City, John had the confidence to make such a statement. The Chase's family may be powerful, but they were not the law. There were also much more powerful families than the Chases in Capital City. The next day was the weekend. Celia had originally planned to sleep in, but she was woken up by Mindy early in the morning. Mom, what's wrong? Can't you let me sleep in a little more on the weekends? Celia asked blearily. Get up, Celia. There's something I need to ask you. Mindy said urgently. What is it, Mom? Can't it wait until I wake up again later? No. Get up right now. A moment later, Mindy pulled off Celia's blanket. She had waited the entire night to interrogate Celia. If not for John, she would have come and asked her questions the previous night itself. "Get down there. Your dad and I are waiting for you downstairs," Mindy said before she left. With her blanket uncovered, Celia had no other choice but to crawl up from bed sleepily. After slowly washing up, she went downstairs and saw her parents sitting on the sofa. Neither of them had slept last night, only taking a small nap when it was almost dawn. Both of them looked far from well-rested, as if something huge had happened. "Mom, Dad, what happened? Why did you wake me up so early today?" Celia sat on the sofa and asked. "Celia, I wanted to ask you something. Do you know someone called Hank Chases?" John asked. "Hank Chases? Never heard of him. Don't know him," Celia replied after some thought. "Are you sure?" "I really don't know him. But there is this student in Greenwood called Hanley Chases. They've got the same surnames, but I don't know if they're related," Celia replied. "Hanley Chases? Hank Chases?" John and Mindy's chests tightened when they heard the name. They had a gut feeling that those two men were related. "Could you tell us more about this Hanley Chases? He's just a male student that's been pursuing me for quite a few years, but I never agreed to be his girlfriend. I don't talk to him much, and I don't know much about him," Celia replied. "Pursued you for quite a few years? How's his performance at school? Do you know anything about his family? He's not a bad student. I heard that the other students in Greenwood call him one of the Fantastic Four or something. So his family should be pretty powerful, I guess?" "Why, Dad? Why ask about him so suddenly?" John and Mindy shared a look. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Go back to sleep. Your mom and I have something to talk about," John said. "I'll be going up then. Don't come and bother me. Let me sleep." "Yeah, go ahead." Celia went back upstairs. "John, I feel like this Hanley might be involved in this," Mindy said. "Not might, I'm certain he is. There's a possibility that Hanley is an alias Hank's using. Either that or the two of them are brothers. Hanley's been pursuing Celia for years, and yet nothing has happened. If he's only targeting us now, then it might be because he saw Celia fetch David from school yesterday. Love can turn into hate very easily, and he might be taking revenge on Celia and David," John deduced. Having worked so many years among officials, John could not have kept his job if he could not make such a simple analysis. "Yeah, it's got to be that. So all of this is David's fault, then?" "Don't say that. This has nothing to do with David. If anything, it's our daughter's fault for being so outstanding," John chuckled wryly. Despite knowing the reason now, John still had no solution for a hatred stemming from unrequited love and jealousy. This was unless John decided to split his daughter and David apart, then arrange for his daughter and Hanley to be together. Unfortunately, he did not have it in him to do such a thing. Yet, there was no other solution to this problem. John sighed. It seemed like he was doomed to live in seclusion in a rural house. John looked at Mindy, only to see a conflicted expression on her face. Evidently, Mindy had found the key to the problem. It was a choice to sacrifice one of the two, their daughter's happiness or the luxury they currently enjoyed. There was no third option. "What do we do now, John?" Mindy asked. "What else can we do? We have two options. Either we sacrifice our daughter's happiness for everything we have now, or we give everything up and leave Capital City for Sioux City in South River Province with our daughter and David. It's a choice between the potential of reaping profits as the Chases families in laws, which means better business for you and more promotions for me, or an ordinary life in the county." Mindy did not know how to reply for a moment. If she told her daughter to leave David and be with that Hanley person, she knew there was a chance her daughter would comply, but also never forgive Mindy for suggesting such a thing. Mindy only had one daughter, and she was reluctant to do this to her. However, she was also reluctant to give up everything she currently had, since she had worked hard for more than half her life to get to where she was now. She did not know what to do and what choice to make. "How about we ask Celia what she thinks then?" John suggested. "How?" "If Celia learns about this, she might choose to leave David for the Chase's boy to save the family," Mindy argued. "It's good to know that that's what you think. And here I thought you were going to ignore her happiness and force her to leave David." "John, is that what you think of me?" "Yeah, I might like fame and fortune, but I love my daughter more. Mindy shouted at John. All right, all right. I'm sorry, I was just trying to remind you. John quickly apologized. Imph, as if I need you to remind me of that. All right, go call Celia down. I'll ask her what she thinks. Don't say anything. Mindy got up to call Celia. Not too long later, she came back downstairs with Celia in tow. Mom, didn't I ask you not to wake me up again? It's only been a few minutes, and I haven't even gotten to fall back asleep yet. Celia complained as she walked. Your dad was the one who called you down. Go complain to him. Dad, what's going on? Can't you just compile all your questions and ask them in one go? Celia sat down and asked. I promise I won't ask you any more questions again after this. Ask away then. Celia, I want to know how you would feel if one day we all have to move to the county, all three of us and David. That means no more villas and luxury cars. Sure. The country's nice. They've got nice fresh air, and I get to keep all kinds of pets. Celia replied. So you really don't care about the convenience or benefits of large cities like Capital City? Dad, I'm fine with anywhere as long as the family's together. Actually, I'm quite envious of people in rural places, how the men farm outside while the women sew at home. All right then, go back to sleep. As if I can go back to sleep now. Mom, Dad, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking me these strange questions? Celia asked. It's nothing. I just wanted to see if you were willing to suffer for love. After all, David came from a small county, and you two will be returning to that county after you get married. Don't come back crying if you can't take it then. I won't. David and I can both work. Even if we have to go back to the county, I promise I'll never regret it. But didn't you say David was going to stay with you guys in Capital City yesterday? Celia asked. I was just asking. I wanted to know how much you liked him. Mom, Dad, so you're acknowledging our relationship? As if not acknowledging is a choice, think about how you two act around each other. Sigh, you're already on his side, and you two haven't even gotten married yet. John sighed. Don't say that, Dad. I'll always be your daughter no matter where I am. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Go back upstairs. Your mom and I need to talk. Oh, okay. Celia went back upstairs again. John said, Let's deal with this then. We'll try to leave as much as we can for them to alleviate as much financial pressure from them as possible. Yeah. As reluctant as Mindy was, she had no other option but to do as John said. On Saturday, David finally saw the message Celia had sent him the previous night. After some consideration, David sent Celia a reply to go on a date since he was rather free these days. Naturally, Celia was elated when she saw the message and almost jumped up in happiness. After asking Celia those questions that morning, John and Mindy had both quickly left the house. With that, the younger couple agreed to meet in the largest forest park in Capital City. Then, Celia brought David around to play. The sun was scorching, but it did not hinder Celia's steadfast pace at all as she walked around the park over and over again with David. She made sure to pick spots that did not have many other people as well since she liked the feeling of spending time with David alone. While it might seem like Celia was bringing David around, the truth was that David was spending time with Celia as the latter did the things that she liked. Just like that, the two of them spent the whole day at the park. Celia was reluctant when they had to part ways in the evening, and she asked if David would bring her out again the next day. However, David quickly said that he was busy tomorrow and offered to meet again another day. It was not that he was unwilling to go on a date, but rather because he did not want to exhaust Celia. He himself was fine since his body was now stronger than an ordinary person's. He could go out every day, and he would not feel tired at all. The same could not be said for Celia, though. While Celia was energetic, he did not know if her body could endure going out every day in the hot sun. He did not want her to get heat stroke. In the end, David had no choice but to promise to bring her out again when the weather got better. Meanwhile, John and Mindy spent the whole day dealing with the company. They were trying to sell their shares as quickly as possible and then bring Celia and David away from Capital City. Now that they had made an enemy of the Chase's family, the Youngs had no footing left in Capital City. However, things were much more complicated than they expected. Despite being the largest shareholder of her company, Mindy only held 46% of the company's shares. The other investors held the remaining 54%. The retail investors had also signed agreements to transfer ownership of their shares and sold them to the Chase's family at the lowest price. They had no other choice. The Chase's family was targeting the Butalish Group, and their shares would only lose value if they continued to hold it. Moreover, keeping their shares would also make them an enemy of the Chase's family. In other words, this meant that the Chase's family currently owned more shares than Mindy did, and was now the largest shareholder in the Butalish Group. Mindy had no one to sell her shares to since no one dared to buy from her. There was no point in keeping the shares either, as various products of the Butalish Group were currently under fire. Not only did they fail the tests, but a large number of product users had also come to ask for compensation and sue the group, claiming that the Butalish Group's products had resulted in various ailments. This was all because of the Chase's family's influence. In the blink of an eye, Mindy's Butalish Group, which she had fought tooth and nail to establish for more than half of her life, was now facing bankruptcy. Mindy and her husband could do nothing. They did not expect the Chase's family to move so quickly and cruelly. Not only could they not get $1 back from their shares, but they were also faced with the risk of falling into a huge debt. In a day, a company worth billions of dollars was about to go bankrupt, eventually being forced to close down hundreds of branches. The employees were asking for their pay, and the product users were suing and seeking compensation. This was the terrifying power of a first-rate family in Capital City, the chairman's office, Butalish Group headquarters. Despite it being the evening, Mindy and her husband had yet to leave. After a whole day of hard work, not only had they not managed to make a single dollar from selling their shares, but they were now in a huge amount of debt as well. Both of them felt despondent about the future. Their initial desire to lighten Celia's future financial burden was no longer possible. Not only that, but they were under more financial pressure now. The damages owed to the various clients, compensation for product users, and wages due to the employees all far exceeded Butalish Group's existing funds. Not even by filing for bankruptcy or selling the office building could they repay everyone. By the end of this all, the 46% of shares in Mindy's hands would become a huge financial burden. "What do we do, John?" Mindy asked, feeling wronged. She was still the chairman of a company worth billions of dollars, and now she had become a poor woman with a huge amount of debt. This was a harsh blow to someone like Mindy who valued how people thought about her. Her only hope now was that her husband had a good plan. She was fine with not having any money, but she did not want to be in such huge debt. She could not imagine the life she would have to live owing other people so much money. John did not know how to reply to his wife either, as he did not have a way out of this. The Chase's family had a deep influence in both the judicial and business industries. They were not a figure the Youngs could fight against. The old senior officer had called him today as well and told him to be prepared, as the Chase's family seemed aggressive and would not back down so easily. "Calm down first. The Chase's family will look for us since they bought 54% of Butalish Group shares. They have no need to buy these shares if their goal is to end us. Let's just wait and see what they have to say first," John consoled. Just as the two were lost for what to do, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Entering the room was a young man in his 20s, Elmer, the Chase's family's butler, and the general manager of the Butalish Group. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Young. I'm Hanley," the young man introduced himself. "You're Hanley? You're the one behind all this? We've done nothing to you. Why are you doing this to us?" Mindy got up and questioned agitatedly. "Calm down first, Mrs. Young. I came here today to make my stance clear. As to what happens next, that will depend on your decision," Hanley said. "Go ahead then," John said grimly. Hanley slowly began. "Celia and I became schoolmates 3 years ago. I've always liked her, and I've never thought to stop pursuing her, not even when she rejected me time and time again. I've never used the Chase's family's name to force her because I truly believed that she would be moved by my genuine feelings. But I was wrong. Not too long ago, pictures of Celia and another man started to spread on Greenwood University's forum. That man is David Liddell, the exchange student from another university. I'm sure you've met him before as well, Mr. and Mrs. Young. I refused to believe anything at first, but I had no other choice but to trust the rumors when I saw Celia drive to school and fetch David yesterday. I cannot accept the fact that the girl I've been in love with for the past 3 years now belongs to another man. That's why I planned all of this using the Chase's family name. And I hope that you can understand where I'm coming from, Mr. and Mrs. Young. There are two options for you. Option 1, you make Celia leave David for me. Not only can I revive the Butalish Group, but I can also give you the 54% of the shares I have back to you for free. With this, the Butalish Group's market share will double very quickly, and Mr. Young will be able to achieve greater heights in his career. Option 2, you continue supporting the two of them. If that's the case, then I'm afraid not only will you lose everything you have, but you'll also be in too much debt and your career will be over. I'm certain you'll make the correct decision, right, Mr. and Mrs. Young? Hanley looked at and waited for the two of them to make their decision. As long as both of them agreed, he knew that Celia was too weak-willed to ignore her parents' sufferings and insist on being with David. John and Mindy shared a look. It was just as they had deduced that morning. This heir of the Chase's family was angry and jealous that Celia was with David instead of him, and that was why he had targeted them. Mindy was about to ask Hanley to give them some time to consider their options, only for John to interrupt. My apologies, Mr. Chase's, but Celia has the right to make her own decisions. We may be her parents, but that does not give us the right to make such decisions for her. If she likes you and chooses to be with you, we will not object. If she likes someone else and chooses to be with him instead, we will not object either. Mindy flushed. She did not expect her husband to decline Hanley so directly. She had already planned to persuade Celia. Oh, so you're choosing option 2, then? Hanley asked darkly. It's not that we're choosing option 2. It's just that number 2 is our only option, John replied. John had always been a righteous man, and it could be seen in his attitude and the way he handled his affairs. This was also why Mindy decided to start a business in a huff of anger back then. He had the ability to improve his family's living conditions back then, but he refused to earn money from gray areas of the law. Thus, Mindy decided she would enter the business industry and make her own money. John would rather retreat to the county than sacrifice his daughter's happiness for a brighter career. If that's the case, then I'll make it clear for you. You've worked for years in the business industry, Mrs. Young. Now that something illegal has been found in your makeup products, have you ever thought that you would have to spend the rest of your life in jail? Hanley asked sinisterly. If they refused to agree when he was nice, then it was not his fault that he was being cruel now. What? You? Mindy shouted in horror. Hanley, that's not possible, John said, suppressing his anger. Really? Just you wait then. Then, Hanley turned and left the office with Elmer and Butalish Group's general manager following behind him. John, I don't want to live the rest of my life in jail. Save me, Mindy wailed. She was truly afraid as the Chase's family was powerful enough to easily frame her for something like this. Don't worry, I won't let them get away with that. Then John pulled out his phone to call his old senior officer. When Mindy blamed John for his unwillingness to use his power for benefits, she had no idea that the old senior officer had chosen John as his secretary because of John's upright attitude. The moment John used his authority for selfish benefits, he would have gotten fired. John knew that the old senior officer was a righteous man as well. The call went through, and John told the old senior officer everything that happened just now. John, do as you planned. I'll make sure your family stays safe. No matter how powerful the Chase's family are, they will never be above the law. The old man said strongly over the phone. Thank you, sir, John said, tearing up. With the old senior officer's promise, the couple let out a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. Knowing the old senior officer, he would surely do as he promised. Next, the couple spread the news of the Butalish Group selling their shares. Despite knowing that no one would buy, they still decided to try anyway. After all, there was the chance that an enemy of the Chase's family, or someone unaware of the situation, would be persuaded to buy it. If they managed to sell the shares out, the debt was no longer their problem to deal with. They did not hold too much hope as these shares were worth over $3 billion, but now had to be sold at $500,000. They wanted to set the price lower, but they were also afraid that any lower value would result in arousing the potential buyer's suspicion. These shares were about to transform into a huge burden of debt. They were willing to give the shares away for free, let alone make a profit out of it. After Hanley left the Butalish Group headquarters, he spoke to his butler after he got into the car. Elmer, discover something in the makeup products you pulled off the shelf as I said just now. We'll lock Mindy up first. I'd like to see if they still have the courage to talk to me. Yes, Mr. Hanley. Elmer started making calls after replying. Not too long later, however, Elmer received news that gave him a huge frown. Mr. Hanley, we've got a problem, Elmer reported. What problem? Hanley asked. Someone's stepping out to protect John's family, and it's someone of pretty high status as well. We need another plan, Elmer replied. Damn it. It must be that old B***starred. Just die already, old fart. Then immediately pull down the values of Mindy's shares. Drag them as low as possible. Hanley shouted angrily. Yes, Mr. Hanley. As the head of East League International's Capital City investment team, Hugo had been keeping an eye on the changes in Capital City's business world. Progress has been rather slow these days, having only spent around $1 billion on purchasing housing every day. His superior was rather upset with him, and so Hugo felt the urgent need to spend money somewhere as well. However, Capital City's business industry had its own inner circles, and it was difficult for a newcomer to join the circle. Whenever they heard that some company needed investing, the investments were either already done or East League was rejected when they went out to seek out new deals. Hence, East League had no opportunity to enter the market. East League International had only managed to find a footing in Springfield because David personally got rid of a bunch of powerful families. David was uninterested in investments of less than $100 million, but they had no opportunity to invest in anything more than that. Hugo sighed with irritation. His mission was very difficult. He felt very frustrated. Despite doing overtime every day, business was still far from ideal. Yet today, he had received news that the chairman of Butalish Group was selling 46% if Butalish Group shares at the cost of $500 million. The team quickly started to find out more about this Butalish Group. In no time, data was collected. Butalish Group had a market share of $8 billion. 46% of that was more than $3 billion. They could not believe their eyes. It did not make sense to sell shares worth $3 billion at the price of $500 million. Hugo could feel that something was wrong, but he decided to contact the other party first. John and Mindy decided to go home after releasing news that they were selling their shares. They did not hold too much hope, but Mindy received a call from an unknown number not too long after they arrived home. The other party actually wanted to buy the shares of Butalish Group. They were elated by the news. As long as the other party was willing to buy, the young family would be willing to sell their shares at any price. They were even willing to give the shares away for free. Then, Hugo asked Mindy a question. He wanted to know why the 46% of shares that was worth more than $3 billion were sold at just $500 million. Mindy then told him that it was because she accidentally made an enemy of someone she could not afford to. Thus, she wanted to sell the shares cheaply and leave Capital City. Hugo could feel that there was more to the story, but he still decided to buy the shares. This $500 million was a small amount to him compared to the tens of billions he had spent, but he thought that this was worth the risk. As for accidentally making an enemy out of someone, Hugo did not care about that at all. East League International made enemies in Springfield as well, but the incident ended with the other party being destroyed and the Springfield market opening to them. If the same incident repeated itself in Capital City, East League International should be able to establish a foothold here as well. If anything, he was afraid that the other party did not dare to make an enemy of East League instead. Hugo expressed that he was willing to buy Butalish Group's shares and asked Mindy when she would like to sign the contract. Mindy wanted to sign the contract as soon as possible, so she suggested signing it immediately. With that, both parties were in agreement and immediately signed the contract. Hugo brought the lawyer and contract with him as he went to meet Mindy and John at Butalish Group's headquarters. Mindy did not even look at the contract properly, merely sweeping her eyes across the document that would transfer her shares to East League International and immediately signed. As long as the shares were transferred to someone else, she could not care less how much she would earn from this. After Mindy signed the contract, he quickly transferred $500 million to her. Mindy and her husband were elated when they received the $500 million. Not only was the problem resolved, but they now had a huge sum of funds as well. With these funds, the family would be able to live comfortably in Shoe City. All they had to do now was think of a way to convince Celia and David to return to Shoe City with them. They would have to move as quickly as possible before the Chase's family decided to make another move. With this problem solved, the couple returned home to get a good night's rest. The next day, Elmer was about to cripple Mindy with debt when he suddenly realized that the shareholder of Beautylish Group had changed to someone else. That was impossible. Elmer was confused. No one in Capital City should dare to buy Beautylish Group's shares now that the Chase's family had made it known that they were the ones behind the attack. People would need to have a death wish to buy Beautylish Group's shares anyway. Elmer wondered if the buyer was the Chase's family's rival, and if they bought the shares just to screw with the Chase's family. He quickly searched this company up. It was East League International Investment Group, a company that had only appeared 2 months ago. Its headquarters were in South River Province, and it had branches in both Springfield and Capital City. In 2 months, this group had spent more than $400 billion on investments. After spending another $500 billion, this company would have spent more than $1 trillion. Elmer was shocked. There must be more to this company if they could spend so much cash. It was highly likely that this company had the financial support of some extremely powerful hidden aristocratic family. Elmer immediately told Hanley about this. Hanley was enraged. He had put so much effort just to push Mindy into a corner and force Celia to do as he wished. Now all his hard work was for naught thanks to this East League International. He could not accept this. This company was an outsider. So what if they were wealthy? Not everything could be solved with money. He was curious just how this outsider planned to hold themselves against the Chase's family. At the same time, Hanley also realized that once Mindy had gotten rid of Beautylish Group's funds, she would bring Celia away from Capital City. Thus, he quickly arranged for someone to follow Mindy and her husband. John and his wife finally got a good night's rest after staying awake the whole night yesterday and finally solving their problems today. When they woke up, they originally planned to call Celia over to discuss leaving Capital City, only to realize that Celia had left the house early that morning. They had no other choice but to book a flight to South River Province on Monday and wait for Celia to return. Hanley felt worried when he received news that John and his family had booked a flight to leave. He could not let Celia leave Capital City. The moment she left, he would have no more chance to be with Celia anymore. This was all East League International's fault. They were the ones who helped Mindy get rid of Beautylish Group shares and allowed her to leave Capital City. However, now was not the time to think about that. He had to stop Celia from leaving Capital City. He thought about what he could do. He could not play dirty, as John had the old senior officer watching over him, and the Chase's family had not yet gotten to the point of being above the law in Capital City. There were a few powerful and distinguished wealthy families more influential than the Chase's family in Capital City. Slowly, a cruel plan came to Hanley's mind. He was going to forcefully make her his. He believed that the Chase's family had the power to protect him if he got penalized for such behavior. Hence, Hanley called Ezra, and after confirming the location of Celia's car, he drove over. Celia had agreed to meet with 2 friends to shop in the mall. After buying everything, they went their separate ways. However, just after Celia watched her 2 friends leave, she bumped into Hanley. "Celia, what a coincidence," Hanley said with a smile. "Hello, Hanley," Celia replied. "It's noon, Celia. How about we have lunch together?" "Sorry, Hanley. I already ate with my friends just now. I've got to go home now. Bye." Then, Celia turned to leave, only for Hanley to grab her wrist. "Come on, Celia." "For me," Hanley said, suppressing his anger. "I'm really sorry. We're not that close. Please let go." Celia tried to shake Hanley's hand off, but it was to no avail. Hanley might not have exerted much strength, but he was still a second-class peak-level master. Celia was just a weak little girl, so naturally, she could not pull her hand away. Their little struggle attracted the attention of the crowd. "Let me go, Hanley." Celia tried to struggle. Sorry. My girlfriend's angry at me. We'll get going now." Then, Hanley dragged Celia away. The latter screamed as she tried to break free, but it was to no avail. Everyone assumed that this was really a fight between a couple and so ignored it and dispersed. Meanwhile, Hanley dragged Celia towards his car. He had already gone mad. His grasp kept tightening around Celia's wrist as well, and she teared up in pain. She still could not get away. She could also feel that something was wrong with Hanley today, but there was nothing she could do about it. Hanley's car was a short distance away, and he practically dragged Celia over to it. No matter how Celia struggled and shouted, it seemed hopeless. Just as Hanley was about to open the car door and shove Celia inside, someone finally stopped him. Luna had also come out this weekend to buy some things and kill boredom. Women, in general, had an innate enjoyment when shopping, be it fragile girls like Celia or aloof goddesses like Luna. The last thing Luna expected was to see David's rumored girlfriend Celia holding hands with another man at the entrance of the shopping mall. She originally thought that Celia was two-timing David and decided not to poke her nose into someone else's problems, but she slowly realized that something was wrong. It was evident that Celia did not want to follow the man who was being dragged away. Something was surely going to happen if the man managed to drag her into the car. Since she was also a woman, Luna found it impossible to leave this matter to fester. Not to mention that Celia was David's rumored girlfriend, and she needed an opportunity to get David on her side. No matter what, she had to do something about this. Just as Hanley was about to throw Celia into the car, Luna stepped up and stopped him. Hanley looked at Luna and said, "Who are you? This is a matter between me and my girlfriend. Get your nose out of my business." Luna was an absolute beauty as well, but Hanley was in no mood to appreciate it as his immediate goal was to get Celia into the car and forcefully take her. The crush he had been pursuing for 3 years was about to be his. Hanley was excited. Hanley did not care if his tricks were dirty anymore. He was willing to do anything to make Celia his. "Save me, miss. Please. I'm not his girlfriend. He's trying to kidnap me." As if seeing her savior, Celia begged Luna for help. Celia did not know who Luna was, but Luna knew that Celia was David's rumored girlfriend. She had been studying David for quite some time these days, and she needed a way to get the man to help her willingly. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that Miss Celia over here isn't your girlfriend. What do you think you're doing, daylight kidnapping?" Luna said loudly. This attracted the attention of many passers-by. "Please help me call the police. I'm not his girlfriend. He's trying to kidnap me," Celia shouted at this moment. Some people were already pulling out their phones to take pictures. Hanley immediately let go of Celia's wrist, his complexion flushing and paling with anger as He glared at Luna. This stupid woman was foiling his plans. He had almost managed to shove Celia into his car before she showed up. Plus, this woman knew who Celia was, and that meant there was no way he could carry out his plans today. However, if he let Celia leave today, she would leave Capital City with her parents tomorrow. Hanley did not know what to do. Freed, Celia immediately ran to hide behind Luna. "Do you people not have any f***ing better things to do? FCK off. What does my argument with my girlfriend have to do with you people? Huh? F***CK off before I find each of you and make you pay later." Hanley shouted at the crowd. Those not wanting to cause trouble slowly moved away. The majority were hesitant but slowly left as well after seeing the high-class sports car behind Hanley. Only people of special family backgrounds could afford such an expensive car. These people did not find this gossip worth getting into trouble for. Those who remained were people of somewhat powerful families and did not care about getting in trouble. "Go ahead. Don't let me bother you. I'm just going to watch. I won't say anything, take pictures, or call the police," said one of the ones who remained. Yeah. Don't let me stop you. I'm just here to look at pretty girls," said the others watching. Are you sure you want to watch the T-Faction at work?" Hanley asked. The crowd's expressions changed when they heard the words T-Faction. They were not completely ignorant of the world. Among the youths in Capital City, T-Faction was undoubtedly a circle that the majority wanted to be a part of. Many people wanted to join the circle but had no one to bring them inside. Within the circle were various youths of aristocratic families in Capital City. Ordinary people could not join T-Faction, but they also did not want to get into trouble with T-Faction. "I see. So you're a member of the T-Faction. Go ahead then. I'll get going now." A moment later, the small crowd dispersed. Hanley watched them leave before turning to glare at Luna coldly. "I'd mind my own business if I were you. This isn't something you can afford to poke your nose into. Be careful before you get yourself and your family in trouble for this." Oh, even more reason for me to poke my nose into this, then. I'd like to see how you plan to get me in trouble, Luna said with a smile, completely ignoring Hanley's threat. She might not be the favored child in the Choron family, but she was still the oldest daughter. It was not that she was underestimating Hanley's capability, but she would be elated if Hanley had managed to get the Choron family involved in this. After all, that would break the current impasse. As to what this T faction was, she did not care about it at all. Zachary was supposed to be one of the 8 great fighters of Capital City's T faction, though that was before he made an enemy of someone he should not have and paid the price with his life. Not even the Quinn family dared to stand up for him, let alone T faction. Are you sure you want to poke your nose in this? Hanley tightened his jaw and asked. He was going to bring Celia away no matter what today, or he was going to lose his last chance. The ire that he had been suppressing all this while exploded, and he no longer cared about propriety. So what if he forced himself on Celia? Worst come to worst, his brother and grandfather would beat him up, but that was still a consequence he could bear. Yes, Luna said seriously. Hanley stared at Luna for a while before suddenly and quickly reaching out to grab Celia behind Luna. He was going to bring Celia away forcefully. Thump. Yet, before he could touch Celia, he was kicked away by a long leg. Hanley was confused. He looked at the offending leg and found that it belonged to Luna. I said I was going to poke my nose into this, didn't I? Luna said calmly. Then I'll get rid of you first. Hanley attacked Luna. The two of them quickly got into a fight. Hanley felt more afraid as he fought. He did not expect Luna to be so strong and powerful to match a second-class peak level like himself. After a few dozen rounds, both sides took a step back, unable to deal substantial damage to the other. Just who are you? Hanley asked. She was too young and powerful to be an ordinary person. That's not something you need to know. All you need to know is that I won't let you get away with what you have in mind today, Luna said. Fine. I'll remember you, Hanley said and thought about leaving. His plan to force himself on Celia was foiled, and he needed to think of another way to stop Celia's family from leaving. However, at this moment, Luna suddenly had an idea and attacked Hanley just as he turned to leave. Hanley did not expect Luna to suddenly attack and punched her instinctively. This hit was supposed to be met with her palm, but Luna attacked slightly to the side and knocked her own shoulder against Hanley's fist while her palm hit Hanley's chest. Thump! Both parties staggered a few steps backward and Hanley knocked into his beloved car, leaving a dent in his expensive sports car. Both of them had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths after regaining their footing. Miss, are you all right? Celia went up to support Luna and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Meanwhile, Hanley glanced at Luna before turning to leave. After Hanley left, Luna and Celia were still rooted in place as a crowd gathered far away. Celia, help me get somewhere quiet, Luna said. How about I send you to the hospital instead, miss? You're bleeding, Celia said frantically. I'm fine, Celia. Let's go somewhere else. Okay, then. The two of them went somewhere less crowded. Thank you so much, miss. Oh, right. How do you know my name? Celia asked. I know David and I saw the both of you together before. Call David and ask him to come and fetch you. We don't know if that person has any other plans, and we might not be able to get away if he comes back, Luna said. Yeah, okay. Celia pulled out her phone to call David. David was currently in the bath when Celia called. He had just spent 100 lavish points he just earned, and his body stats had been enhanced from extraordinary level 5 to 6. He felt slightly heated, so he decided to take a cold shower. David was shocked when he heard that Celia had almost gotten kidnapped. He quickly put on his clothes and went straight for the location Celia sent to him. By the time he arrived, he realized that Luna was there as well and looked rather injured. Celia, are you all right? David asked. Seeing David arrive, Celia finally let out a sigh of relief and went to hug David. Then she told David what happened with a pitiful and mistreated expression on her face. Luna was internally elated when she saw how close the two of them were. It seemed like she had bet correctly. Is Hanley the one by the artificial pond that day you called me over for dinner? Yeah, that's the one. He's been pursuing me all this while, but I never accepted him. All right. I know. Get in the car first. David, we should send this lady to the hospital first. She got hurt saving me. Celia said. Don't worry, I'll arrange for something. Get in the car first, David consoled. All right. Then, Celia got into the passenger seat of David's Benz G-Class. All right, you can stop pretending now, David told Luna after watching Celia get into the car. What do you mean pretending? I got severely injured from saving your precious little girlfriend. First, you show no gratitude, and now you're even accusing me of pretending? What kind of man are you? Luna shot back. I've met that Hanley before, and he's just a weak second-class peak-level master. You expect me to believe that you, a mid-rank master, got hurt fighting a second-class peak-level weakling? David asked expressionlessly. How? Luna's heart stuttered. This was impossible. David could not have known of her true strength. Not when it was her biggest secret and had never told or revealed it to anyone else before. Not even her family knew about this. Nor did she plan to reveal it until she was certain she could win Wendy. Her strength was her only trump card, and David somehow knew about it. Luna wondered how David managed to find out and internally exclaimed about how terrifying it was. She was in a cold sweat. You're wondering how I know about your true strength, right? How? Let me make it clear, Luna. Your plans are just boring tricks in my eyes. Did you think that just because you pretended to get injured saving Celia, I'll be grateful to you and willingly help you with whatever you have planned? How? All Luna could say was 3 consecutive hows and not another word. This man was terrifying. He was very perceptive and extremely powerful. Luna felt that it was impossible to hide any secrets from him. She did not know that David's mind power was so strong enough that he could not only perceive extremely small details, but he could also feel the martial arts realm of people weaker than he was. Coupled with his clear mind, a quick deduction allowed him to recount pretty much what had just happened. His powerful mind power also allowed him to watch the environment around him during combat, so he could make use of any advantage, find his opponent's weakness, and attack them. David had yet to meet someone whose mind power was stronger than his. Lehman and Lucas may be physically stronger than he was, but their mind power was hardly as powerful as his. David's mind power was his unique advantage. While you did indeed use a few tricks, it's also a fact that you saved Celia today. She might have faced irreparable trauma if not for you. So I can promise to help you do one thing as long as it does not go against my moral code. Think about what you want before looking for me again, and maybe don't try to trick me again. After that, David relaxed, and the overpowering aura he emitted just now disappeared. Luna felt cold. David left with Celia, leaving Luna to shiver in the same spot. Rather than being afraid of David's presence, she was shaking in excitement. She had only felt the same pressuring aura David had emitted just now from her father and grandfather. David was no longer a Tiger rank master. He was much more powerful now as a Dragon rank master. Luna's father had only broken through to the Dragon rank when he was almost 40, and he had been honored as a proper genius in the Sharon family. David was only in his early 20s. She had never heard of such a young Dragon rank master before. Genius was not enough to describe David's excellence. He was a monster and had a wicked amount of talent. David had only given off the feeling of being a Tiger rank master more than a month ago. Yet today, he was oozing with the power of a Dragon rank master. She wondered if he had been hiding his true strength all this while, or if he had just broken through recently. Not that any of that mattered. What most important was that David was stronger now, and the stronger he is, the more advantageous it was to her. While her tricks had not managed to earn her David's favor, all that mattered was that she had his word. Now was not the time to cash in on this promise. There was one more year until university graduation, and that was when she would come clean to her family. Grow stronger, David. Become as strong as you can. At this moment, endless hope burned in Luna's heart. I promised that I'd give you a huge gift, Wendy. Here's hoping that you can take it. David sent Celia home. John and Mindy were at home packing up to leave Capital City the next day. When David and Celia came back together, the husband and wife tried to convince them to leave alongside them. Celia hugged Mindy and began to cry. When the couple asked, they learned that Hanley had almost kidnapped Celia. It scared the hell out of them. Then they told Celia and David what happened in the past 2 days and asked them to leave as well. Celia was in tears when she heard everything her parents had endured for her without telling her because they were scared that she would worry. Although David was calm on the surface, there was an evil fire in his heart that could not be extinguished. How dare Hanley play dirty? David would say nothing if he were courting Celia regularly because she was indeed likable. However, he was seeking trouble by playing dirty. It seemed Zachary's death was not able to intimidate the heirs of aristocratic families, so he would do it again before these jerks came out and caused trouble in society. Now that the Chase's family was involved, he would destroy the Chase's family and make them an example. Uncle, Aunt, don't panic. I'll take care of this. I'll give you a satisfactory answer, said David. You'll take care of it? John and his wife froze. What does he mean? David is just a student from a small county. It involves capital city's first-rate aristocratic family. How dare David say he'll take care of it? Did he get kicked in the head? David, leave with us tomorrow. We've already bought tickets to your hometown Shoe City, and we'll have a great time there too. Don't do anything stupid. We can't afford to offend the Chase's family, John said. He thought David was going to seek revenge on Hanley. David could forget about ever getting out of prison if he was caught for doing such a thing. Aunt, Uncle, I know what to do. Wait for me. David got up and left as soon as he finished speaking. He needed to vent. Celia, go get David before he does something stupid. John yelled at Celia. Okay. Celia replied and hurried out. I didn't expect David to have such guts, Mindy said. What guts? He's being silly. His girlfriend was almost bullied. I'd look down on him if he did nothing. Do you think he'll make it back in one piece? Don't worry. He won't even be able to get through the Chase's family's door. Besides, he should come back after some time has passed and he has calmed down. David had just gotten in the car and was starting to drive away when Celia caught up with him. David, could you not go? Please. I'm all right. Celia cried as she stopped David's car. 3. David got out of the car and wiped Celia's tears, saying, Celia, trust me. I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Go back and wait for me with your parents, okay? But I'm scared. I'm scared you'll never come back. No, I'll be back soon. Really? When have I ever lied to you? You must come back then. Certainly. In the end, Celia chose to believe David. After seeing David leave with tears in her eyes, Celia returned home. David called Team D, Special Task Force's intelligence unit, to ask about Hanley's whereabouts. Then he called Falcon's intelligence unit Team Spider. Soon, the two groups were able to locate Hanley based on the route his car took and sent the address to David. The second heir of the Chase's family, Hanley, was in a villa on the east side. The eldest heir of the Chase's family, Hank Chase's, seemed to be there too. David smiled when he received the news. He could get rid of them once and for all. As David made his way to where the Chase's brothers were, Special Task Force and Falcon's intelligence unit reported that David had just inquired about the second heir of the Chase's family to their team leader and captain respectively. After Team D's team leader and Team Spider's captain received the news and passed it on to Team A's team leader Lehman and Team Vulture's captain Lucas. Lucas was confused when he received the message. Did the second heir of the Chase's family offend David? The heir of the Quinn family, Zachary, hasn't been dead for long. Why did someone mess with David again? Wait a minute. The Chase's family? Is it the Chase's family I'm thinking of? Lucas immediately contacted Team Spider again. After confirming that it was the Chase's family Joseph was in, he immediately called David. David was driving when his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Lucas, Vulture's captain, but he simply chose not to answer it. Things would get complicated if Lucas called and told him to stop. He insisted on killing Hanley, so he would rather kill him first and suffer the consequences later. Lucas called David twice, but David did not answer, apparently on purpose. That brat. He's giving me so much trouble. Lucas yelled and rushed to where Hanley was. On his way there, he got a call from Lehman, the team leader of Team A. They had the same idea. Lucas was closer, so he was going to stop David. They could not let David kill the heir to the Chase's family, or there would be trouble. After Luna stopped Hanley from taking Celia away by force, He turned around and finally decided to go to his big brother for advice. Due to Zachary's death and the perpetrator being in Capital City, Hank chose to lay low for a few days and practice martial arts here, hoping to step into Tiger rank as soon as possible. Hank, her family is leaving Capital City tomorrow. What do I do? Asked Hanley. Is your head filled with SHD? How could you let them get away? You've humiliated the Chase's family, scolded Hank. What can I do? I was about to succeed, but Absh saved her. She's as good as me, and is also the second-class peak level. It was a draw. Why didn't you bring more people? Who would have thought that someone would show up and disrupt my plans? Celia's just a regular human being. If it weren't for that BDCH, I'd be having my way with Celia by now. FCK off. All you have on your mind is women. Hank, I must have Celia. Help me. Are you sure you've looked into her background? Absolutely. If they had some powerful background, why would they book a flight tomorrow to escape? Hank thought it over and agreed. So he said, how about taking someone to her house in the middle of the night and kidnapping her? Do I have to teach you everything? Yeah. Why didn't I think they'd be home tonight since they're leaving tomorrow? Thanks, Hank. Hanley said happily. At this moment, a solemn voice rang out through the villa's living room. Who are you going to kidnap tonight? David had just reached the entrance to the villa when he heard Hank and Hanley talking due to his strong mind power and keen senses. How dare he think of kidnapping Celia in the middle of the night? Is he disregarding the law? If I don't do it today, I will regret it tomorrow. These people deserve to die. Who is it? Hank and Hanley looked around. They found that a young man had appeared in the villa's living room at some point. Hanley took a closer look. Isn't that David? David, what are you doing here? Asked Hanley. Do you know him? Hank asked Hanley. Yes. He's an exchange student from South River University. Celia's with him. Oh, David. Is it? Do you know that trespassing is a serious crime? Are you ready to go to prison for the rest of your life? No. Perhaps some accident will happen instead? Hank looked at David and said. He was only a university student from the South River province. As far as Hank was concerned, he could squeeze David to death at will. If that's a serious crime, what about your crime of plotting to kidnap Celia tonight? It's none of your business because you won't have the chance to expose us. It is. In my opinion, it's a capital crime. Haha, a capital crime? Who do you think you are? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that Zachary's death doesn't seem to matter to heirs of aristocratic families like you. Everybody wants to push my buttons. Zachary wanted Emmy dead, and he died. You want to disturb the people around you, so you're worse than he was and deserve to die more. What? Hank and Hanley instantly felt their heads spinning. Every word David said made them look paler. By the time David finished, they had gone from all smiles to shaking in fear. You killed Zachary? Did you kill Zachary? Hank asked in a trembling voice. Why would he come here to retreat? Was it not to hide from the Jinx, David? Stan said the guy who killed Zachary was still in Capital City and told them to watch out, lay low, and not to mess with the Jinx. The Quinn family could not afford to offend him. The Chase's family too. However, he had led him right to their front door. He did not doubt the authenticity of what David said because most people had no idea about it. Even he did not know the full details. Not only did I kill Zachary, but I'm also going to kill you. Any last words? I'm not going to pass them on, though. Boom. David could no longer repress his anger and instantly exploded with energy. David set off a huge storm in the villa's living room without any reservation. Even the tables and chairs began to shake. Hank and Hanley felt the pressure on their faces. It crushed them so fast they could hardly breathe. The force of a master in the dragon rank was not something that those in the first or second class could resist. Besides, David went all out this time. Just the force he released made them powerless to fight back. They felt like a boat in the sea that could be sunk by the waves at any time. David, don't kill me. Help me. Hank yelled with all his might. Though he knew it was pointless, asking for help when one was in a life and death crisis was instinctive. Hanley could not speak at this point. He was on the verge of fainting, unable to resist at his level. Just as David was about to end it, a loud voice echoed through the villa's living room. "David, stop!" Then, a force more powerful than David suddenly arrived and collided with his energy. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions in the air rang in their ears. Hanley passed out under the double pressure. Hank was the only one still hanging on. After all, he was also a first-class peak-level master and was about to join Tiger rank. He had a much stronger endurance than Hanley. A tall figure suddenly appeared in the living room and stood in front of Hank and Hanley. The pressure on Hank was gone, but his clothes were already wet with sweat. Saved at last. Hank was relieved. He had no idea who the person in front of him was, but he did not care who. It was as long as they saved him. David stared intently at the person standing in front of Hank and Hanley. Lucas, the spirit of Summerland, Falcon Team Vulture's captain. Lucas ignored David and looked at the Chase's brothers behind him. He was relieved after making sure they were all right. Great. I made it in time. If the Chase's brothers had died here, what happened next would have been troublesome. Leave first, Lucas said to Hank. Thank you, sir. Hank quickly picked up Hanley on his back, went past the two, and left from the other side of the living room, keeping his eyes on David in case he suddenly attacked. David did nothing until the Chase's brothers left the hall. He knew he could not kill them with Lucas here. However, he needed an explanation. Why did you stop me? David asked in a grim voice. He was like a raging beast right now, ready to strike at any moment. Lucas sighed when he saw David's current state. The Chase's family's punks had somehow offended David, getting him all worked up. Knowing David, there was no way David would have killed these two for no reason. Because the Chase's brothers can't die yet? Lucas replied. The reason? Because of someone. Who? Justin Chase's. Who is Justin Chase's? The Chase's brother's uncle. The head of the Chase's family, Joseph Chase's son. David said nothing and continued to look at Lucas. The answer was not enough to convince him. If the Chase's brothers died here today, Summerland would be in jeopardy. Many pillars of the country would have died due to your irrational behavior. You can't bear the consequences for doing such a thing yet. David scowled. It would be troublesome if it involved the entire country of Summerland. The Chase's family was just a first-rate aristocratic family in Capital City, similar to the Quinn family. Even if it was stronger, it would not be by much. Was it really that strong? David was a little puzzled. Why could he kill Zachary but not the heirs of the Chase's family, who were also a first-rate aristocratic family? Lucas added, if you want to kill the Chase's brothers, or even the Chase's family, you have to get past Justin first. I will not stop you as long as you can get rid of Justin. Is Justin strong? Asked David. I'm no match for him. Lucas replied. What? David was surprised. Lucas said he was no match for him. Then he was currently no match for him too. This was because he could not even beat Lucas right now. Lucas carefully explained to David why he had stopped him. More than 20 years ago, Julius was popular in Capital City. He was so talented that he even eclipsed the heirs of several top affluent families at that time. The Chase's family also had high hopes for him, treating him as the next head of the Chase's family, hoping that he could lead the family further up the rankings of affluent families. Although Joseph chose Justin's name in reference to justice, Justin was cruel, contrary to his namesake. Anyone who offended him would be tortured to death through various means. Although the Chase's family tried to hide it, it was eventually exposed and attracted the attention of Special Task Force, the soul of Summerland. Joseph sent Justin out of Summerland at a great cost. Unexpectedly, Justin was like a duck in water when he went abroad. With his outstanding talent and strength, he quickly established a mercenary regiment amongst the chaos called Bloodthirsty. Over the past 20 years, Bloodthirsty Mercenary became the third largest mercenary in the global underworld. There were three main reasons why Summerland valued Justin so much. First of all, Justin was strong and was already at the peak of dragon rank. Even if Lucas and Lehman joined hands, they were not his opponent. Secondly, he was extremely powerful. He controlled Bloodthirsty Mercenary, the third largest mercenary in the global underworld. It had tens of thousands of members and was well armed. Thirdly, and most importantly, The bloodthirsty mercenary Justin controlled was on Dark Cape, strategically located on Summerland's border with Falconia. Although Dark Cape was only a small area, it was an important strategic location for both Summerland and Falconia. Both Summerland and Falconia would put the other on the defensive if the other took control of Dark Cape. The areas bordering the two countries were covered with virgin forests, except for Dark Cape. Besides that, the magnetic field inside the area was hundreds, or even thousands of times, stronger than outside. All communications equipment would be destroyed in this place. Planes could not fly, and missiles could not launch as they would be disturbed electromagnetically and become disoriented once inside. The only way to get to the other side of these connecting virgin forests was on foot without any electronic devices. Dark Cape was the only place not disturbed by the magnetic field, so it was important to both countries. Once controlled by one party, it was like putting a knife to the other's neck. Supposedly, no matter how good Justin was and how tough bloodthirsty mercenary was, it was a far cry from Summerland and Falconia. The reason why he could occupy Dark Cape was he had found a balance between the two empires. Neither Summerland nor Falconia would allow the other to control Dark Cape, which gave a third party like him a chance. Justin was Joseph's son after all, and he was adored by the latter. Without Joseph, Justin would have been caught by Special Task Force by now. Therefore, he would never sit idly by if something happened to the Chase's family. If David killed the Chase's brothers and destroyed the Chase's family, Justin would join Falconia's side, and Summerland would be the one on the defensive. Summerland would take the lead in attacking Falconia and not give Falconia a chance to deploy in Dark Cape. If this were to happen, there was no telling how many other elites and pillars of the country would be killed. It was something Summerland did not want to see and was determined not to let happen. It was why Lucas rushed over to stop David. If the Chase's brothers died today, they would have problems for a while. The period of peace that had appeared after so long was about to be shattered. David listened to Lucas's explanation. He did not pay much attention to the rest, except for a few points. Justin was a member of the Chase's family, at the apex of dragon rank, who controlled the third largest mercenary in the global underworld and occupied Dark Cape, an important geographical position. To get rid of the Chase's family, he had to get rid of Justin first. Otherwise, both Falcon and Special Task Force would stop him. He was still not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could kill Justin and then the Chase's family. However, Justin's ability to control the Dark Cape intimidated both empires. He was not a normal character. What could he do? He was determined to destroy the Chase's family. However, he needed to find a way to destroy Justin and bloodthirsty mercenary first. "Captain, I want to see the difference between us," David said suddenly. At this moment, his energy suddenly exploded and his body appeared in front of Lucas. Accompanied by a tiger roar, a black tiger punch collided with Lucas' fist. Boom! The explosion was like a thunderstorm. It echoed through the villa's living room and lingered for a long time. David jumped more than 10 steps backward before stopping. More than a dozen holes were made in the hard wooden floor. Sure enough, I'm not strong enough. I can't even beat Lucas, much less Justin. I have to go back and continue to improve. It was the only thing in David's mind. Forget it. I must get more lavish points as soon as possible. David turned and left the villa. Lucas stood there with a face full of shock. He was now standing several meters away from where he had been when David first punched him, which meant David had just knocked him back several meters. How is that possible? He remembered that he was only as good as number 9 when he first met David. He only had the strength of a beginner in dragon rank, and his combat experience at that time was unpolished. How much time had it been? He could now push him a few steps back. Although he just gave 80% of his all, it would not be easy for a beginner of dragon rank to take the blow. He meant to teach David a lesson and show him the difference between them, lest he recklessly ran off to Justin and ended up dead. He was at the later stages of dragon rank, nearing the peak, but David was able to take 80% of his strength without a scratch. This meant that he must at least be at the middle stage of dragon rank and infinitely close to the late stage. That growth. Lucas had run out of words to describe David's talent. The words genius and demon seemed insufficient to describe him. It would not be long before David could surpass him, and Justin would not be the end of him. Maybe David could make the leap and become Summerland's next guardian. If he made that move, he could keep the peace in Summerland for decades. Even though Summerland seemed calm right now, Lucas knew it was on the ropes. The legendary old man already had one foot in the grave. As soon as the legendary man died, the balance with Falconia would suddenly be broken. There would be another war, and lives would be lost. Therefore, someone in Summerland would have to take that step before the old man died to keep the balance. David's potential surprised everyone, and he needed to report back quickly. David was Summerland's hope. "Shut up. Hear me out," Joseph snapped. Hank carried Hanley out of the villa, threw him into his car, and hurried home. Once they reached home, he rushed into his grandfather Joseph's study, leaving Hanley in the car. "Grandpa, help me." Hank got down on his knees while sniffling and in tears. Joseph was practicing calligraphy, a hobby he picked up whenever he had the time. When he saw his grandson Hank rushing over in a panic, he frowned and said, "What's with all the fuss? Look at you. Is it what the future head of the Chase's family should look like? Get up. Grandpa, someone's trying to kill me. Help me," Hank said anxiously. He had to hurry. David was probably on his way right now. David dared to kill Zachary and leave the Quinn family helpless, so you could tell how strong his background was. The Chase's family and the Quinn family were both first-rate aristocratic families, so he did not think the Chase's family could save him. His only hope was to use the family's power to quietly send him away. Once he left Summerland, he was free to do whatever he wanted. Who's trying to kill you? Who would dare to kill you? Who in Summerland dares touch the Chase's family? Joseph asked domineeringly. "David's trying to kill me." "Who's David?" "David killed Zachary Quinn, and now he's going to kill me. It's Hanley's fault. I'm innocent. Grandpa, save me," Hank said anxiously. Sensing the seriousness of the situation from his grandson's statement, Joseph put down his pen and asked, "What's going on? Tell me carefully, and don't try to hide anything." Hank could only explain everything to Joseph, but pinned the blame on Hanley and said he was innocent. "So someone just saved you?" asked Joseph. "Yes. I don't know that person, and I don't know why he tried to save me," replied Hank. "All right, it's okay now that they know. You don't have to worry. Just ask Elmer to withdraw the plan against that company," Joseph said indifferently. "Grandpa, send me away. I want to go abroad. I'm leaving right now. I'm leaving Summerland. I can't stay here any longer. David's coming." "You bastard, look at you. Are you that afraid of such a small matter? How are you going to inherit the title as head of the Chase's family?" Joseph scolded. Hank was shocked by the scolding. "A small matter? Is this a small matter? How is it a small matter when I'm about to die?" "Grandpa, this is no small matter. This is a matter of life and death. I'm dead meat if David catches up with me. He will kill me. I'd be dead now if that man hadn't turned up." Joseph looked at his grandson's flustered look and calmly said, "Now that things have come to this point, I should tell you something." "Actually," however, Hank interrupted Joseph before he could speak by saying, "Grandpa, will you please send me away first? I'll listen to your nagging when I'm safe." "You bastard. Hear me out," Joseph yelled. "Oh, okay. Will you hurry up then? Do you remember having an uncle when you were a kid?" "Sure. I think his name is Justin, right? Isn't he dead?" "You bastard. Who said he's dead?" "I guessed it. Why hasn't he come home all these years if he's not dead? Is he still alive?" "He's alive and well, of course." "Where is he then?" "Abroad." "I see. Do you want me to go to my uncle's?" Okay. We must go now, or it will be too late." He wanted to give the bastard a piece of his mind, but he let it go after seeing how anxious he was. Joseph went on about how talented and tough Justin was. He also told Hank how powerful Bloodthirsty Mercenary was and how important Darkcape was to Summerland and Falconia. Hank became increasingly surprised over the course of the conversation. Once Joseph finished, he was in a state of utter confusion. "I have such a tough uncle. How could I have no idea about this? I've never even heard of him. If that's true, I'll be able to do whatever I want in Summerland. Grandpa, in that case, Does the Chase's family have a get-out-of-jail-free ticket in Summerland as long as my Uncle Justin occupies Dark Cape? Hank asked in disbelief. You can say that, Joseph replied calmly. Oh my fking God. That's amazing. Why didn't you just tell me how tough my uncle is? Hank said as he jumped up excitedly. If I had told you and your brother, who knows how much trouble you'd have caused. Okay. So do you mean David will be afraid to kill me? Am I safe? Even if he came, someone would stop him. Besides, he probably doesn't know what will happen if he lays a hand on the Chase's family. He won't do it unless he doesn't want to live in Summerland anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the country. Then why should I be afraid of him? There's no need to ask Elmer to cancel the plan. Go all out. I want to give David a piece of my mind. Since he'll be scared to kill me, let's show capital cities' aristocratic families that the Chase's family dares to offend the person the Quinn family is scared of offending, Hank said excitedly. I can finally hold my head high. I'll see who in Capital City dares mess with me. I can kill you, but you dare not kill me. However, Joseph immediately spoiled his mood. He won't kill you but can still beat you up every once in a while. You can try if you're not afraid of pain. Forget it then. Hurry and inform Elmer. Okay, Grandpa, I'm going to go out and check on Hanley. Go. Hank walked out of Joseph's study and called Elmer to cancel his plan against the Butalish group. David would not kill him, but Hank was still afraid of David beating him up. He was no match for David and could not escape, so it would be interesting to say the least. He went to his car and looked at Hanley, who was still unconscious. This son of a BTCH almost got me killed, but that's okay. I learned that we have someone tough in the family. I will be able to do whatever I want in Capital City from now on. He called the servant to carry Hanley back to his room. Then, Hank drove away from home. He felt a little full of himself right now. As long as his uncle was in Dark Cape, nobody in Summerland would do anything to him. Celia returned to the villa alone. When John and his wife saw that David did not return, they asked Celia and learned that David had gone to look for Hanley. It made the two of them panic. However, there was nothing they could do even if they panicked. They were no match for Capital City's first-rate aristocratic families like the Chase's family. They could only wait anxiously and ask Celia to keep calling David. She made 2 calls in a row, but no one answered. The phone was even turned off in the end. David turned on his cell phone on the way home and saw several missed calls from Celia. He called back to tell Celia that he did not find Hanley and would be back soon. Celia and her family were also relieved. After hanging up on Celia, David called Paul again. Paul's voice soon came. Mr. Liddell. Paul, I have something to ask you. David said. Please go ahead, Mr. Liddell. Why do you think those foreign mercenaries go all out for? Paul froze, confused why David would ask a question like that, but he still answered, most people do it for profit, but a few do it for fame. Then I'll give you a mission. David said sternly. Please go ahead, Mr. Liddell. I want you to return to where you fought, recruit stray mercenaries, and help me form a regiment of mercenaries called Red Flame. Money is not a problem. I'll pay you whatever amount you need. Mr. Liddell, do you want to assemble the Red Flame mercenary group? That's right. Mr. Liddell, I'm wondering what you're trying to do with the group? Money can indeed recruit many people, but some of the best players aren't all about the money. It's because many of them don't lack money. What they need is fame. Moreover, mercenary units built in a short time have little loyalty and unity. If you can recruit with money, use money. For those you can't, tell them we're attacking Dark Cape and taking down bloodthirsty mercenaries a month after they join Red Flame. Once we take down Bloodthirsty, they'll make a name for themselves by taking Bloodthirsty's place as the 3rd largest mercenary in the global underworld, after which loyalty and unity will increase. What? Paul felt dizzy when he heard what David said. As a mercenary who had been abroad for more than 10 years, he knew about bloodthirsty mercenaries that occupied Dark Cape. It was a legend in the mercenary world. The 3rd most powerful mercenary in the global underworld. They were powerful. It was no exaggeration to say that the top 3 mercenary units in the mercenary world were legendary. They were even capable of destroying a small country. However, David said they were going to attack Dark Cape and destroy bloodthirsty mercenaries. Even though David's financial power and strength impressed him, he still thought that David had no chance to kill bloodthirsty mercenaries. Bloodthirsty mercenaries not only had advanced weapons and equipment, but also occupied Dark Cape, which had a unique geographical location that was easy to defend and hard to attack. Most importantly, the leader of bloodthirsty mercenaries, Tyrant, was recognized as the best master in dragon rank. The person was not only extremely strong but also brutal. He would torture his enemies to death in countless ways. It was how he got the name Tyrant. The expression of anyone in the mercenary world would change at the mere mention of him. He was not something you could handle with numbers alone. If they wanted bloodthirsty mercenaries out of the picture, they had to get rid of Tyrant. Even if they failed, they needed someone of equal strength to hold him off, or they had no chance at all. Who could hold off the number 1 dragon rank master recognized by the underworld? Dragon rank and tiger rank had qualitative differences. It was not something a mere difference in numbers could be solved. Mr. Lydell, with all due respect, you have no chance of attacking Dark Cape and destroying blood mercenaries. Paul said. Oh, why is that? David asked. Because blood mercenaries leader Tyrant is recognized as the number 1 dragon rank master. You have no chance of destroying blood mercenaries if you don't get rid of him. I know. Don't worry about that. If I'm attacking Dark Cape, I'll find a way to take care of Justin. Who's Justin? Paul asked in confusion. Justin is Tyrant, the leader of bloodthirsty mercenaries you mentioned. Do you know him, Mr. Lydell? Of course. How else would I know his name? Not only do I know him, but I have a vendetta against him. So he must die. Paul thought about it, clenched his teeth, and said, In that case, I'll start Red Flame as per your instruction, Mr. Lydell. But in the meantime, I'll need you to frighten them. Money and fame can recruit many strong people, but I can't control them. Paul decided to give it a try. It made sense since David knew Tyrant and had bad blood with him. After all, he knew David would not start a fight he could not handle. If they succeeded in forming the 3rd-ranking mercenary regiment in the global underworld, his name would also become a legend in the mercenary world. It was a temptation no mercenary could resist. Even though he had retired from the mercenary world, he could not resist this temptation. Okay, you'll be the deputy leader once Red Flame is established. Don't worry about the money. Recruit all the strong ones. Even if you need to spend a lot of money, build me a strong Red Flame team. Tell them someone will take care of Tyrant. I believe those after fame will not give up the chance to make a name for themselves. I see. I will finish the task. The Chase's family. I'll give you another month to live, and then you'll be uprooted. I'll need to improve my strength to double limit within a month to confidently beat Justin. Once I conquer Dark Cape, I'll take over the location and status. David thought that with unlimited money and Falcon and Special Task Force's status, he could be fearless and have no one to be afraid of as long as he did not commit crimes on his own initiative. He had never been a troublemaker anyway. However, it was not enough for David to learn from the Chase's family. He did not have enough influence or power yet. These were not enough for some of the more established families. With his current power and potential, he could have killed the Chase's brothers, and nothing would have happened. Lucas and Lehman would not do anything to him. If David did not leave Summerland, Justin dared not enter Summerland no matter how tough he was. This was what Lucas told him. Justin was still wanted by Special Task Force and would be dealt with once he entered Summerland. Besides, his status did not allow him to enter Summerland anyway, as it would arouse Falconia's suspicion. However, David could not do that. He might be fine once he did, but many people would die because of him. These people were Summerland's greatest asset, and he could not put them at risk for selfish reasons. Since Dark Cape was a talisman, he should control it. They would take over Dark Cape in a month and destroy bloodthirsty mercenaries, as well as the Chase's family. David went back to Celia's house. Celia's family was relieved when they saw David's safe return. John and Kiss' wife quickly left to make dinner. They were leaving Capital City, so they laid off their cook. The family was eating dinner when John's phone rang. It was from his senior officer, calling him to ask him to return to work tomorrow. Before the couple knew what was going on, Mindy's phone rang too. It was a call from Beautilish's general manager. The Chase's family not only canceled blacklisting Beautilish, but also unconditionally gave Mindy 54% of Bootylicious shares. Both of them were dumbfounded. Why did the Chase's family suddenly stop? It did not make sense. They were cornered now. However, they did not suspect David at all. John knew David quite well because of his identity. He and Celia were high school classmates. He studied high school in Sioux City, and this could not be faked. How different were people from small counties like this from families like the Chase's family of Capital City? They all thought John's old senior officer helped them. Of all the people they knew, the old senior officer was the most powerful person that also valued John the most. John also quickly called the old senior officer to thank him. The old senior officer thought John thanked him for speaking up to keep his family safe. Thus, both parties misunderstood each other. David was even less interested in explaining the matter, even though he knew Hank and Hanley did it because they were frightened by his power. In any case, he did not do a good enough job, while the Chase's family had not paid the price. He was a little scared as he thought about this. If he did not obtain the lavish system, he would still be the old David right now. What would happen when Celia was targeted by aristocratic family heirs like Hanley? Tonight would probably have been a living nightmare. Not only did the Chase's family not stop him, but they also held the candle to the devil. They should be destroyed alongside Hanley. He would explain everything to Celia after taking over Dark Cape and destroying the Chase's family a month later. I'll come clean to them first when the time comes. John and his family were so happy that they did not have to leave their hometown. After all, they had lived in Capital City for decades. Who would leave if they had a choice? He was even in the mood for dinner before this, but as soon as he answered the phone, his appetite increased. Everyone at dinner was pleased. When David was leaving Celia's house, he called Hugo and asked him to send 2 people from the security department to protect Celia and her family. He was afraid the Chase's family would do something else behind his back. He could wait as long as Celia was fine. He would kill them when he was strong enough. If something happened to Celia, he had no idea if he could take it. He might even wipe out the Chase's family regardless of the costs. Back at the hotel, David looked at his lavish points. There were 16 points left. He was already at extraordinary level 6. He felt that he needed to reach extraordinary level 8 to fight against Lucas, and he needed to be stronger to win. He needed to reach double the limit to defeat Justin. In that case, he should be lacking 1,500 points right now. That meant he needed to spend $150 billion in 20 days to get to double the limit, and then go to Red Flame mercenaries to intimidate the newfound mob before leading them to attack Dark Cape. If he calculated it like that, he would need to spend at least $8 billion a day. However, he could only get 30 to 40 lavish points a day, which was not up to his standards. Fortunately, Pearl had just contacted him. East League International Foundation was almost done. After they released the news, hundreds of poor areas declared their need for schools. David told Pearl to send people to investigate. If the poor areas genuinely needed the schools, she should purchase the best materials to start building them. They must not skimp on the construction, and the school had to be sturdy so that the students would feel at ease in class. They also could not simply allocate the funds beforehand. Pearl thought that David was scared that there would be not much money left if they allocated the fund right away, so she bought the materials. What David meant was that allocating funds directly would be considered donations, and his lavish points would not increase. It would only work if he bought the items directly. Otherwise, would it not be better to just allocate $100 billion? His lavish points would skyrocket. Whenever he needed lavish points, he could just donate tens of billions of dollars, which would be much easier. Unfortunately, that did not work. Now, everything was ready. He only had to wait for his lavish points to skyrocket in a few days. After Hank left home, he called T-Faction's core members to gather at the Great Wall Club, claiming he had an announcement to make. As one of T-Faction's 8 great fighters, he had the right to summon everyone to gather. Hank was the first to arrive at the Great Wall Club and enter the private room they usually met in. It was a private room for T-Faction's core members gathering. The seats here were fixed. However, Hank sat in Stan's seat instead of his own this time. Looking at the 8 seats that were below him in status, Hank found the seat he was currently seated in the most comfortable. Soon, T-Faction's core members began to arrive, while Stan was the last to enter. "Hank, didn't you say you want to seclude yourself? What's the matter?" Have you broken through to Tiger rank so soon? You even called a meeting. Didn't you just break through Tiger rank? What's with all the fuss? Aren't you just wasting everyone's time? One of the 8 great fighters, Chase, asked sarcastically. He and Hank did not get along well. As soon as he said that, the others, including Stan, looked at Hank. How old is Hank? Is he 26? If he did break through Tiger rank, he'll be considered a genius in Capital City. Chasey, I hope you can talk to me so confidently again in a little while, Hank said calmly. Oh, Hank, how dare you? Don't think you're all that just because you've broken through to Tiger rank. Believe it or not, I'll still beat you up, Chase said. He was already a Tiger rank master, so he was not afraid of Hank's threats. However, he was just a few years older than Hank. He was 27 when he broke through Tiger rank. Hank was only 26 now, so he was annoyed that Hank made a breakthrough at a younger age. Hank ignored Chase and said, I didn't break through Tiger rank. But today, Chase interrupted him before he could finish by saying, What are you doing gathering people if you haven't made a breakthrough? Do you have nothing better to do? King don't have time to hear you speak nonsense. Stan spoke up. If he said nothing, he had no idea how long they were going to fight. He also wondered what Hank was doing gathering everyone here. Chase, hear Hank out. Chase stopped talking as soon as he heard that, and everyone waited for Hank to speak. Hank glanced at T-Faction's core members sitting there and said, I think we need a change. The other 6 great fighters looked at him in bewilderment. Stan said, Go on. SEC has grown rapidly with 3 bosses in charge, and I think we should follow suit and add another T. Hank looked nervously at the 6 great fighters and Stan. He knew he was challenging Stan's authority. However, the thought of having such a tough uncle calmed him down. Since he had a backer, he would put it to good use. He knew his Uncle Justin was not a card to play lightly. If used, it meant that the Chase's family was not far from destruction, and they only had one chance to save themselves. More importantly, the card was a deterrent. He did not understand why his grandfather Joseph did not reveal Justin's identity, which could definitely deter all the families and give the Chase's family a huge advantage to develop. It was as if everyone was unarmed, and you had a gun, but it only had 1 bullet. If you showed your gun, people dared not offend you. If you hid it, people would go against you, and you could choose whether to shoot or not. Just like how David had known that Hank's uncle was Tyrant Justin, and David would cause an uproar in Summerland by killing him, so David would not kill him himself. David almost killed the brothers because he did not know. Therefore, he did not understand why his grandfather Joseph had not exposed Justin. The truth was that Hank had no idea Tyrant Justin was not a secret among the older generations of Capital City's aristocratic families. It was only the younger generation who had no idea of this. Otherwise, how could the Chase's family maintain their status as a first-rate aristocratic family in Capital City with Hank's ignorant and incompetent father in charge after Justin left? A few years after Justin left, the Chase's family was barely making ends meet and was about to fall into the ranks of second-rate aristocratic families. It was not until news of Justin broke that it slowly recovered to the level of a first-rate aristocratic family. Joseph was old and just wanted to maintain the family's status. He no longer had the ambition from his youth. However, Hank was still young and wanted to take the Chase's family forward with a backer like that. Hank was going to play Justin's card today and scare everyone. Today was the day of Hank's rise. He wanted to make the Chase's family an elite aristocratic family. Everyone in the room was a bit stunned. Even Stan. He never thought Hank would say such a thing. Who gave him the courage to do so? He did not think that Hank had gone crazy to say that. He had to have something to fall back on. However, he did not question this either because someone might genuinely be backing him. The room was quiet for about 10 seconds. Then, there was a huge burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Hank, are you out of your mind? Add another T? Don't tell me you want to be a part of this T? Chase said with a laugh. The rest were laughing their heads off too. Wanna be a T? Do you deserve it, Hank? You're just an heir to a first-rate aristocratic family. They were not any worse than Hank. They all came from the same background. Stan was even the heir to the Warner family, one of the only 4 elite aristocratic families in Capital City. His strength and means aside, His background alone was miles ahead of them. I'm sorry, but I want to fight for this position, Hank said calmly. He was already giving it his all. There was no turning back. On what grounds? Power? Means? Background? Which one of these traits qualifies you for the position? Do you think you can convince the others? Asked Chase. Because I could offend David and still live. He's intimidated, so he dared not touch me, Hank said arrogantly. Stan winced when he heard David's name. Who's David? Chase asked. The man who killed Zachary. He dares to kill Zachary, but not me. Is that scary enough? What? The other 6 great fighters were surprised. It was the first time they had heard David's name. Hank said David killed Zachary, so it must not be wrong. They had avoided David for a long time, afraid of pissing him off and getting killed. David dared to kill Zachary, leaving the Quinn family helpless. Needless to say, he must have terrifying strength and a formidable background. But Hank said David was afraid of him. No way. When did the Chase's family become so tough? They totally disregard first-rate aristocratic families like us. Hank, should we believe you just because you claim he wouldn't touch you? I'll even say Clinton's my lackey. Believe it or not. Ask him. Besides, what makes the Chase's family so intimidating? Your ignorant father? Or your uncles? Or your old grandfather? Chase said sarcastically. My uncle Justin. Hank answered domineeringly. Justin? All 6 great fighters in the room were confused. When Justin left Summerland 20 years ago, they were all in their teens. But they did vaguely remember such a person existing in the Chase's family. Tell us how awesome is your Uncle Justin then. Let us worship him. Listen carefully then. My Uncle Justin has another identity. He's Tyrant, the leader of Bloodthirsty Mercenary, the 3rd largest mercenary in the global underworld. Not only does he control Dark Cape, but he is also recognized as the #1 dragon rank master in the global underworld. Will that be enough? Hank finished and sat down. Then he put his feet right on the table and waited for everyone to react. What? Everyone in the room was shocked to hear the news. Hank's Uncle Justin is Tyrant, the #1 dragon rank master. He's also the leader of Bloodthirsty Mercenaries, the 3rd largest mercenary in the global underworld. He even controlled Dark Cape, which is very important to Summerland and Falconia. As the heirs of capital cities' first-rate aristocratic families, they also had a deep understanding of Summerland's situation and held some important information about the world. The Chase's family would genuinely be considered that tough if they had such a backer. They could do whatever they wanted in Summerland. Everyone was in shock. Even Stan was no exception. With his identity, he better understood how powerful Tyrant was. He had heard his grandfather say that the Chase's family had a powerful backer. As long as the backer existed, the Chase's family would never decline. The Chase's family might have been one of the elite aristocratic families if it had not been for Hank's ignorant and incompetent dad. It turned out that the Chase's family's backer was Tyrant Justin. The news was shocking enough to him. After the shock wore off, everyone began to look at Hank differently. With such a powerful man as their backer, Hank was considered invincible. If even David was not afraid to kill him, nobody else in Summerland would dare to do so. No, it was not that they dared not do it. It was unnecessary. It was because killing Hank would cause more problems than most people could handle. Chasey, why don't you spout more nonsense? If you don't know my Uncle Tyrant's influence, go home and ask your elders about it, Hank said to Chase sarcastically. Chase seemed uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly that he could not spit it out nor swallow at this moment. He did not have to go home to inquire about the matter. He personally knew of Tyrant's influence. The #1 master of dragon rank was no joke, not to mention having such a powerful force as Bloodthirsty Mercenaries and occupying such an important place as Dark Cape. Stan spoke up. What do you want, Hank? I want to be the second T of T faction. What do you think, Stan? Hank said. He did not even call him T anymore. He considered himself on equal footing with Stan. Though the other great fighters did not want Hank to get the position, they dared not say so. Stan smiled and said, Are you sure you're qualified? You have Tyrant as your backer, but he's not in Summerland, and the Chase's family isn't good enough. Stan, I know what you care about. Once I'm the second T of T faction, I will fully support you in completing your 10-year appointment. With my Uncle Tyrant's influence, I believe Clinton will also be wary of us, not to mention the people around him. Hank said calmly. Sure enough, Stan hesitated a little when he heard this. His 10-year appointment with Clinton and Lorraine caused a great uproar among Summerland's younger generation. It was not about one woman anymore, but rather, it who was the best among Summerland's young generation and even affected family honor. Therefore, he could not lose. If he lost, he would become the Warner family's black sheep. Stan was going to pull everything together to win. He would become the best among Summerland's younger generation. His reputation would reach its zenith, and there would be no one who could stop him. The difference between winning and losing would be like heaven and hell. Okay, Stan said slowly. It's just the identity of AT, so what if I give him? T-Faction's still mine. T. The others cried. Even though Hank had a powerful backer, it was a little hard for these guys to accept that someone with similar status to them was suddenly above them. However, Stan reached out his hand and stopped them from talking. Smart choice, Stan. Don't worry. I've gotten my uncle's contact information from Grandpa. Even if he can't come personally, he can send 2 of bloodthirsty mercenaries' masters here. I will try my best to help you defeat Clinton and become the best among Summerland's young generation, Hank said with a chuckle. In that case, Hank is the second T of T-Faction and has the right to use all the resources of T-Faction from now on. Treat him as you would treat me. I hope all of you will cooperate with him, announced Stan. Thanks, Stan. I hope all of you will support me. Let me know if you ever need my help. I won't refuse. Hank got up and said as he nodded to the others. He was excited. He finally made the leap. He had become T-Faction's second T. T-Faction was not only influential among Capital City's young generation, but also had a certain influence in all of Northern Summerland. They had countless resources. He wanted to use T-Faction's resources to build up the Chase's family. The Chase's family was not good enough yet. He made the request today because he knew Stan's weakness. The 10-year appointment. The 10-year appointment might have initially been set for Lorraine, but as time passed, it was gradually promoted as being the battle to become the number 1 amongst the younger generation of Summerland. It was now a battle between the 2 aristocratic families. The Warner family was one of the 4 top aristocratic families in Capital City. The Zimmerman family, once one of the top aristocratic families in Capital City, was now one of the 4 major families in Springfield. When Clinton's father, Walker Zimmerman, took over as Springfield's cabinet minister more than a decade ago, the Zimmerman family moved out of Capital City and went to Springfield. Due to the profound background of the Zimmerman family, they had established a firm foothold in Springfield in a short period, and together with the other 3 major local families in Springfield, were known as the 4 major families of Springfield. This matter was no longer a simple battle of righteousness. It was the collision of 2 top families. Therefore, Stan could not afford to lose. If he lost, the Warner family would be disgraced, and he would be forced to live in Clinton's shadow forever. All right, that's it for today. If there's nothing else, you guys can leave. Hank, you stay, Stan stood up and said. Several great fighters looked at each other while they left the Sky private room. Meanwhile, Hank stayed inside. David did not attend class these days, and Celia also took leave. He would accompany Celia during the day and go back to the hotel at night. This was mainly because he was afraid that the Chase's family would do something else to him. John and his wife were also not surprised. Since the 2 had already done everything together, they would just let them continue to do whatever they wanted. John even directly asked David to move in together with them, but David refused. He still had a lot of secrets that he could not let others know for the time being. John and his wife were also busy with their own affairs these days. Basically, they would go out in the morning and come back in the evening. And so, David soon accompanied Celia to almost all the scenic spots in Capital City. A week passed quickly. What made David depressed was that the surge in lavish points that he predicted did not happen. He only had an increase of more than 200 lavish points within the week. His body had increased from extraordinary level 6 to extraordinary level 8, and he felt that he should be able to have a friendly match with Lucas now. As David waited anxiously, another day soon went by. The lavish points finally started to increase like crazy. In one day, The East League International Foundation signed tens of billions of contracts with steel mills, as well as various other materials in many regions across the country. Things that were lacking in the poor mountainous areas like food, clothing, and necessities would all be provided by the foundation. However, they would not be given money. This was David's request. In one day, David's lavish points increased by more than 200 points, which, when added to the initial amount, made for a total of 300 lavish points. David returned to the hotel in the evening and improved his body to extraordinary level. After his body reached extraordinary level 9, it actually showed that it could be upgraded again. David clicked again without hesitation. His body upgraded from extraordinary level 9 to extraordinary level 10, and the word maximum finally appeared after it. It also meant that now his body had reached the state of the extraordinary limit, which should correspond to the realm of peak dragon ranker. Now, in terms of realm alone, he was actually on the same level as Justin. However, even if he was equal in terms of realm, his combat experience was still far inferior to Justin, so he needed to continue to improve his mind power. There were still 100 lavish points left, so he upgraded his mind power from extraordinary level I to extraordinary level 2. His head suddenly became cooler. Since he was feeling a little warm, David took a shower and lay on the bed. In 10 days or so, he would go abroad to meet Paul, and 20 days after, he would attack Dark Cape. This battle would be the most intense battle he had ever encountered so far. Number 1 Master in the Dragon rank, Justin the Tyrant. I hope you won't let me down. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Originally, David planned to go to Chaos Land in about 10 days to meet with the Red Flame, which Paul had formed. However, because his lavish points were not enough, he forcefully delayed it for several days. During the period, Paul also urged him multiple times to hurry up. Because of the support of David's unlimited money, Red Flame had developed very quickly. After all, more than 95% of those cruel and merciless mercenaries were only after money. They would go the money and interests were. The faster Red Flame developed, the more people they would have and the more powerful they would become. With Paul's strength being in the middle of Tiger rank, he alone was not enough to suppress these unruly mercenaries. If it were not for the huge amount of money in his hands, David would have replaced Paul long ago. However, as Red Flame's strength gradually grew, Paul felt that as the acting captain, he could not endure this much longer. There were already several powerful people who had begun to form gangs with the intention of replacing him and seizing control of Red Flame. It could be said that Paul was using money to bring these people together in Red Flame. There was no cohesion among them at all. The pressure on Paul was increasing, and he could only hope that David could bring someone to take over Red Flame as soon as possible. These people would only submit to the strong. As long as David brought someone who could match the strength of the tyrant, these mercenaries would definitely become obedient and would not dare to disagree. Now, half a month had passed, and not only had David's body and mind power reached the double limit of extraordinary level 10, but he also spent another 200 points to raise the 8 extremities fist to the perfect level. An extraordinary level of 10 should belong to the realm of a peak dragon ranker. In addition, his mind power had also reached the extraordinary level of 10. David felt that he should have surpassed the peak of dragon rank now, but he was still far away from the next level. However, he was not clear about exactly far away he was. After all, he had only been familiar with this world for about 3 months. Moreover, he did not have any master teaching him, and all of these hypothesizes were pure speculation. He still needed to fight more to determine his specific situation. Even so, he felt that if he were to fight Lucas and Lehman now, he should be able to win you. Without much effort. As long as he beat Justin the Tyrant, who was number 1 in the dragon rank, then his conjecture would be completely confirmed. On this day, David told Celia that he needed to take care of some family matters and wanted to go back. Then, he arranged for 2 more people from the security department, plus the previous 2, to secretly protect her. Now, there were a total of 4 people keeping an eye on Celia. Although the Chase's family did not come looking for trouble during this time, as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy, David still did not feel too at ease. If the Chase's family decided to do something to him behind his back while he was away, what would be the point of destroying Justin and the Chase's family after the incident? Therefore, Celia's safety was his priority. He did not know that the Chase's family was busy using T-Faction's various resources to improve their own strength. When Joseph saw that his grandson was so motivated to strengthen the Chase's family, he did his best to support him. The most regrettable thing in his life was that his best son had gone abroad and could not return to his home. Hank's father was ignorant and incompetent, and even if the Chase's family had Justin as their support, they could only barely maintain their previous glory. No one was stepping forward to lead the Chase's family forward. Fortunately, they now had Hank, and Joseph was quite satisfied with this grandson. Thus, he slowly and completely delegated his power to Hank and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. In his opinion, as long as his son Justin did not die and always controlled Dark Cape, the Chase's family would not encounter any problems in Summerland. It would be great if Hank could make something out of himself. If he could not, the Chase's family would only maintain in their current situation. If that was the case, he should give Hank absolute freedom so he could go and put his all into this. Stan had already announced the news of Hank becoming the second team man in the T-Faction to the rest of the organization. He could be said to be second only to Stan in T-Faction now, and the fact that his uncle was Justin the Tyrant, the #1 in Dragon rank, had also spread among the top circles in Capital City. It could be said that Hank was at the height of his powers, while the rest of the 6 great fighters all had to obey his orders. He also used this prestige to try to win the popular vote in T-Faction while using T-Faction's resources to rapidly increase the strength of the Chase's family. Meanwhile, the other great fighters dared not speak out against Hank attaining private ends by abusing his public position. They teamed up to seek out T-Man Stan for aid, but Stan told them to turn a blind eye and cooperate with Hank whenever they could as he had his own plans. That was to say, Stan acquiesced Hank's actions. The Chase's family was growing rapidly, but they did not know that David was ready to set off. Bring down the powerful person behind them. If Justin the Tyrant fell, the Chase's family would have no support, and to Stan, Hank would lose all value. Even if David did not do anything, Stan would never forgive Hank. The reason why Stan endured Hank's behavior was that Hank was valuable to him. If Hank lost his value, why would Stan continue to tolerate his provocation? Ever since T-Faction was established, Hank was the first person who dared to challenge the majesty of T-Man Stan. After everything was ready, David first returned to South River Province, dressed up in a disguise, got a fake identity, and flew abroad. This time, he needed to hide his identity. Even if he killed Justin and took down Dark Cape, he had no intention of revealing his identity for the time being. That would be his hidden trump, and he would need it at critical moments. Moreover, he did not want to disrupt the balance between the two empires. If the existing balance was disrupted and the two sides went to war, only God knew how many innocent people would be killed. Therefore, he would not do it. This was unless the two empires went to war first, at which point he could secretly deliver a fatal blow to Falconia. Abroad in Chaos Land. This was a place composed of many small countries and countless mercenary groups. It had a large area and was very rich in various resources, which made it a paradise for mercenaries and killers. Small wars for resources were fought almost every day. Strength was everything here. As long as you had strength, you could freely occupy territories with rich resources. Of course, this was also the most dangerous place in the world. You might occupy a good plot of land today, but tomorrow, it might be destroyed by others. The resources that you had just seized would then belong to others. This was how Chaos Land got its reputation. Paul's Red Flame mercenaries were inhabiting a little corner of Chaos Lands. He did not choose to occupy a place with plentiful resources, but instead, he chose a depleted corner of land. Because he had David's support, he was not short of money at all. His current purpose was also to recruit people. The territory that the Red Flame mercenaries seized was an abandoned building that had been ruined by the war. After a simple cleanup, dozens of tents were set up on the perimeter. Paul was sitting in the main seat of the living room while Wayne and Gordon stood behind him. A dozen people in various outfits sat below him, all of which had cynical looks on their faces. There was a lot of noise in the living room, and everyone was engaged in their own conversations. They were completely ignoring the acting captain, Paul. There was a young man in his 30s sitting on Paul's right hand. At this moment, he had his eyes closed and was saying nothing, but no one around dared to approach him. Paul was also troubled. In just over 20 days, the thousands of members recruited by Red Flame had been divided into more than 10 small teams by these people. There was nothing he could do. Each of these leaders from the small teams was stronger than him. In Chaos Land, where strength alone ruled, his strength as a mid-tiger rank was really not enough. If they were not getting money from him, his position would have been seized long ago. Deputy Captain Shaw, when will the captain arrive? Won't we be courting death if we're the only ones attacking Dark Cape? Tyrant can defeat us all by himself. Otherwise, you can give us the rest of the money and we will just disband right here, said one of the leaders of the small team. Yeah, hurry up and give us the rest of the money in one go. Then, we can leave. Everyone came here for the money. Do you really think anyone is willing to attack Dark Cape? Do you think they're desperate to die? Besides, it's time to pay us today, so hurry up and pay us. The man sitting on Paul's right suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the man who had just spoken. The man felt a chill down his back after he was stared at. He said, "Killer, you have a grudge against Tyrant, but we don't. Don't direct your anger at me. If you want revenge, go find him yourself." Killer looked at him for a while before closing his eyes again. Killer's real name was Santiago Roland, and he was a native of Summerland. He was the leader of a small mercenary group in Chaos Land, and was powerful and very famous in the country. He had liked practicing martial arts since he was a child. His parents were in the reselling business, operating between a small country and Summerland. They bought resources from these places at a low price and shipped them to Summerland for resale. Hence, his family was pretty well off. However, more than 10 years ago, when his parents were transporting resources abroad, they were targeted by a mercenary group. In the end, the resources were taken away and his parents were also abducted. At that time, he had just become an adult. Although he had paid a huge ransom as per the request of the other party, in the end, his parents still could not return. Therefore, he resolutely gave up his studies, came to Chaos Land, and started his career as a mercenary. Since he liked martial arts ever since he was a child, he became famous a few years later. Of course, only he knew who knew how many life and death crises he faced in the process. At this time, he finally found out that his parents were kidnapped by bloodthirsty mercenaries, and they had killed his parents after receiving the ransom. Over the years, he had constantly been thinking about revenge. Unfortunately, even though his strength had grown rapidly, the strength of bloodthirsty mercenaries had grown faster. This was especially true for Tyrant, who was already number 1 on the dragon rank. It was estimated that with his mid-rank strength, Killer would not last 10 rounds in a fight against Tyrant. He originally thought that there was no hope of taking revenge in his lifetime, but half a month ago, he heard that someone was recruiting mercenaries to attack Dark Cape, so he did not hesitate to join them along with his own mercenary group. However, when he joined, he was disappointed. This was just a group made up of a motley crowd. They were undoubtedly courting death if they wanted to use this gang of people to attack Dark Cape. However, he was still waiting for the legendary captain of the group to appear. If the captain of the group was not as strong as him, he would turn around and leave. Although he wanted to seek revenge, he did not have a death wish. It did matter if he died, but he was also responsible for his men who had been with him for many years, and he could not implicate them to die with him. Paul asked Wayne to fetch 2 large suitcases. When he opened them, they were revealed to be full of money, after which Paul started giving out the money. In order to keep these mercenaries, he promised to pay them every 3 days, with the amount of money being proportional to their strength. Soon, the leaders of more than a dozen small teams all received large sums of money. At this time, a burly man with a ferocious appearance and a huge scar on his face stood up and said, "Deputy Captain Shaw, I'm very curious about how much money you have in your small vault. Why don't you take it out so everyone can share it? We'll be courting death if we want to attack Dark Cape. Don't you agree?" "Yes, take out the money and let's divide it." "I agree. I agree." Many people present stood up and echoed. Paul was also nervous at this time. He knew that sooner or later these people would begin eyeing his money. He had also been in this place for many years, so he knew this group of people too well. As long as there was interest, they would swarm over from all directions like flies. With his strength, he could not control this group at all. "Why isn't Mr. Lydell here yet?" If he did not come soon, Paul would really not be able to hold the fort anymore. He was supposed to come in 20 days, but now, almost 25 days had passed. Just as Paul was at a loss, Killer closed his eyes and said, "Sit down and wait until the captain arrives." "Killer, you are the only one here who wants revenge. We are all for money. If you want to die, don't get us involved. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop all of us here," Scarface said. "I'll say it again. Sit down and wait for the captain." "You." Scarface wanted to say more, but Killer opened his eyes quickly and looked over. Scarface only felt a cold light shooting at him, sending chills all over his body. He was by no means Killer's opponent. This was his first thought. "Okay, then I'll give you face and wait until noon." Scarface sat down after speaking, and the others naturally followed. Paul breathed a sigh of relief. David told Paul in advance that he would be arriving today. Hopefully, Mr. Liddell can arrive in time. Noon came very soon. David still did not appear, and sweat gradually started to appear on Paul's forehead. One could only imagine the pressure he was under right now as he was faced with more than a dozen people who were stronger than him. At this moment, Scarface stood up again. He said, "Killer, we've shown you enough respect. The captain is non-existent, and we don't want to waste our time here anymore. Give us the money now so we can go." Killer did not say anything. He also felt that this so-called captain was not coming. Sigh. Killer sighed in his heart. It seemed that there was no more hope. Scarface continued, "Paul, if you open the vault and share the money with everyone, we will be able to spare you. If not, don't blame us for being rude to you." More than 10 other people also stood behind Scarface. It was clear that they supported Scarface's words. Paul, Gordon, and Wayne were sweating right now. They had no choice. If they really had no other way, they should just give them the money. After all, their lives were more important. They believed that Mr. Liddell would not blame them for doing this. Furthermore, this was not their fault anyway. They were promised 20 days, but more than 20 days had already passed. When Paul was about to say something, a voice sounded in the hall. "Who are you being rude to? Who are you being rude to?" A voice sounded in the empty living room. Everyone followed the voice and saw a young man wearing a half-silver mask standing at the entrance of the living room. Mr. Liddell finally made it. Paul and his gang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Killer opened his eyes and looked at the figure at the door. He could not sense any strong aura from him. "Who the F***ck are you? Do you want to die?" Scarface scolded as he looked at David. "What a foul mouth. I should slap you." After David said that, "Slap," a voice sounded in the living room. Then, everyone saw that half of Scarface's face was swollen. Where was he? Everyone looked around to find that David was already sitting in Paul's seat, while Paul was standing behind him. What? What just happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. After they heard, "What a foul mouth. I should slap you," Scarface's face had already swelled up. Moreover, the masked man who was at the door just now had already sat down in the main seat. Could a human move at such speeds? At that moment, Scarface was clutching his face with one hand, while looking at David, who was sitting in the main seat in horror. Although his face was burning with pain, he did not dare to make a sound. He was a dignified master in the beginner stage of the dragon rank, and he did not even see his opponent's movements clearly. The other party slapped him on the face just now, and he could not even react. This meant that he could easily have been killed by now. He was so powerful. It was beyond his comprehension. This was definitely the strongest person he had ever seen. None of the masters in the late stages of the dragon rank he had seen had ever gave off so much pressure. This was at least a peak dragon ranker. At this moment, Killer was also staring at David. Scarface did not see David's movements clearly, but neither could her. This could only mean one thing. The opponent was much stronger than him, so he could not even see the opponent's movements clearly. He was so strong. The masters in the late stages of the dragon rank were definitely not so strong. Was he a peak dragon ranker? What a young peak dragon ranker. Who was he? No one like this ever existed in the Chaos Land. The living room was silence at that moment. "Out of consideration of you joining Red Flame mercenaries and serving me, I will treat that as a small punishment. Do you accept this?" David asked. Scarface came back to his senses and said quickly, "Yes, yes, yes. I am willing to accept it. Captain, I, Scarface, can't utter decent language from my filthy mouth. I have offended you, but please don't stoop to pettiness or harbor grievances against me. I hope you can spare me. I, Scarface, will forever be at your service." He was really shocked by David's strength. There were no rules in the Chaos Land. All of the rules were made by the strong. He was afraid that David would become unhappy and kill him, so he quickly showed his loyalty. "My name is Silverface, and I am the captain of Red Flame Mercenaries. From today, Paul will be the deputy captain of Red Flame Mercenaries. I hope you can respect him as next time. There will be no mercy if a situation like this were to repeat itself. Does anyone have anything to say?" 1. Neither Scarface nor the dozen or so people behind him dared to speak. Obviously, he was shocked by David's slap. If he could not even see the opponent's movements clearly, how could he fight back? At this time, Killer stood up and said, "Captain, I have a question." "Go ahead." David laid eyes on Killer the first time he came in. Killer was the strongest among everyone in the living room, reaching mid-dragon rank. Other than that, Scarface's strength was at the beginner stage of the dragon rank, while the rest of them were either peak tiger rankers or mid-A tiger rank. Just now, if David had not decided that Scarface's strength in the beginner stage of the dragon rank would play a big role in his attack on Dark Cape soon, he would have seriously injured Scarface and made him bedridden for at least 3 months. This way, the deterrent effect would be more obvious. "I want to ask whether you're really going to attack Dark Cape," Killer said. "Do you think I'm joking? I didn't spend so much money to gather everyone just to sightsee. Before I came, no one would anyone looking to quit. But now that I'm here, I'm sorry. If you've taken my money, you will need to work for me. If you want to leave, sure. You should leave your life with me first," David said lightly. Upon hearing David's words, the people in the living room did not even dare to breathe too loudly. They were all here for the money, and no one thought they would really need to attack Dark Cape. If they really were to do so, 90% of them would definitely want to quit. However, judging from the tone of the captain, not only were they really going to attack Dark Cape, but the captain had also blocked their exit paths. Killer was the only one excited in the room. The leader's strength was at least a peak dragon ranker. As long as he could stop Tyrant, it was not impossible to conquer Dark Cape. Of course, the more than 1,000 people in Red Flame Mercenaries were far from enough. However, he had at least seen hope. If there was hope, there would be infinite power. In addition to that, this was the only source hope that had appeared ever since he learned that bloodthirsty mercenaries killed his parents. No matter what, he would try this with the captain. Otherwise, he would not be reconciled for the rest of his life. However, he still wanted to remind the captain that with Red Flame's current strength, there would be no hope that they could defeat Dark Cape even if the captain could stop Tyrant. "Captain, with all due respect, there is no chance of us defeating Dark Cape now. Bloodthirsty mercenaries have been established for nearly 20 years, and now they have occupied the precious land of Dark Cape. The number of members has reached the tens of thousands, and they have exceptional weapons. We only have more than 1,000 people, and we're currently no match for them." Everyone else in the living room nodded. They figured that it would be best to persuade the captain to give up attacking Dark Cape. "I know, so you need to exert your influence in the next week. You have all been in Chaos Land for many years, and you have a good understanding of this place. I want you to go out and win over some other powerful people or mercenary groups. Money is not a problem, as I can give you as much as you want. If they don't want money, you can tell them that everyone will become famous in the global underground world by taking down Dark Cape. Also, Tyrant will definitely die." After David said the last sentence, the aura of his double limit was suddenly exuded. Except for Paul and the gang who were standing behind David that were deliberately spared, everyone in the living room, including the 2 dragon rank masters, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. David, whose body has reached the extraordinary limit, was already equivalent to a peak dragon ranker. In addition to his mind power also being at the limit, his strength surpassed the peak of dragon rank, currently being 1 step beyond it. One should not underestimate this step as it represented another level, a transitional realm that surpassed dragon rank but was half a step away from the next realm. This was also the dream of many peak dragon rankers. This was because once they reached this state, it was only a matter of time before they could break through to the next state. He released this aura with all of his strength. The entire building and living room began shaking slightly. Everyone in the living room who was targeted by David's power felt like they were instantly frozen in a block of ice. Not only did they feel cold, but they also could not even move their fingers. This was the dual repression of the body and the mind. At this moment, as they were facing David, it was as if they were encountering their natural enemy on top of the food chain, such that they could not muster up any resistance at all. In the martial arts world, even if one's strength was far greater than their opponent's, this would never happen. This was the effect of David's mind power. His mind power was overwhelming, and he was able to suppress his enemies mentally to make his enemies feel in awe of him. Moreover, the two dragon rank masters were the most shocked in their hearts. Scarface was a little better off. After all, he just broke through dragon rank not long ago, so he did not really understand the gap within their ranks. He sensed that David was strong just now, and now, he just felt that David was even stronger. Killer was different. He was already a mid-dragon rank expert, and he had seen more than one person that was in the late dragon rank. The strength that David currently showed was beyond his imagination. The pressure from peak dragon ranker was far less than that. Could it be that the captain has taken that step? Killer widened his eyes to look at David, who was sitting in the main seat leisurely. If it was true, annihilating bloodthirsty mercenaries would not be as hard as he imagined. At this moment, he was excited. How many years had it been? He had been in the Chaos Land for so long, and he had experienced life and death countless times. But he was unwilling to go home. Even when his grandfather died, he did not go back. It was all because he was waiting for this opportunity. Now, it was finally here. He could finally avenge his parents. The heavy aura quickly disappeared. What do you think? David asked in a flat tone as he stopped pressuring them and tapped lightly on the table with one hand. Although he was asking it like this was a negotiation, it sounded irrefutable when it fell on everyone's ears, such that no one dared to speak out against it. Since there is no objection, then everyone, split up and go your own ways. After a week, we will gather here. I hope none of you here goes missing then. Otherwise, there will be nowhere you can hide in this huge world. Don't worry, Captain. I will definitely complete the task and get more people to join Red Flame. Scarface immediately expressed his loyalty. Yes, yes, yes. Me too. I will complete the task given by you, Captain. Me too. Me too. David continued. Of course, if you can get more people from Red Flame, I will reward you after we take down Dark Cape and annihilate the bloodthirsty mercenaries. I will not allow anyone who contributed to Red Flame to suffer losses. All right, go your separate ways. The people in the room gradually dispersed. However, Killer was the only one that did not leave. Do you need anything? David looked at Killer and asked. Yes, Killer answered. Paul and the gang immediately understood, so they left the living room. Tell me, Captain, if we manage to take down Dark Cape, can you leave the finishing blow to Tyrant to me? Killer asked. Oh, do you have beef with him? Absolutely irreconcilable, Neelier replied through gritted teeth. Tell me about it. After David heard Killer's story, he could not help but look up to him slightly. He was a kid from a rich family who lived a good life since childhood, but because his parents were kidnapped and killed by bloodthirsty mercenaries, he came to Chaos Land alone in order to avenge his parents. Then, he spent more than a decade to grow to this stage. Only Killer knew how many dangers in life and death he had experienced throughout this journey. Such a person was indeed worthy of his admiration. It had nothing to do with strength, but instead, this was about his spirit. Sure, David said. There was no need for him to refuse this kind of thing. As long as the result was the same, the process was not important. He had no grievances with Tyrant, and he only wanted to kill Tyrant so that the Chase's family would not have him as their talisman anymore. By then, he could easily take action against the Chase's family. Therefore, ultimately, it did not matter whose hands Tyrant died in. Besides, Tyrant seemed to be a man of many evils. In reality, not everyone in the mercenary world was a bad guy. Many of the tasks the mercenaries took on were jobs similar to what a bodyguard would do. They would just need to protect the safety of their employer. This was like the small team Paul and his men used to be in. "Thank you, Captain," Killer exclaimed excitedly. Finally, there was hope for revenge, and his parents would finally be able to rest in peace. He had waited too long for this day. "But I also have one condition," David said. "Please tell me, Captain. I want you to join the Red Flame completely and become the deputy captain of Red Flame. With Paul's strength, he's destined not to be able to control Red Flame mercenaries, and I can't stay here forever. So, I need a strong person who could hold the fort to lead Red Flame. What do you think?" Killer thought about it and answered, "All right. As long as you help me avenge my father, I will accept your order." A real man never goes back on his words. Killer went back to where he was staying. Before David got here, he was indeed the strongest, so he managed to occupy a dilapidated building the weaker ones could only build their own tents. Fortunately, these mercenaries were cruel and merciless people, so they did not care so much. They could fall asleep even in the wilderness, let alone in tents. As soon as Killer entered the building, someone asked, "Boss, how's it going? Are we leaving too?" "I think everyone has evacuated." There were 7 or 8 people in the room at that moment. They were all fiddling with their weapons, some wiping their sniper rifles while others were toying with the dagger in their hands. After Killer walked in, they all looked up at him. The one who just spoke was one of the women who was dressed enchantingly. Moreover, all of these 7 or 8 people were Tiger rank masters. Some of them were even peak Tiger rankers. They were definitely a powerful force that could not be ignored. Obviously, Killer's team valued quality over quantity, preferring to recruit elites. "I decided to disband our team and merge with the Red Flame mercenaries," Killer said. "What? Boss, are you suffering from a fever? Why? Isn't it good for us to stay together? Our target is small, and we have a lot of mobility. Even the big mercenaries can't do anything about us. Yeah, I think we're fine like this. Why should we merge with Red Flame? Could it be that Red Flame is seriously attacking Darkcape? Boss, we know you want to seek revenge, but you're courting death if you do this." Everyone stopped doing what they were doing as they waited for Killer's answer. They could not accept the team's disbandment nor their merger with Red Flame. They had been working for so many years, and they had a strong mutual understanding when carrying out tasks. Plus, they had a close relationship with each other. They would be scattered if they were to join other mercenary units. Would they still be able to trust their teammates if they joined other teams? "I met the captain of the Red Flame mercenaries today, and he's very strong," Killer said. "How strong?" "I can offer no resistance in front of him. I suspect he has already reached the peak and taken that small step." "What?" Everyone looked at Killer in shock. Naturally, they understood what Killer meant. But how was this possible? The captain of a newly formed mercenary group turned out to be a master above the peak. Who would believe this? No one. Although they had not reached that level, they had been with Killer for so many years, and they knew how difficult it was to take that small step. There were not many people at the peak of dragon rank, but there were quite a number of them amongst the tens of billions of people in the world. However, those who took that small step were inconceivably rare. This was because once someone took that step, it was only a matter of time for them to break through to that legendary realm. Tyrant, the number 1 of dragon rank, was only in the dragon rank. If the captain of Red Flame really took that step, he would no longer belong to the category of dragon rank. If that was the case, Tyrant was definitely no match for the captain of Red Flame. Although the difference between the two was only a small step, the quality was completely different. Killer went on to say, "The others did not leave, but instead, they went to complete the tasks assigned by the captain. We will also leave in a while to gather some strong people to join Red Flame. We will meet here in a week and wait for the captain's arrangement, and then we'll attack Darkcape." "Boss, have you made up your mind? You have to understand that once we join Red Flame, they won't let us form teams of our own. They will split us all up. We've formed such great mutual understanding, and I don't want to be in a team with other people. I don't trust them." "Me too. Us too." The rest of them chimed in. Don't worry about this. After taking down Darkcape and destroying bloodthirsty mercenaries, the captain will leave by then, I will be the first deputy leader of Red Flarn and will assign you all to an elite team. After we take down Dark Cape, we'll be able to settle down, and we won't have to live this kind of homeless and miserable life anymore." Upon hearing Killer's words, they were all slightly moved. If their leader could become the first deputy captain of Red Flame, merging with Red Flarn was no longer an unacceptable proposition. Plus, with the wealth and extravagance that Red Flame had shown, they would enjoy a much better life in the future. "Boss, are you sure that the captain is not lying to you? Will they really hand Red Flame to you after spending so much effort to form the Red Flame mercenaries and taking control of Dark Cape? Moreover, he even intends to let you be the first deputy captain? What is the purpose of him doing this?" "I don't know the purpose of the captain. Maybe he has the same hatred toward bloodthirsty mercenaries as me, or maybe he wants to take Dark Cape into his own hands, but I believe he won't lie to me. Besides, a strong man of this level would not even bother lying to me," Killer said seriously. Several people looked at each other and nodded. One of them stood up and said, "Okay, since you said so, boss, then we agree to merge with Red Flame. But our team can't be separated, otherwise, we will not be able to trust our teammates when we're on missions." "Don't worry, you won't be separated. If the attack on Dark Cape is successful this time, this might just be our last mission, after which everyone can live in peace. Dark Cape is a treasured land that is blessed by heaven, and you won't run out of money if you're over there." The bloodthirsty mercenaries occupied Dark Cape for nearly 10 years, and they had never done a single mission, Killer said. He and these people were brothers in life and death. Even though Killer was in a much higher realm than them, he had never put on airs, and he had never taken arbitrary action. He would always discuss with everyone no matter what happened. That was why so many strong people were willing to follow him. A Peak Tiger ranker had enough power to become a captain and lead their own small mercenary group to accept missions. However, they were all willing to follow Killer due to the latter's charm. He was strong, and he did not put on airs. Aside from the fact that he was a little strict when they were on missions, he would usually be able to get along with everyone. Besides, they also understood by executing their mission strictly, they were being responsible for everyone's lives. After Killer convinced everyone, he left alongside them. He was going to gather more men to attack Dark Cape. Although the captain could deal with Tyrant, there were still many masters in the bloodthirsty mercenaries, and their current strength was far from enough. Before he left, David told him that he could hire a few large mercenary groups to help at a large price. As long as Tyrant was taken care of, he believed they would not give up this good opportunity to make money and become famous. He also felt that this method was very feasible. Thus, he was going to contact a few large mercenary groups to see if he could convince them. After Killer left, Paul and the gang walked in. "Mr. Lydell." The three greeted at the same time. "Thanks for the hard work these past days, guys," David said. "It's not that hard, but if you had not come, we really wouldn't have been able to control them anymore. These mercenaries are all full of experiences, and we could not restrain them with our current strength at all. If it wasn't for Killer, they would have replaced me a long time ago." Paul smiled bitterly. "Is Killer the one who just stayed just now?" David asked. "Yes, as far as I know, he really has a vendetta against bloodthirsty mercenaries," Paul replied. "Yeah, I got it. He will be the first deputy captain of Red Flame in the future. You don't have to overthink. I can only find a stronger person to control Red Flame since you won't be able to suppress them with your strength when I am not around. I hope you can understand that you also need to continue to train diligently and strive to break through to the dragon rank as soon as possible." "I understand, Mr. Lydell," Paul replied respectfully. He knew the mechanics of a mercenary group better than David. The person with the capability would go up in ranks while the person without would only go down. Strength was the foundation of all things. With his current strength, he would be more suitable to being the leader of a small team. He was still not qualified to be the deputy captain. But you are still the deputy captain. You should take charge of the daily operations of Red Flame. "Thank you, Mr. Lydell. By the way, what happened to the order I gave you?" "Mr. Lydell, it has been done. The most advanced weapons in the world will arrive within 3 days." "That's good. We will set off to attack Dark Cape a week later no matter the circumstances. You should go and make preparations." "All right, Mr. Lydell." With that, Paul and the gang left. Meanwhile, David was a little absent-minded as he sat on his chair. He would need to attack Dark Cape in a week. His strength had reached a double limit again. According to his last experience, if he wanted to continue upgrading, he might need to have about 10,000 lavish points, which meant he would need to spend $1 trillion. There were two categories, namely his body and mind. If he needed 10,000 lavish points for each one, then he would need 20,000 for both. This did not include the points needed to continue upgrading each trait. If his lavish points continued its current pace and increased by a little more than 10 points a day, he did not know when he would be able to reach that goal. It would be great if the Earth had an owner, as he would seriously go and ask them whether they were selling the planet. Chaos Land used to be a very powerful country. Although it was not comparable to the two empires of Summerland and Falconia, it was still much stronger than some other countries. Since this country was extremely rich in natural resources, Falconia had been eyeing at it for a long time. But due to the pressure exerted by Summerland, Falconia did not dare to do anything too brazen, hence, they could only start from within. After years of infiltration by Falconia, the country was now divided from within. Just as Falconia intended to seize the country's resources, it was stopped by Summerland. Naturally, Summerland would not allow Falconia to continue to strengthen itself. The two empires would restrict each other, which then gave the mercenary groups huge opportunities to expand. After all the shenanigans, the place had developed to become a heaven for mercenaries, while even the surrounding small countries would send people disguised as mercenaries to snatch resources for themselves. With that, Chaos Land became the most chaotic place in the world. It was similar to tribal hegemony. Large mercenary groups were equivalent to large tribes and would occupy places with rich resources, while small mercenary groups were equivalent to small tribes who would occupy places with relatively fewer resources. Once the resources in the occupied territory were depleted, they would either look for new land with untapped resources or conquer resource-rich land that were previously occupied by other mercenary groups. When this happened, it would trigger a battle. Therefore, the natives here hated the Falconians very much, but they also slowly accepted reality. They would group to combine their strength, and then move around under the name of the mercenary groups. The largest mercenary group in the global underground world, the Holy Light Mercenaries, was composed of masters left behind from the former country. They were still occupying the most prosperous place in the Chaos Land. The reason why they were named Holy Light was that they wanted to purify all darkness in the world. On the other hand, there was one kind of entity in the Chaos Land that was protected by all mercenary groups. That was the Professional Resource Collection Team. The mercenary group occupied the land with resources. Naturally, they needed to collect resources and exchange them for money. However, as many did not know how to collect these resources, a new professional group was born, which was now known as the Resource Collection Team. They would charge a certain commission to help the mercenary group gather resources. Even if the mercenary group they were helping got destroyed, they would not be harmed. They would just change to another employer and continue doing their job. This was because they would not work unless their safety could be guaranteed. If they refused to come, it would be useless even if the mercenary group occupied the areas in question. Therefore, within Chaos Land, whenever there was a war between mercenary groups to snatch resources, the resource collection workers would never be implicated. Even if they were accidentally injured, they would be compensated with a lot of money. The resources collected by the major mercenary groups also had to be sold, which then formed a trading area in the Chaos Land that was called the Peace Area. This place was also protected by all mercenaries, as the resources that everyone collected would be shipped here to exchange for money and traded for daily necessities and food. The Peace Area also gathered merchants from various countries around the world. After they had shipped the resources out and sold them, they would bring in all kinds of food. Many resource collection workers would also rest in the Peace Area when they did not have tasks at hand. At the same time, they would wait for their next task to arrive. The Peace Area was actually a bustling city that was located in Chaos Land. It was safe, lively, and prosperous. Of course, safety was also relative. There was no absolute safety in Chaos Land. The temporary gathering place of Red Flame that Paul chose was very close to the Peace Area, which made it convenient for him to issue recruitment tasks and buy supplies. As for why they did not set up a temporary gathering place for Red Flame mercenaries in the Peace Area itself, it was not because they did not want to spend money, but it was because they also had to buy a large number of advanced weapons. Unfortunately, weapons were not allowed in the peace area. Thus, they could only find a temporary lodging outside the peace area. At this moment, David was walking on the bustling streets of the peace area. The liveliness here made him feel like he was back in Summerland. However, the difference was that there were no high-rise buildings here. The tallest building was a small building consisting of several floors. There were many people selling things on the street, including food, clothing, and daily necessities. There were all kinds of items being sold here, but the prices were often super expensive, often costing at least 5 times the price back in Summerland. Occasionally, some items were even 10 times the price back home. After all, doing business here would carry a certain amount of risk. Who would come here if there were no huge benefits tempting them? Moreover, the people here, whether they were mercenaries or workers from the resources collection team, would be able to earn a lot of money. They would then spend money recklessly. This was especially true for the mercenaries. They would live precariously every day, and they did not adopt the concept of saving money. Thus, they would be happiest spending money in the peace area pursuing enjoyment. David found a well-decorated hotel to live in. There was still a week left, so he was going to live here. After all, he was not a mercenary, and he was not used to their way of life. The condition of the hotel was all right, but the price was a bit outrageous. Of course, David did not care since money was just a number to him. Those who could live in this type of hotel were generally high-level executives of medium-sized mercenary groups or powerful people who earned a lot of money. That was why they could afford to spend money here. Knock, knock. Not long after entering the hotel room, there was a knock on the door. David opened the door and saw a scantily clad blonde woman standing in front of the door. "Sir, do you need any services?" The woman was obviously not from Summerland. She should have been from one of the small countries around the country, but was speaking in fluent Summerish. As an adult, David naturally knew what this service was, but he was not interested. He was even able to hold himself back in front of Amelia, so of course, he would be able to hold himself back from an escort. He did not want to give this kind of woman his first time. "No, thanks," David replied. After he said that, he was about to close the door. However, the woman stopped him from doing so. "Sir, we have women from every country. What type do you want? We can satisfy your every need," the woman asked, unwilling to give up. "I really don't need it. Thanks, I'm going to rest." David tried to close the door, but the door was still stuck. "Get lost." David spat out those 2 words, displaying some of his prestige. The woman was stunned. It was obvious that she was scared. David quickly shut the door when she removed her foot from the door. The woman came back to her senses and stomped her feet in anger. Then, she turned around to leave. When she was at the corner of the corridor, she met up with her partner. "Lena, how's it?" a rough voice asked. "I failed. That kid is not interested in women at all," Lena answered. "According to my observation, that kid is loaded. You have to find a way to trap him. We'll be able to live carefreely for a few years if we succeed. Scanned with cam scanner. Yeah, we'll think of a plan when he comes out at night." Obviously, the free service Lena offered to David was as simple as it appeared. Once David let her into the room, nothing would be straightforward. Of course, it was fortunate that David did not let her in. If not, he would have been murdered without even knowing the reason. Even though there were rules in the peace area, the rules were set by the strong. Plus, with David's strength, he was already at the stage where he had the power to change the rules. In the evening, David left the hotel. The hotel did not prepare food for its guests. The mess would need to take care of their meals themselves. David found a restaurant at Random Street, and when he was about to go back to the hotel after patéing, he saw a bar next to the hotel named Rock Bar. He felt that it would be fine to go in, so he did just that. The bar was huge and noisy. A few scantily clad girls led the dance on the stage while countless people roared and shouted from below. David went to the second floor to find a seat and sat down, watching the crowd moving their bodies frantically on the dance floor downstairs. They seemed to be releasing their pent-up energy. Soon a Walter came over. "Sir, what would you like to order?" "What specialty do you have?" "Give me 2 glasses of that," David said. "Okay, please wait a moment, sir." The waiter left after speaking. Not long after, 2 glasses of colorful alcohol were brought to him. David was drinking and watching the crowd downstairs as they vented their frustrations through dancing. He was enjoying himself. Time passed slowly. There were more and more people in the bar now. The second floor, which was empty just now, was already full of people at that moment. Only David's table had an empty seat. Because people paid by the table here, so many people wanted to come over to share a table with David, many of whom were seductive beauties, but David rejected them all. He did not like to share a space with strangers. David just looked downstairs quietly. Not long after, a figure stumbled over and sat opposite David. "I said I don't want to share a table with others. Please leave, thank you," David said. However, he did not turn his head to look at the person, his eyes still glued to what was. After waiting for a while, the other party did not seem to be David tummed his head. Alri intention of top. What caught his eyes was a head of blue-haired David, could not be the other Perrons too because she was lying on the table. Just as David was about to speak and call the other party town up, a deep and resounding voda came from downstairs. "The Black Water Mercenaries are on duty. Please cooperate. Don't run around, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. We're just here to arrest someone." The originally noisy bar suddenly became quiet. Black Water Mercenaries was a large-scale mercenary group located nearby. They had thousands of members and were very powerful. Ordinary people would not be able to afford to provoke them. Hundreds of people soon poured in and began to search the people on the dance floor one by one. Some of them went directly to the second floor. The person who came up saw the person lying opposite David at a glance. Her blue hair was very conspicuous, and the mercenaries immediately shouted, "Captain, over here!" A ferocious-looking man took more than a dozen people to the second floor. He was Blackwater, the captain of Blackwater Mercenaries. After spotting the woman lying opposite David, Blackwater stretched out his hand to grab her blue hair and pull. The woman was then pulled to the ground, lying on her back. However, the woman did not wake up after she was grabbed with such great force before being thrown to the ground. She should have been drugged by something, leading her to fall unconscious. "Damn, it's this filthy B*T. She even wanted to kill me, but fortunately, I was prepared," Blackwater cursed after seeing the woman's face. Then he said, "Somebody, take her away. I'll decide how I'll torture her after she wakes up. When I'm satisfied with her, you all will get a turn too." "Thank you, Captain. Haha, this chick has such soft and supple skin. I'm sure she's of the highest quality." Immediately, several people stepped forward to take the woman. Anal David did not plan to get involved in this mess. It was a DOP, what Dow? Stot ton in the Chaos Land, so who could be sure that the woman lying on the ground was a Wood Pains? However, when this group of people was about to leave, Binkwater suddenly turned to AT David. When he saw that David was not only sitting on the VIP floor but was also donning the best alcohol and wearing fancy clothes, he asked, "Are you her accomplice?" David did not bother to talk to him. Seeing that David was not answering him, he said again, "Take him too. F***CK, you're very ballsy for trying to kill me. Are you so desperate to die?" The other guests on the second floor looked at David like they were feeling pity for him. They saw David sitting there when they came up and just now and noticed how the woman ran over directly to sit opposite him. Aside from David asking the other party to leave, there had been no further communication between them. They were definitely not working together, and it was obvious that the captain of the Blackwater Mercenaries saw that David looked rich and wanted to blackmail him. This situation was not uncommon in the peace area, and it would usually be settled with some money. However, with the notoriety of Blackwater Mercenaries, David might not be able to get out of this by just spending some money. They predicted that David would have to bankrupt himself if he wanted to save himself. At this time, a person from Blackwater Mercenaries walked up to David and was about to take him away, but before his hand touched David, his body flew away. Bang! Ah! A loud sound was followed by a scream. The man who had just tried to take action flew back and hit the wall on the second floor. Right now, he had already passed out. Everyone on the second floor looked at David in surprise. He looked fragile and weak, but he was a master. However, they did not think that there was anything special about this. There were too many masters in the Chaos Land, and it was normal to occasionally run into one or two hidden ones. It was just that David had completely offended the Blackwater mercenaries, and he might not be able to get out of this anymore even with money. Blackwater came over, narrowed his eyes at David, and grinned sinisterly. I was only going to collect some money, but now, I not only want money, but I also want your life. He was about to show his murderous intent, but David had already moved. Before everyone, including Blackwater, could react, David had grabbed his neck with one hand, pushed him to the wall, and lifted him with his back against the wall. Now, his feet were hanging off the ground. Asterisk, you're going to kill me? David's voice sounded like it was something straight out of the deepest level of hell. Everyone felt chills all over their bodies when it rang in their ears. Blackwater stared at David in horror and opened his mouth to say something, but because David was grabbing his neck, he could not speak at all. He could not understand how a person who did not even appear to be strong could be so powerful. David made him powerless to fight back. He wanted to talk so he could beg for mercy. However, the other party was grabbing his neck and did not give him the chance at all. Everyone who wants to kill me has only one place to go, and it's hell. After David said that, he exerted some force in his hand. Crack! David snapped Blackwater's neck under everyone on the second floor's horrified gaze. David let go of his hand and walked back to where he was. Then, Blackwater's corpse slid down to the floor. What? Everyone was in disbelief. The captain of Blackwater mercenaries, who was also a mid-dragon rank expert, was dead just like that? Everyone in Blackwater mercenaries was looking at each other. They were shivering in fright, and right now, they were not thinking about how to avenge Blackwater, but instead, they were thinking about how to calm this guy down so that he would not vent his anger on them. If that happened, none of them could get away. Their captain, who was a mid-dragon ranker, could not even endure one round by the hands of the other party. So how strong was this person? If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as chopping vegetables. In a secluded room in the bar, everything that was happening on the one flow. In a big screen, a lazy, enchanting figure was reclining on the sofa with a glass of red WBB was watching the surveillance video. She was Tulip, the owner of Rock Bar. A woman who could open a bar in the Chaos Land would not be someone's Sungle. When she saw that Blackwater was going to take David away, she was ready to depata someone to stop them. Who would dare to come to her bar to spend money after Blackwater did this kind Otawag sa her bar? Wouldn't he be cutting off her wealth and ruining her reputation? Even though this bar was small and other aspects of this place might be average at best in the Chaos Land, it was a cash cow. It could make her a lot of money every day. Safety was the most important aspect in a bar located in such a place. If the guest's stay could not be guaranteed after they came in, who could dare to come to spend money in the future? Therefore, she could not let Blackwater break the rules of her bar. Although Blackwater had informed her earlier, she would not care if he wanted to capture and kill his enemy. However, he should not even think about capturing her guest. As for whether they were accomplices, the people on the killer rank had always worked alone, much less Blue Enchantress, who was ranked 9th. Blue Enchantress suddenly rose from 30th place to 8th place half a year ago. It was said that she successfully assassinated someone who was in the beginner stage of the Dragon Rank Plus. The first deputy captain of the Blackwater mercenaries died suddenly half a year ago. Now, she was here to assassinate Blackwater again. Did this mean that the first deputy captain of Blackwater mercenaries died at the hands of Blue Enchantress half A? It seemed that there was indeed a big feud between them. Blackwater mercenaries were notorious in Chaos Land, and it was normal for them to offend others. See? The other party had nothing to do with what was happening, but since they looked rich, Blackwater mercenaries would want to make a fortune off of them. Sooner or later, they would fail and then get the opposite of what they wanted. However, this had nothing to do with her. She only needed to run BER bar well, and that would be enough for her. Looking at Blue Enchantress, who was lying on the ground, Tulip kind of wanted to take her in. However, after thinking of Blackwater's recent breakthrough to become a mid-dragon ranker, she was a little troubled. It was not wise to offend Blackwater for this matter. Therefore, she should just forget it. Just as Tulip was about to pick up the walkie-talkie and notify the bar manager to stop the Blackwater mercenaries, suddenly, she stared at the big screen with wide eyes. At this time, There was a scene on the big screen that horrified her. David grabbed Blackwater's neck with one hand and lifted him against the wall, and Blackwater, a mid-dragon ranker, was powerless to fight back. He could only widen his eyes and stare at the person in front of him in horror. In less than a second, Blackwater's neck was snapped, and his body slid limply down the comber of the wall. Blackwater, the captain of the dignified Blackwater mercenaries and a mid-dragon ranker, had just died? He did not even have a chance to resist. When did this character appear in the peace area? Who was this man? What was the purpose of him coming here? Tulip quickly took out her walkie-talkie and said, "Mr. Larson, M.I.M. Did you see the surveillance video?" "Why, yes." Mr. Larson was obviously shaken to his core. A mid-dragon ranker was already someone that was unfathomable to him. This kind of person was killed before he could even fight back. There was such a powerful person sitting in the bar, and as the manager, he had been completely unaware. This was a failure on his part to carry out his duty. When did the man with the half-silver mask come in? Has he been here before? "Ma'am, this person came in the evening and has been sitting there for a long time. It should be his first time today. I have never seen him before. Do you want me to send someone to follow him after he leaves?" Mr. Larson asked. "Follow him? Don't drag me into this if you want to die. Go get those 2 bottles of collector's edition red wine right now. I'll be there later," Tulip said. "Yes, ma'am." Tulip got up quickly, walked to the mirror, and reapplied her makeup. Then, she took in her mature yet alluring figure and face before leaving the room with a smile. David returned to his seat and sat down. He had just finished the first glass of alcohol and was taking a sip from the second glass. Then, he said, "Those who have nothing to do with this matter can leave now." The guests on the second floor began to walk downstairs one after another. None of the Blackwater mercenaries dared to move. When everyone was gone, David said, "Tell me, what's going on?" One of the Blackwater mercenaries stood up and said respectfully, "Sir, we are from Blackwater mercenaries." The blue-haired woman lying on the ground is the Blue Enchantress, who's ranked 9th in the killer rank. The first deputy captain of Blackwater Mercenaries died at her hands half a year ago. Today, she came to assassinate our captain again. The captain saw through her, and she escaped after taking a secret drug. We chased her all here while the person you just killed was our captain, who was known as Blackwater. Don't people on the killer rank usually work alone? Why did your captain claim that I'm her accomplice? David asked. It might be because you look like a rich man and he wanted to extort money from you. So, does Blackwater mercenaries do this a lot? The man was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground. He replied while kowtowing furiously, "Sir, we are just his subordinates, and we can only do what the captain says. Otherwise, we will be courting death. Please be the bigger person and spare us." The others knelt immediately. "Sir, please spare us. Tell me the size of Blackwater mercenaries," David said. "Sir, there are more than 1,300 people in the Blackwater mercenaries. Our leader was a mid-dragon ranker and the first deputy captain was in the beginner stage of the dragon rank, but they are all dead and now there are 16 tiger rankers and 54 first class. We never counted how many of the rest of the men are below first class." David contemplated for a while and decided that their size was pretty good. They would be a powerful force if they joined Red Flame, which would be very helpful for their attack on Dark Cape in a week. Plus, they had just seen his strength, so they should not dare to have any other thoughts. "You are now the acting captain of the team for the time being. Go back and sort out Blackwater mercenaries. Then, gather 5 kilometers west of the peace area. In a week, you will be working for me from now on. If you don't come, you will know the consequences," David said. "Yes, of course. We will definitely be there. Thank you for your kindness in not killing us. It is our honor to be able to work for a big shot like you." "Okay, you can leave now. Take the body away too." "Yes, sir, we will leave now." 2 people came out from the group of a dozen people and carried Blackwater's corpse away. They went downstairs and left the bar along with the 100 or so people downstairs. The entire second floor of the bar was quiet, leaving only David and the woman lying on the ground. David glanced at the woman. Number 9 on the killer rank? Blue Enchantress? This woman should not be too old, right? But she's already so powerful. The music downstairs continued, and the people on the dance floor started moving their bodies frantically again. This situation was very common in the peace area, and nobody found it strange. For most people, the level of the captain of Black Water mercenaries was still too out of reach for them. They did not know Black Water, and they did not know what happened on the second floor. They thought the Black Water mercenaries had caught the person they were after and had left, so they started to have fun again. However, 2 security guards at Rock Bar stood at the stairs to the second floor, restricted everyone else from going up. David poured the colorful alcohol from his glass onto Blue Enchantress's face. He did not know when this woman would wake up, and he did not have time to wait for her. Plus, he forgot to ask the people from Black Water mercenaries for an antidote, so he directly used the simplest and rudest method. Sure enough, this method was quite effective, and it did not take long for Blue Enchantress to wake up slowly. She opened her eyes and quickly got up from the ground. Then, she wiped the alcohol off her face with her hands before observing the surrounding environment vigilantly. When she saw that David was the only one around, she asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Now, please give me a reason not to kill you, Miss Blue Enchantress." "Number 9 on the killer list," David said lightly. He disliked these killers who would accept money to get rid of their employer's problems for them regardless of the target's identities, about disregarding whether the target was good or bad. As long as the employer paid them, they would take action, while he himself was nearly assassinated. If he was not strong enough, he would have already been killed. Therefore, he would not be merciful when encountering this kind of killer who could not distinguish between good and evil. If he was sure that the person in front of him was also like that, he would not hesitate to kill her to prevent her from assassinating others in the future. Scanned with Cam Scanner. When she heard him calling her name, Blue Enchantress knew that he had recognized her and quickly got into a defensive stance. Then, a dagger appeared in her hand. "Who the hell are you? I don't think I know you, right? Why do you want to kill me?" Blue Enchantress asked. "Oh, how ridiculous. You're an assassin. Do you think you haven't killed enough people who you don't know? What if I've also been entrusted to do this by others?" David replied, "Did Black Water send you? Where is he?" Blue Enchantress asked angrily, "What if I said I was sent by those innocent people whom you killed before?" "Innocent? None of the people I killed are innocent. They're all scum who destroyed my home. Unfortunately, I still can't kill all of them to avenge my family," Blue Enchantress sobbed emotionally. When David heard what Blue Enchantress said, he asked in shock, "Aren't you an assassin? You're even number 9 on the killer rank. Have you never killed an innocent person before?" "I only kill those who deserve to be killed. They destroyed my home and killed my family, but unfortunately, I'm not strong enough so I can't kill all of them." "So Black Water mercenaries were the ones Lio destroyed your home?" "Not exactly, but their captain and first deputy captain were the ones who did that. However, one could only kill their first deputy captain and not their captain. Black Waterloo plotted against me during this assassination attempt, so that's why I fled here. Tell me about your situation. If you can convince me, I won't kill you and I will even give you a surprise," David said. He wanted to hear the story of Blue Enchantress. If she had never killed an innocent person just as she claimed, he felt that it would be good to bring this person under his command. He needed more talents for his force anyway, but of course, he needed her character to be acceptable too. Blue Enchantress began to tell David about her past. She knew that she was not David's opponent at all. After all, she could sense that David was like an ocean while she was just a small boat. This was her talent. Not only could she hide her own aura, but she could also detect the strength of others. She relied on this to catch the first deputy captain of Black Water mercenaries off guard and kill him. He was at the beginning stage of Dragon Rank while she was halfway through Dragon Rank. Although they seemed to be half a step apart, there was a huge gap between them. If Black Water was a pond to her, David was the sea, and there was absolutely no comparison between the two. So, she could only do as David said because she did not want to die, and she also had not killed everyone who destroyed her home. Blue Enchantress was originally the princess of a small country on the edge of the Chaos Land who lived a carefree and happy life. Even though it was called a small country, it was actually equivalent to the area of a small county in Summerland. However, these small countries were much richer in resources than the small counties in Summerland. 10 years ago, the resources of this small country were coveted by a large mercenary group. Then, they came up with a random excuse and started attacking the small country. Although Blue Enchantress Country resisted with all its might, it was still defeated in the face of the enemy's well-prepared invasion. Everyone in the country was killed or captured. With the help of her master, she escaped. In the end, her master also died tragically at the hands of the enemy in order to cover for her. Then, she started her plan to seek revenge, but the mercenary group disbanded after completely seizing her country's resources. Many high-level mercenaries returned to their own countries to live a luxurious life because, a lot of we maybe middle and low-level mercenaries continued to fight in Chaos Land. There and Icarine of the Blackwater mercenaries were the idea crade, but they were also the most powerful and the best of the soldiers. The pass-through bar constant investigation. The mercenaries in the Goop who were still in the Chaos Land were nearly wiped out, with Blackwater being the last survivor. The remaining fares were high-level individuals who went back to their countries. These, Aurora, heard to a ne'er de late. She did not epic Blackwater to hair read mid-dragon rank v fall into the tra, and after she was drugged, she fled here. She thought she would surely be Dan. She woke up, to be our surprise. She discovered that she had not Tala Aminoku hands of Blackwater. The NAS trace summary of her history. This kind of thing happened in Chaos Land, however. It was me for someone to have the power to seek revenge, like she Enchantress. The ones who managed to survive would only drag out an ignoble existence over the past years. She relied on killing these people to dim up the rank of the killer rank. She even more straight to number 9 of the killer rank after she successfully killed the first deputy captain of the Rackwater mercenaries, a master in the beginner stage of the dragon rank, half a year ago, even though she gave all she had back then and was severely injured, only recovering after recuperating for 3 months. This did not diminish the fact that she had indeed killed a master in the begin stage of the dragon rank. After listening to the story of Blue Enchantress, David felt sorry for this girl. At the same time, he was wondering whether this girl was lying. How long had he been in Chaos Land? He had already met 2 people who had great bitterness, deep hatred, and bloody feuds. The first was Killer, and the second was Blue Enchantress. How could there be such a coincidence? Killer should be fine. After all, he was a mid-dragon ranker, so there was no need for him to lie to David. However, Blue Enchantress might try to pull a fast one. He had some doubts about whether this girl made up this story to save herself from him. However, since he could not tell whether she was telling the truth or lying, he would just keep her for the time being. He would judge her based on her future performance, and if she was lying, it would not be too late to take action then. He was not afraid that she might harbor evil intentions toward him. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and dirty tricks were futile. In reality, David did not know that in Chaos Land, many people bore blood feuds. However, the ones who could grow until they have sufficient strength and have the chance to seek revenge like those 2 were very rare. From now on, I'll call you Blue and you'll work for me from. By the way, I'll tell you a surprise. Blackwater is dead, David said, looking at Blue Enchantress. What? Blackwater is dead? Really? Blue Enchantress asked in surprise. He died while you were unconscious just now. He came to arrest you, but he offended me so I killed him. Originally, I didn't like you assassins, but after listening to your story, I chose to believe you and keep you with me for the time being. Thank you, Blue Enchantress thanked him while sobbing softly. You can call me sir. If everything you said was true, then I can help you whenever you meet an enemy whom you can't defeat. Really? Thank you, sir. At this moment, an enchanting woman in her 30s walked up to the second floor. She was wearing a bodycon dress that accentuated her curvy body, and she was holding 2 bottles of collector's edition red wine. She was the boss of the bar, Tulip. Blue, come here, David called out. Yes, sir. Blue Enchantress walked behind David and stood in place. Tulip was stunned. Originally, she wanted to keep Blue Enchantress with her. After all, she was the number 9 assassin in the killer rank. She might not have amazing combat abilities, but she did have excellent assassination methods. Sir, my name is Tulip, and I am the boss of Rock Bar. I've kept these 2 bottles of red wine for many years, and I've brought them out specially for you, Tulip said in an alluring voice. You're too courteous, Miss Tulip. I'm about to leave, so I'll just drink them next time. David got up and was about to leave after he said that. However, Tulip stopped him. Sir, please stop. Can I help you, Miss Tulip? David asked. Sir, is this your first time in Chaos Land? That's right. Even though I'm not anyone powerful in the peace area, people still respect me. If you need me for anything, just tell me. I'll definitely take good care of it for you, Tulip said to David, looking at him seductively. When David heard what Tulip said, he pondered for a while before sitting back down. He said, Since you said that, I do have something that I need your help with. Let's talk as we drink then. Tulip opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for David and herself. David stopped being courteous too. He raised his glass and toasted with Tulip before the two of them took a sip. May I know what I should call you? Tulip asked. My surname is Liddell, but you can call me Silverface. I'll just call you Mr. Liddell, I wonder. What do you want me to do for you? Miss Tulip, you should have a channel to contact those large and medium-sized mercenary groups, right? I can indeed get in touch with some of them. I want you to help me send a message to those large and medium-sized mercenary groups. Mr. Liddell, please tell me more. In 1 week, Red Flame mercenaries that I founded will set off to attack Darkcape and take down the bloodthirsty mercenaries. Anyone who wants to come to help Red Flames can name their price. Plus, Tyrant will definitely die, so I promise there would not be any unexpected harms, David said seriously. What? Blue Enchantress, who was standing behind Tulip and David, was shocked and she inhaled sharply. Mr. Liddell is going to attack Darkcape? Bloodthirsty Mercenaries was the third-ranked mercenary group in the global underground world, and Tyrant was recognized as the #1 figure in the dragon rank. Although Tulip determined that David's strength should be in the realm of a peak dragon ranker, there was still a gap between peak dragon rankers. A peak dragon ranker like Tyrant, who was about to take that small step, was much stronger than someone who had just entered the peak dragon rank. Moreover, Tyrant had been the #1 in the dragon rank for several years, so who knew whether he had already taken that small step? Who could guarantee that a strong man of this level would die? She did not dare to spread the news indiscriminately. If something bad happened, she would be finished. She originally wanted to curry favor with a peak dragon ranker, but he turned out to be someone who overestimated his power. Does he think that anyone can kill Tyrant? Where does he think Tyrant get Elise' name from? He got his name by killing people in the mercenary world, anyone who Tindam tortured and killed by him in the most perverted ways. Whenever people in the terrain world talked about Tyrant, they would do so fearfully. No one wanted to mess with Tyrant, and with Tyrant's character, he had offended a lot of people, but he was still served WD well now. If Tyrant was really that canny to kill, he would have died a long time ago. Mr. Liddell, I'm sorry. I dare not spread this news for you, Tulip said apologetically. Oh? Why? Tyrant's brutality is known throughout the underground world. No one wants to provoke him. Even if I publish it for you, no one will come forward. Do you not believe that I'll kill him? David asked. Mr. Liddell, with all due respect, Tyrant is officially recognized as the #1 in the dragon rank. Even if you're a peak dragon ranker, he's not your opponent. Plus, I've not heard of Tyrant taking any action in the past 2 years. It's possible he's already taken the small step forward. You're still young, and you have so much potential. You still have all the opportunities to do this in the future. Why do you have to go now? Tulip mustered up her courage and asked. She was good at reading people, and this Mr. Liddell in front of her did not look like those people who would not take advice from others. She believed that she could get on his good side after she said this. At the end of the day, he was still a peak dragon ranker, so she would gain a lot of benefits if she formed a good relationship with him. David smiled and did not say anything. When Tulip wanted to say something, a suffocating aura came from David's body, and it enveloped the entire second floor of Rock Bar. Tulip had a look of horror on her face. She opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. His aura was too strong so that she, a mid-dragon ranker, could not resist it at all. This was obviously no longer the aura that belonged to a peak dragon ranker. Could it be? Tulip stared at David with wide eyes. Had he already taken that small step? How was this possible? Although David wore half of the silver mask and he had deliberately altered his voice, Tulip still thought that David should be no more than 35 years old. At this age, he had already surpassed the peak of the dragon rank and taken that one step beyond. Did it mean that he would steadily enter the next realm in the future? While Tulip was shocked, infinite surprises filled her heart. This was a true master. As long as she seized this opportunity and relied on this powerful person, she would grow to be famous in the entire underground world in the future. Tulip was not the only one at the scene who was surprised. Blue Enchantress was also very excited. The rest of her enemies were the high-level executives of the large mercenary group that invaded her homeland 10 years ago. They were already very powerful masters 10 years ago, and she thought she would never be able to kill them all in her lifetime. However, the strength that Sir had shown now filled her with endless hope. I have to work for him properly. This is my only chance of seeking revenge. Miss Tulip, do you still think I can't defeat Tyrant now? David stopped exuding his aura and asked with a smile. Mr. Lydell, you're so funny. I was a snob just now. It seems that Mr. Lydell is an incredibly powerful person. Don't worry, just leave this to me. When the time comes, I will bring all of them to help you in attacking Dark Cape, Tulip said apologetically. Since David had taken that step, Tyrant's advantage as the #1 in the dragon rank would mean nothing. Therefore, she decided to bet on this with David. Not everyone could have this chance. Besides, once Tyrant was not around to terrorize Dark Cape, his influence would drop by 50%. Plus, if she did not seize this opportunity now, once David broke through a new realm, she was worried that it might become difficult to meet him again. David would be a mainstay for all of the powerful forces with his level of power. Since Mr. Lydell was so successful at such a young age, his identity and background was definitely not so simple. Wise move, Miss Tulip. Don't you worry, I will naturally be the one taking care of Justin the Tyrant. I will kill him, and there won't be any unforeseen dangers left that might spring up on you all. If we take down Dark Cape, I will not treat anyone who participated unfairly. When that happens, you can choose to continue working for me, or you can choose to leave with all the money that will be enough for you to live the rest of your life without worry. Thank you, Mr. Lydell. I will surely do everything I can to help you. So, I'll see you in 1 week. The wine's pretty good. Thanks for your hospitality. After David finished talking, he finished the wine left in his glass and then left the bar along with Blue Enchantress. Tulip sat on the second floor alone and was slightly dazed. She recalled the aura David released just now. She was right. He was definitely someone who went beyond the peak of dragon rank and had taken that small step. That was the reason why he could put her under such huge pressure and made it hard for her to move her body. Plus, Mr. Lydell even referred to Tyrant as Justin the Tyrant. This meant that he definitely knew Tyrant. Since he knew him, then he must have been prepared. Thus, it was worth it for her to give this matter a try. If they won, by she was currying favors with a powerful man like Mr. Lydell, her identity would also rise when he broke through to the next realm. At that time, why should she live a flirtatious life in Chaos Land? Even though she was powerful and was a mid-dragon ranker, in Chaos Land, the strength of several large-scale mercenary group captains had already reached the late stages of the dragon rank, and their first deputy captain also had the strength of a mid-dragon ranker. Blackwater mercenaries could only be regarded as the bottom among the large mercenary group. Once Blackwater mercenaries met them, they would have to humble themselves to please them. 2 of the captains even showed great interest in her, but she could only delay them as much as possible while she was facing these strong mercenaries. Now, it was a good time to gather them so they could learn about her relationship with Mr. Lydell. With Mr. Lydell's current strength, they would not dare to do anything to her anymore. Moreover, her current situation was also a bit tasteless. She had lived in Chaos Land for many years and had always wanted to leave. However, if she did not join a certain force, she would have nowhere to go. No one would allow her, a mid-dragon ranker of unknown origins, to move around freely within their jurisdiction. Even if she joined them, the other party would become suspicious of her and monitor her, so she could only stay in Chaos Land. This was the best opportunity she had encountered in so many years, and she had to seize it. David brought Blue Enchantress to the hotel where he was staying and got a room for her as well. When the two just walked into the corridor, Blue Enchantress whispered in his ear, "Sir, Someone's watching you. I think they might want to take action against you. Oh, you can sense it too? David asked curiously. Yes, this is my talent. Great. I'll leave this to you. If they want money in my life, then you should just kill them. If they only want money, then you should teach them a lesson, David said. His strong mind power naturally allowed him to sense that a few people were watching him. One of them was the woman who knocked on her door when he got to the hotel. Yes, sir. After Blue Enchantress said that, she slowly disappeared. She was indeed a top assassin, as she was incredibly good at disguising herself. Fortunately, he had strong mind power. If not, ordinary people would not be able to notice her. David went back to his room, and after a while, he heard knocking at the door. He opened the door and saw Blue. Next to her was a middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. When the middle-aged man saw David, he quickly kowtowed. Sir, we failed to recognize someone as powerful as you, and we offended you. Please spare us. You should be repeat offenders here, right? David asked. Sir, we just want money and we'd never hurt anyone. We can give all of our money to you, but please spare us, the middle-aged man said while kowtowing. From now on, don't let me see you doing this kind of shady business again. Get lost. When David said the last word, he filled it with overwhelming authority. The middle-aged man shook and intense terror filled his heart. He did not dare to fight back at all. David's word was like an imperial edict, and it was tattooed on his heart. Yes, of course. We'll definitely turn over a new leaf. Thank you for not killing us, sir. David closed the door and Blue Enchantress also opened the door next to his before entering the room. Only the middle-aged man was left kneeling in front of David's door, wiping away the sweat on his forehead. He almost died so. Of course, he was shaken to his core. He knelt there for 10 more minutes. After he made sure everything was fine, he got up and left quickly. A week passed quickly. During this week, David and Blue Enchantress would walk the streets of the Peace area every day. They entrapped people and also seduced those who did not have proper jobs to take the bait. However, he and Blue Enchantress would also often teach lessons to people who wanted to rob them because of their wealthy appearance. Two Ongs even wanted to sexually assault Blue Enchantress and rob them of their money. However, they were swiftly killed by the latter. In the past week, two people who despised evil appeared in the Peace area, and they scared people who operated in this field so much that they did not dare to go out. Therefore, in the last 2 days, no one had taken the bait at all. Today was the day when everyone gathered. David was sitting on the main seat of the hall in the temporary gathering place of Red Flame mercenaries, with Blue Enchantress and Paul standing behind him. At this moment, the hall was full of people, unlike a week ago when there were only a dozen people present. They were all captains of mercenary groups of various sizes in Chaosland. Most of them came for the High Commission, and not many of them truly wanted to join Red Flame. Only Killer's small team, Blackwater mercenaries, and some scattered mercenaries really wanted to join. However, the group was also much stronger than a week ago. There were now 3 masters in the late stage of Dragon rank, and they were all captains of large mercenary groups in Chaosland. 2 of them were recruited by Tulip, while 1 was persuaded by Killer. Additionally, there were also many other mid- and beginner-stage Dragon rankers. With so many large and small forces gathered together, their group started to look like they mean business. Coupled with the fact that David was a supermaster above peak level, no one dared to ignore the existence of his force. I'm Silverface, the captain of Red Flame Mercenaries and the initiator of this mission. If you have any questions, you can ask me, David said. Captain Silverface, can you really kill Tyrant? Asked Lion King, one of the captains at the late stage of Dragon rank. This was also the concern of everyone present. They liked money, but they also needed to be alive to spend the money. If Tyrant did not die during their attack on Dark Cape this time, everyone would have to suffer in the future. Naturally, I wouldn't joke about this with you guys. David said, how would you prove it? Talk is cheap, we will not. Before Lion King could finish speaking, David emanated an aura that terrified everyone present. It enveloped the entire hall and then disappeared in an instant. Do you believe me now? David asked insipidly. 1-to-1 believe you. I didn't expect Captain Silverface to have taken that step. I feel so ashamed of being inferior to you. I, Lion King, will definitely support you, Captain Silverface, Lion King said respectfully. The stronger they were, the better they understood David's strength. With Lion King's strength, which was in the late stage of the dragon rank, he had absolutely no room for resistance in the face of the aura David just let out. This was not something a peak dragon ranker could do. Lion King knew he would not be able to defeat Tyrant, but he would still have the courage to face him. However, he did not dare to endure the aura David had just emanated. Any other questions? David continued to ask. Captain Silverface, I want to ask how we should divide the benefits after we take down Dark Cape. After all, we came for the benefits, so it's better if we make it clear now. Plus, you aside, we're the strongest among all the mercenaries, and we brought so many people along. We can't get the same treatment as the others, right? Another master at the late stage of the dragon rank asked. The other masters also looked at David, waiting for his answer. This was related to their interests. Dark Cape was blessed by the heavens, and if they could jointly occupy and manage the land, their life in the future would be much more comfortable. Even if they could not, they would try to get more benefits from Silverface. After we take down Dark Cape, I will reward you in proportion to how much you've contributed and give you enough money to satisfy you. In this place, just because you're strong, it doesn't mean you'll contribute more. It depends on your role in this mission. However, Red Flame mercenaries will be the only ones occupying Dark Cape, and if I think you've made a large contribution, I will issue you a Silver Secret Order. Those who have the Silver Secret Order will get a promise from me. You should all be aware of the weight of this promise, David said in a low voice. When David said this, everyone's eyes lit up. A promise from Captain Silverface? With his current realm, it was a very hefty reward. If they kept this secret order until the day he broke through to the next realm, the value would increase exponentially. If this was left to the end, it would be a foundation for power. This would guarantee their safety for a few decades at least. No one could resist such a temptation. A promise from a master that was about to break through to the legendary realm. Everyone on the scene had been in Chaos Land for many years, so who among them did not have enemies? At this time, if Red Flame mercenaries took down Dark Cape and Captain Silverface killed Tyrant, his fame would skyrocket and anyone who held the Silver Secret Order would also be respected. Don't worry, Captain Silverface. Since you have said so, we will do everything in our power to help you seize Dark Cape. Yes, we will definitely help you take control of Dark Cape, everyone said in unison. All right, now that nobody has any problems, you should lead your own teams and break them up into small groups. We will meet on the west side of Dark Cape in 3 days. Once there, I will challenge Tyrant, the #1 dragon rank, and everyone will witness how I kill Tyrant in person. Everyone left with their teams in tow. Right now, they needed to rush to Dark Cape. Their current location was nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Dark Cape. Although 3 days were more than enough, they still wanted to get there as soon as possible, so as not to miss the battle of the century. This battle was destined to go down in history. There were only about 3,000 people who belonged 10 Red Flame mercenaries, a figure they only reached after David recruited more than 1,000 people from Blackwater mercenaries. However, what surprised David was that the owner of Rockbar, Tulip, a mid-dragon ranker, had also stayed. David then split the team of 3,000 people into a few small teams. He let Killer and the other strongest members each lead a team before taking off. Meanwhile, David brought Blue Enchantress and left on their own. Dark Cape. On the land that borders Summerland and Falconia, the only place not disturbed by magnetic fields. The geographical location of this place was unique, and the two empires are forced to pass through this area if they want to trade. Even planes would need to fly above it. Neither of the two empires allowed each other to occupy this territory, so the bloodthirsty mercenaries seized the chance to do so. Before bloodthirsty mercenaries occupied this place, it was controlled by multiple factions. However, after it was seized by the bloodthirsty mercenaries, this place fell exclusively under their control. Anyone passing through this place, whether it was a car, a ship, or a plane, would need to pay, resulting in the checkpoint fee the bloodthirsty mercenaries collected every year being an astronomical amount. Therefore, despite having tens of thousands of members, after occupying this place, bloodthirsty mercenaries had not needed to perform a single mission. This place was too profitable, such that they did not have to worry about money at all. There was a huge castle in the center of Dark Cape. The core of the bloodthirsty mercenaries lived here, including Justin the Tyrant. The low-level members of the bloodthirsty mercenaries were sent to every corner of Dark Cape, guarding this piece of land that they personally believed belonged to them. They would have rotate positions once a day. The bloodthirsty mercenaries had been occupying Dark Cape for many years, and they had slowly abandoned the structure of a mercenary group and began to develop into a sect. There were 3 guardians, 6 elders, and 8 secret societies. Currently, in the great halls of the castle, the core of bloodthirsty mercenaries were all gathered. Sitting in the main seat was a thin, middle-aged man with a pale face, a green shirt, and a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a scholar from ancient times. It was hard to associate this person's image with the legendary tyrant. However, the truth was that this thin and weak-looking middle-aged man was Justin the Tyrant, the captain of bloodthirsty mercenaries. His strength reached the peak of the dragon rank, and he had been number 1 in the dragon rank for 5 years. All those who challenged him had been brutally killed in various ways. His brutal reputation resonated throughout the underground world, making countless people tremble at the mere mention of his name. "Parker, report the situation," Justin the Tyrant said. "Yes, Captain." One of the middle-aged men in his 40s stood up and replied. Immediately afterward, he continued, "When we inspected the edge of the waters of Dark Cape this time, we found a luxury cruise ship with more than 1,000 people on it, of which 700 were guests and more than 300 were the staff. These 700 people are all from the upper-class circles of more than 10 countries, including the 2 empires. Everyone, what should we do with these people?" Tyrant asked. "Captain, why don't we let the people from the 2 empires go? And we'll ask the families of the rest to prepare a large ransom in exchange for them. I think we should treat them equally. We can't be biased to the 2 empires. What can they do to us? Ask each of them to prepare a ransom of $10 million. We'll release the hostages once we receive the money. Otherwise, we'll throw them into the sea to feed the fishes." Agreed. We can't let other people look down on bloodthirsty mercenaries. The 2 empires must also pay to get back their people, but I have to choose 2 girls to warm my bed first. I haven't tried beauties from the upper class before. Yeah, I agree. I want to choose a few too. I agree too. The high-level executives in the room spoke up. However, some people expressed different views. I think it's better not to offend the 2 empires. If the 2 empires join forces to drive us away, we'll be finished. Derek, why are you so timid? How could the 2 empires ever join forces? You are overthinking things. They obviously want to kill each other. How else would we get the chance to occupy Dark Cape? It's a possibility. The possibility you mentioned will never happen. I agree with Derek. We should avoid offending the 2 empires as much as possible. Everyone in the hall was giving their opinions. It was a little noisy, and they were now split into 2 sides. One of the sides said that they could not let bloodthirsty mercenaries appear weak, and they completely disregard the 2 empires. On the contrary, the other team felt that they should not offend the 2 empires, and they should instead keep an amiable relationship with them. Tyrant tapped the table with his folding fan. The hall fell into silence. Anything Tyrant said in Dark Cape would be the imperial edict, and no one would dare to go against him. Tyrant thought for a while and said, "Ask for all the identities of these people, and ask for ransoms according to their family's situation. Let's just say half of their family's property. As for the citizens of the 2 major empires, just take some money from them as a token. You can have your pick from among the ones who refuse to pay, and you can throw the rest into the pond to feed the piranhas." Captain Tyrant had made the final decision, and no one raised any objections. Feeding the hostages to the piranhas was far crueler than throwing them into the sea. Dark Cape had a huge pond where Tyrant kept many piranhas. Most of those who opposed him were thrown in there to be fish food. This showed how brutal Justin was. "Rory, continue the report," Tyrant said again. "Yes, Captain." A gentle-looking man in his 30s stood up and spoke. According to the information received, a month ago, Chaosland established a mercenary group called Red Flame. Using a large amount of money as incentive, they attracted a lot of mercenary groups in Chaosland and are going to attack Dark Cape. Rory, you don't need to tell me this, right? So many people wanted to attack Dark Cape, but how many dare to come in the end? Yeah, this is just a way for them to get famous. How dare those irrelevant rats say they want to attack Dark Cape? It seems they have forgotten the bloodthirsty mercenaries brought to Chaos Land after so many years of us not acting. It's not the same this time, Rory, the trusted advisor, said. Oh? What's so different? Red Flame mercenaries are on their way to Dark Cape, and they've joined forces with 3 large mercenary groups in the Chaos Land. The captains are masters in the late stage of the dragon rank. The combined number of people from these 3 groups comes up to more than 10,000. In addition to Red Flame and those scattered small and medium-sized mercenary groups, there are more than 20,000 people on their way to attack Dark Cape. Plus, Red Flame mercenaries even spend a lot of money purchasing a lot of the most advanced weapons to prepare for this, Rory said with a serious look on his face. After Rory said that, the high-level executives in the room were all shocked. An allied army of more than 20,000 people was on its way to attack Dark Cape with the most advanced weapons in the world? This was no joke. It would definitely cause them a lot of trouble since this battle would not be easy. Still, they never thought they would lose because Tyrant was their captain. Rory, who was the captain of the Red Flame mercenaries. How did he convince the 3 mercenary groups to come and court death? Someone asked. I don't know his identity for the time being. I only know that he wears a silver mask and calls himself Silver Face. He appeared in the Chaos Land more than a week ago. It is suspected that he has reached the peak of the dragon rank. If not, I can't explain why the 3 masters at the late stage of dragon rank would agree to come. After Rory finished speaking, he looked at everyone with a solemn expression. If everyone was just surprised just now they were shocked. A supermaster at the peak of the dragon rank was leading 3 great masters in the late stage of the dragon rank. It seemed that there would also be a few beginners and mid-dragon rankers. Plus, there were 20,000 allied troops and countless advanced weapons. Even if this power was not comparable to bloodthirsty mercenaries, it was not far behind. If the captain was kept at bay by the other side's peak dragon ranker, then it was really hard to determine the outcome of this battle. After all, they had lived in Dark Cape for nearly 10 years, and their savageness had long been diminished by this comfortable and peaceful life. In the past few years, the few women that had been abducted here via various means had already borne several children. Hence, in their hearts, these men were no longer willing to fight to the death anymore. Captain, I think we need to pay special attention to this incident and bring the Guardian and Elder back. It will definitely be a tough battle this time, and we can't take it lightly. Parker said. Yes, they're coming at us so aggressively. We should call the Guardian and the Elder as soon as possible so we can plan everything accordingly and not give the enemy a chance. The high-level executives of the bloodthirsty mercenaries who were present started discussing among themselves. Tyrant sat on his seat steadily, and he did not say anything. He was letting everyone discuss. More than a week ago, he received a call from his nephew who was hoping that Tyrant would send 2 masters to Capital City to help with the Chase's family's development. At the end of the day, they were his family, so he could not refuse. Besides, if his father Joseph had not sent him abroad overnight, he might still be squatting in the prison in Summerland. Thus, more than a week ago, he sent a Guardian and an Elder to Capital City in Summerland to temporarily join the Chase's family and act as the family's bodyguards to help with their development. Therefore, he could not just call them to come back. Moreover, did he need to call the Guardian and Elder back for this minor thing? If even these people could not fight back, could an extra Guardian and Elder turn the situation around? They could only blame themselves for living too comfortably over the past few years and completely losing their motivation to fight. He could not let this happen. It seemed that after this incident, the bloodthirsty mercenaries would need to change, as if this continued, sooner or later, everyone would become a tiger without teeth. After waiting for everyone to finish talking, Tyrant said, "You're so scared by this trivial matter. I think you have been living too comfortably in the past few years. After this incident, I will completely transform the bloodthirsty mercenaries. You guys had lost the motivation you had back then, and coincidentally, we have lost our status in Chaos Land. When the time comes, I'll ask half of our men to stay in Dark Cape, and half of the men to go into the Chaos Land to reinstate our glory." 1. Gosh. Everyone looked at Tyrant in confusion, not knowing whether he was serious or not. However, if it was true, there would be a question of who would go and who would stay. Captain, we will discuss the transformation of the bloodthirsty mercenaries later. We should still focus on the allied army of the Red Flame mercenaries and prepare in advance, Rory said on the side. If anyone in bloodthirsty mercenaries dared to question what Tyrant said, it would be Rory. This was not because of how strong Rory was, but because many of his ideas had made Dark Cape prosper after they seized Dark Corner. Even though Tyrant was cruel, he was not stupid. If not, how would he have achieved so much? Hence, he was very accommodating to Rory. Rory, do you think the others will still dare to continue their attack on Dark Cape if I kill the captain of Red Flame mercenaries? Tyrant asked. Rory was stunned. Judging from the current situation of the scattered allied army of Red Flame mercenaries, as long as Silverface, a peak dragon ranker, was dead, no one else would dare to attack Dark Cape. However, he envisioned that if the captain was hindered by Silverface, a tough fight would follow. The current bloodthirsty mercenaries were no longer the bloodthirsty mercenaries of old. If they really tried to fight, they might not be able to beat those mercenaries who had been doing missions in the Chaos Land all year round. But if you're hindered by Silverface, Captain, we won't necessarily win, Rory said. You don't believe in me? I just need to take all the possibilities into account to be fully prepared, Rory said seriously. Then I should tell you that there is actually a gap between peak dragon rankers. There is another transitional realm above the peak. If you take that step, even a peak dragon ranker would be nothing. Captain, did you break through that step? Rory asked in shock, his eyes widening. The other bloodthirsty mercenaries' high-level executives also looked at Tyrant excitedly, waiting for his answer. If the captain really took that step, they would not need to worry about the allied army this time, and bloodthirsty mercenaries' reputation would surely catch up with the second-ranked Mandala mercenaries in the global underground world. Not yet, but it shouldn't take too long. I'm already standing at the brink of it, and I can take that step anytime now. Even if I don't take that step, a mere peak dragon ranker is no match for my current strength. I can guarantee you that even if I was surrounded by more than 5 peak dragon rankers, I'd still be able to kill them all, Tyrant said confidently. Rory snapped back to reality and said, if that's the case, then I'll leave it to you. Once you kill Silverface, then there won't be any need to worry about the mercenaries since they no longer have a captain to follow. Though, we should still teach them a good lesson, lest anyone thinks the bloodthirsty mercenaries are an easy target to pick on. Leave Silverface to me. I'll kill him in the shortest time possible and crush their confidence. I'll leave the handling of everything else to you. The more there is left, the better, Tyrant said. Yes, Captain. Capital City, Summerland. After what happened this month, the Chase's family had reached their apex and excelled beyond other first-rate aristocratic families in Capital City. Coupled with the 2 bodyguards hired by the Chase's family last week, one a mid-rank dragon ranker and a high-rank dragon ranker, the Chase's family had become even more powerful. No one dared to cross the Chase's family in Capital City now. Meanwhile, Hank and his brother have become even more fearless. Not only had Hank become the T-faction's second Taman, but Hanley, who was still a university student, had also become one of the 8 great fighters of the faction. Hanley had become much more arrogant now as well. Having understood the shocking past of his family, he set his eyes on Celia again. He did not care that David was the one who killed Zachary, one of T-faction's 8 great fighters, since David still did not dare to kill Hanley. Hanley had a more powerful background than David did. Therefore, there was nothing stopping him from making Celia his, not when David did not dare to kill him. If David tried, the entirety of Summerland would be after David. This was why Hanley was not fearful. However, the reason why he had not done anything to Celia yet was that there was something important the Chase's family had to do now. Once the matter was dealt with, Hanley would then make Celia his regardless of whether she wanted it or not. Once this matter was dealt with, the Chase's family would become one of the distinguished aristocratic families in Capital City. By then, Hanley would take Celia whether she or David wanted him to or not, and there was nothing David could do to stop him. The Great Wall Club. Hank had once again gathered members of T-faction for a meeting. No one dared to question him this time. Chase wore a sinister expression on his face, not daring to make a single sound while Stan waited silently for Hank to speak. With the arrival of the Chase's family's two new martial arts masters, Stan now saw Hank as an equal. Hank may not be as physically strong, but he had the familial background to make up for it. Stan did not expect Justin the Tyrant to be able to send out two great masters that were mid and high, ranking dragon rankers respectively. Masters of such level were part of a family's heritage and were only brought out when necessary. Hank swept his gaze across the T-faction great fighters before him, while the people who he looked at all averted their gazes instinctively. The Chase's family had already surpassed the other first-rate families and was joining the circle of distinguished aristocrats. They were not a family the great fighters could afford to make an enemy of. Hanley sat excitedly below the stage. This was the first time he was participating in a core T-faction gathering. As a middle-tier member of T-faction, the prestige of the 8 great fighters was something he had long heard of and always dreamed to experience. Not that he expected this day to arrive so quickly. The other 3 of Greenwood University's Fantastic Four immediately tried to get in his good graces when they heard that he had become one of T-faction's 8 great fighters. They wanted to work with Hanley, so the latter took them in as his underlings. T-faction was a sacred existence among the youths of Capital City, and Tease took pride in being a member of the faction. As one of its 8 great fighters, Hanley was now extremely popular among the youths in Capital City. It could be said that Hanley was treated as a celebrity in university, constantly getting swarmed by sons of wealthy families trying to get chummy with him. It was just a shame that Celia did not come to school and miss the sight. At this moment, Hank said, I called everyone here today to announce 2 things. The Chase's family has brought in 2 bodyguards, both of whom are elders who have worked under my uncle for a long time. To welcome them, the Chase's family has decided to hold a banquet in 3 days, inviting all renowned aristocrats from Capital City. I hope to see you guys there, as well as give you the chance to witness a high-ranked dragon rank master up close. Don't worry, Mr. Hank. We'll be there. Yeah, we'll be there. Everyone said. What's this? You seem rather reluctant, Chasey, Hank said, staring at Chase. Chase then let out a somber smile and replied, Of course not, Mr. Hank. I would be glad to go to the banquet. I'll see you in 3 days. The Snow family used to be slightly better than the Chase's family, but now that the latter had the resources of the T-faction and the help from Justin the Tyrant backing them up, they were miles ahead of the Snow family. No matter how much Chase hated or felt indignant about Hank's sudden surge in status, he knew that the Chase's family was currently at its peak and it was not a good time to become their enemy. Thus, Chase's only option was to yield. However, Chase knew that he would take revenge without hesitation if there came a day when the Chase's family fell. That's great then. And here I thought that you were going to reject and make me look bad in front of everyone, Hank said with a vague smile. Then, Hank turned to Stan and said, I hope to see you as well, Stan. How could I turn down your invitation, Hank? I'd love to see a high-ranked dragon rank master up close, Stan replied with a smile. Since everyone's agreed, then I shall await all of you at the Chase's residence in 3 days. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. My uncle actually has a dozen more of those dragon rankers under him. After this, Hank walked out of the private room with a loud laugh as Hanley followed, leaving the others in the private room to stare at each other indignantly. Mr. Stan. Stan interrupted before Chase could say anything. Endure it, for now, Chase. The Chase's family has grown into a force to be reckoned with. With Justin's current strength and powers, there's no one strong enough to stop the Chase's family. Let it be. Make sure to prepare nicer gifts and get in the Chase's family's good graces. We're all members of T-faction, and I'm sure Hank isn't one to hold grudges. Stan got up to leave the private room. The other great fighters shared a look and sighed as well. If even the T-Man himself had made it clear that the Chase's family had grown into a force to be reckoned with, then there was nothing more they could do except follow Stan's advice and prepare nicer gifts to get in the Chase's family's good books. John and his wife had experienced both heaven and hell recently. Around a month ago, the Chase's family had given up on targeting them and returned them 54% of Beautilish Group shares. John had gotten back his job, and his superior even showed signs of wanting to promote him and giving him more responsibilities. However, good things did not last for long and trouble arose again in the past few days. An issue came about with the company and John's career was stalled. The couple spent their days frowning at home. Celia did as David told and did not attend any classes in Greenwood. She was an understanding lady, and she knew this was not the time to cause more trouble for her parents and David. Thus, she did not leave the house at all and stayed at home. John and his wife initially assumed that the Chase's family was targeting them again, but after asking around a couple of people they found out that the Chase's family was actually too busy to deal with small fries like them these days. The Chase's family had been very active in Capital City these days, as there were rumors about how they had received the support of some powerful figure and were now expanding their powers. The family was also slowly breaking past the boundaries of the first-rate aristocratic circle and was aiming for an even higher status. The trouble the couple was facing was not a direct result of something the Chase's family had said, but rather the result of Beautilish Group's partners and close business friends distancing themselves from the young family in fear that the Chase's family would trouble them for their connection. The Chase's family had already grown powerful enough to the point where they need not say anything before someone trying to get chummy with them would take the initiative to help the family out. This was a treatment that only the top 4 distinguished aristocratic families in Capital City enjoyed. If you were to become an enemy of those 4 families, someone would immediately step out and help get rid of the enemy, without those families even uttering a word. If the Chase's family continues to grow like this, they would quickly become the 5th distinguished aristocratic family in Capital City. However, any family that wanted to become the 5th distinguished aristocratic family would surely face obstacles set by the other 4 to stop them. After all, there were only so many benefits to go around, and any newcomers meant the redistribution of such benefits. Each party would be forced to reap fewer benefits from then on. However, the Chase's family had the extremely powerful Justin Chases watching over them, so no one dared to cross them. Therefore, these 4 families would rather reap fewer benefits than make an enemy out of Justin. As a legendary figure within Summerland, Justin was already 120 years old. His body was slowly degrading, but even so, Summerland was unwilling to start a fight with him, lest Falconia seize the opportunity to attack Summerland. That was the only reason why Summerland officials did not make any move when 2 mid and high-ranking dragon rank masters of unknown origin suddenly appeared in Capital City, the heart of Summerland. If Justin was a mere peak dragon ranker, even if he topped the dragon rank, Summerland was a strong enough empire that it needed not to be concerned about fighting him. However, the issue was that Dark Cape was under Justin's rule, and this was too important to Summerland. The Empire could not risk such a place falling into Falconia's hands. In truth, the current situation was the best they could manage. This was because the moment either of the 2 empires, Summerland or Falconia, got a hold of Dark Cape, a war would break out between them. Thus, Summerland decided to turn a blind eye and even help the Chase's family grow, as did the other families. 3 days later, the Chase's family invited various aristocratic families in Capital City to witness their rise. News of Red Flame mercenaries preparing to attack Dark Cape quickly spread to the ears of the 2 large empires. Dark Cape was of great importance to the 2 empires, so it was only natural that both empires had people surveilling the area at all times. The moment something unexpected occurs, the news would immediately reach the ears of high officials within the 2 empires so they could make a decision. There had been much news of mercenaries launching an attack on Dark Cape, but this was the first time a mercenary group had gathered 20,000 men and marched toward Dark Cape like Red Flame mercenaries was doing now. Both empires took this issue seriously and started looking into Silverface, the captain of Red Flame mercenaries. Most importantly, they needed to check if Silverface was a mercenary group sent over from the other empire. However, neither empire could find anything. They each had names of the other empire's peak dragon rankers on their lists, and they would be immediately alerted the moment someone went missing. This was aided by the fact that David had already planned everything out a long time ago and did not want to reveal his identity yet. He knew that the moment his identity was revealed, Falconia would prevent him from taking control of Dark Cape. In fact, a war between the 2 empires might even be sparked in advance because of this. This was why he had switched between countless identities on his way to Dark Cape and even donned a mask just so he would not be identified. After analyses and investigations from both empires, They confirmed that Silverface was not someone sent over by the other empire and thus decided not to join this war. However, that did not mean they would not continue surveilling the situation. To some degree, Red Flame mercenaries' attack on Dark Cape was exactly what both empires wanted to see. Bloodthirsty mercenaries had already been in control over Dark Cape for almost a decade, and Dark Cape's advantageous geographical location means that all mercenary expenses could be paid for without needing to send the mercenaries out on missions. No missions also meant no losses. Having control over such extreme wealth meant bloodthirsty mercenaries would continue to grow stronger, and neither empire wanted this to happen. It did not matter who won, but both Red Flame and bloodthirsty mercenaries would suffer losses during this battle of Dark Cape. Regardless of who took over Dark Cape in the end, the mercenaries would still need a long time to recover. 3 days passed very quickly. Capital City's Chase's residence was extremely lively today, with countless guests who were renowned and powerful families in Capital City. The Chase's family wore bright smiles on their faces because, after today, their family name would shake the whole of Capital City and even the whole of Summerland. However, they had no idea that a huge battle was about to break out at Dark Cape, one that would determine whether the Chase's family lived or died. Not even the Chase's family's guardians or elders knew that Dark Cape was about to be attacked. This was because bloodthirsty mercenaries' high officials knew that Tyrant was on the edge of a breakthrough, and so no one thought that Bloodthirsty would lose. Red Flame only had 1 Peak Dragon ranker when Tyrant himself said that he could fight 5 Peak Dragon rankers with no issue. Thus, no one informed the Chase's family's guardians and elders. Dark Cape. David stood bloodthirsty mercenaries' castle with Killer, Tulip, Blue Enchantress, Paul, various Red Flame high officials, and 20,000 mercenaries behind him. At this moment, David started to feel strange. Logically speaking, they should already have entered Dark Cape's borders, yet they had been met with no resistance as cut straight to the heart of Dark Cape. He knew that something was going to happen. It was possible the enemy had purposefully allowed them to enter and decided to attack from all sides. David was not the only person who was worried. However, they were already here and a battle was inevitable. Their opponent was the 3rd most powerful mercenary group in the world, Bloodthirsty Mercenaries. Tyrant was also ranked 1st on the Dragon rank with his prestige spreading far and wide. A loss meant death, but a win would mean many benefits and fame. Captain Silverface, there's been no resistance since we entered the borders. Could we have stepped into their trap? Asked a mercenary captain who was also a high-ranked Dragon Ranger. Fret not, captains. In face of absolute strength, any trap is fruitless. Once I kill Tyrant and send bloodthirsty mercenaries into disarray, all they'll be thinking of is escaping, and they won't be in any mood to fight. By then, you'll all be able to attack the palace easily, David said expressionlessly, looking at the castle in front of him. Then here's to hoping that you win quickly, Captain Silverface. In the castle, has everything been arranged, Rory? Asked Justin the Tyrant. Yes, Captain. We've blocked off their escape routes. There's no returning for them, Rory replied. Very good. All of you will follow Rory's orders. Return to your positions and stay on standby. Once I kill Silverface and crush their confidence, attack and kill them all. Yes, Captain. May you eliminate the enemy and return victorious, shouted all of the bloodthirsty mercenaries' high officials. Move. With Justin the Tyrant's order, all of Bloodthirsty's high officials followed Rory's prior arrangement and returned to their positions. Some of them left the castle through secret passageways and stationed themselves behind Red Flame Mercenary in preparation to block off their escape routes. David was about to ask Paul to fire 2 mini-missiles into the castle just to see if there was anyone inside. Then, a few people appeared on the castle walls a dozen feet above the ground. Standing in front was a middle-aged man with a pale face and a handheld fan in his right hand. This man looked over. Excluding David, everyone else took an instinctive step backward. That was how powerful Tyrant was. The moment Killer saw Tyrant, the long-suppressed desire to take revenge immediately exploded. Had it not been for the huge difference in strength, Killer would have long rushed over to kill Tyrant. Justin the Tyrant? David asked. His voice was not loud, but it managed to travel very far, allowing the people on the castle walls to hear him despite being hundreds of meters away. Tyrant's gaze froze. He did not expect this person to know his true name. It seemed like this silver face was an old friend. Who are you? Why don't you dare to take your mask off? Justin the Tyrant asked. Who I am doesn't matter. All you need to know is that I'm here to kill you. Kill me? Do you know how many people there are worldwide who want to kill me? And yet here I am, standing before you, alive and well. Those who want to kill me have either been thrown into the pond to feed my fish or didn't even dare to appear before my eyes. You're a bold one, aren't you? Tyrant said with a smile. Cut the nonsense and fight me. Everyone's waiting to see us fight. So how about you show him the strength of the top ranker of the dragon rank? David said seriously. As you wish. As soon as Justin the Tyrant finished speaking, he jumped directly down from the castle that was more than 10 meters high. Boom. After he landed, he created a huge noise. Then, he rushed toward David without any hesitation immediately after landing. David also charged over toward him quickly. Everyone was watching this battle intensely. Even the people of the two empires were watching the battle with high-powered binoculars from a distance. The two figures quickly merged at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. After a roar, their fists met. Boom. The sound caused by it was comparable to the sound of a small shell exploding, and it lingered over Dark Cape for a long while. For this, the two figures retreated more than 10 steps each. Then, they stood still at the same time. Tens of thousands of eyes were focused on the two of them. This exchange was just a test on both sides. This is indeed the strength of a peak dragon ranker, but if you only have this strength, then I am sorry, I, Tyrant, will be taking your life. Justin said, looking at David not far away. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Boom. Justin did not hold back anymore. Immediately giving off had a vigorous and imposing aura. The two quickly fought together again. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of loud sounds were heard. Normal people could not see the battle of two peak dragon rankers. Only a master at the late stage of the dragon rank could spot the slight shadow of the two of them. Everyone was nervous because the direction of their fight would predict the direction of the entire battle. Until now, David had only used his strength as a peak dragon ranker. It was not because he was purposely concealing his power, but because he was just accumulating experience. Right now, what he lacked was a battle experience. He had upgraded his realm too quickly, and his experience level could not catch up. So, he was suppressing his realm and treating Justin as his sparring partner. As the two of them fought each other, they left traces of their fight on the ground and also in the air. David punched the air and Justin leaped up, which David followed by concentrating his energy on his feet. However, when he was just catching up, Justin's power suddenly exploded. His vertical rose by a lot, and he charged toward David at a very fast speed. Before David had time to react, he had already been hit. This was Justin's plan. First, he would be locked in battle with David, and then he would suddenly explode, catching David off guard and finishing him directly. After this, everyone could only see one figure flying out and hitting the side of the castle. With that person formed a big hole in the castle wall. After Justin punched David, it did not end there. Instead, he quickly took out his folding fan, waved his hand, and a row of 9 specially made and highly poisonous steel needles flew toward David. Justin landed. Everyone looked at the battlefield nervously, wanting to see who was the last man standing. Because of the battle between the two, the fallout caused a huge amount of dust to be lifted off the ground, so no one saw what was going on and who was defeated. The dust slowly dissipated. The figure of Justin the Tyrant appeared in everyone's eyes. Well done, Captain. Well done, Captain. A loud cheer sounded from the castle. If Justin was standing there, it meant that David was the one who was punched into the wall of the castle. Meanwhile, everyone in the Red Flame mercenaries looked as if they had something stuck in their throats. They were extremely quiet. Silverface was defeated? Impossible. Didn't he take that one small step? They could feel the aftermath of their battle just now. Even though it was super strong, it was not as strong as the pressure Captain Silverface exuded 3 days ago. A few of the masters at the late stage of the dragon rank were looking at the battlefield with curiosity. At the same time, Justin turned around and looked in the direction of the Red Flame mercenaries. On this side, everyone was alarmed. If Tyrant came over here, would it not be like a tiger among a flock of sheep? Just as Justin was about to give orders to attack, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The number 1 in the dragon rank is just SOSO. Justin was startled, and when he turned around, slam! The whole body was thrown into the sky by an inexplicable huge force. While Justin was in the air, he did not have time to react before his body was attacked from above again. Then, he flew quickly toward the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. The strong aftermath dissipated, causing the crowd hundreds of meters away to feel a strong wind. Then, the dust on the ground was swept up by more than 10 meters. Even so, this was not the end. David came in hot from above. He dove down at lightning speed and slammed one knee straight into Justin's back. Crack! Ah! Another huge sound, accompanied by Justin's shrill screams, sounded over the entire castle and reached everyone's ears, causing everyone who heard it to shiver. The senior executives of the bloodthirsty mercenaries in the castle looked at each other in shock. This was the voice of their captain, Tyrant, so how would they not recognize it? David's last blow had completely shattered Justin's spine, and even if he had a strong body that was at the peak of the dragon rank, he still could not stand David's blow at full force. The dust had not yet dissipated when a figure slowly floated into the sky. Yes, it rose directly from the ground to the sky. When the figure rose to a place where there was no dust, everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Captain Silverface from the Red Flame Mercenaries was quietly suspended in the air, holding Tyrant's body in his hand. What? How was this possible? Even a peak dragon ranker could not float in the air, but Silverface could? Could it be that he was already beyond the peak of dragon rank? The people from the 2 empires were extremely astonished when they saw this scene. They quickly captured this scene and sent it back to their countries. Silverface was a super master who had already broken past the peak of dragon rank. This was a huge piece of news. It was enough to shock the world. Justin was not dead yet. A peak dragon ranker's determination to live was indeed strong, but his entire spine had been completely shattered, so he could not exert even a little bit of strength. The moment he was caught by David and slowly lifted into the air, he knew he had been wrong. The other party had been just playing with him this whole time. He hid his strength and wanted to deal David a fatal blow, but he did not expect David to hide his strength even better than he did. If he knew David's strength from the beginning, he would not have fought him. Instead, Justin would have directly run away. Even if he lost Dark Cape and bloodthirsty mercenaries, he would never fight David. This was not a fight between equal-level opponents at all. The difference between taking that step and not was unimaginable. The simplest example was that one could stay in the air, but the other could only leap into the air with the help of other forces. I didn't expect, Cough. I didn't expect you to have already taken that step. Cough. I don't feel injustice after being defeated. Justin coughed up blood with every word he said. But Cough, who are you? Don't you think you've destroyed enough families over the years? David said blankly. Then David shouted, Killer. When Killer heard David's voice, he quickly came over. David then tossed Justin, who was in his hands, over to Killer. I'll hand Tyrant to you. Thank you, Captain. Killer replied excitedly. Everyone from the bloodthirsty mercenaries, listen up. Tyrant is dead, so don't put up any unnecessary struggles. If not, I'll kill without mercy. David's voice was filled with the prestige of someone who had gone beyond the peak dragon rank. His voice lingered in the air of Dark Cape for a long time and sent a chill into the hearts of everyone from bloodthirsty mercenaries. The death of Tyrant could be said to have completely crushed the hearts of the bloodthirsty mercenaries. Although they could still fight with Red Flame mercenaries if they concentrated their firepower, nobody had the desire to fight. In this kind of small war, a skirmish was a reflection of the general direction of the war. If one side was defeated and the other side was seriously injured, the fight might still be able to continue, or if neither side won, they would still have a chance. However, there was no need to resist in this kind of fight where one side had suffered a crushing defeat. With all his strength, David was able to kill all the senior executives of the bloodthirsty mercenaries one by one. When they heard what David said, Many of Bloodthirsty's executives who were lying in wait in Red Flame's escape route fled with their people. They could live well no matter where they went with these people, so why should they fight to the death with Red Flame? Moreover, their captain Tyrant was already dead, so they would be asking for death if they went forward to fight. The person that went beyond the peak of the dragon rank was already a legendary figure. Only the people in the castle had nowhere to escape, and after a little resistance, the castle was breached and the Red Flame mercenaries managed to occupy it. Red Flame mercenaries had taken down Dark Cape, and their leader, Silverface, was in the realm above the peak of the dragon rank. The news of him completely crushing and killing Tyrant quickly spread too. The top leaders of the two empires were the first to receive the news, and the last thing they wanted was some other superpower occupying Dark Cape. If they knew Silverface was so powerful, they might have thought of a way to stop him. Now that Silverface's strength was beyond the dragon rank, he was a little out of their range of control. The stronger the ruler of Dark Cape, the greater the threat to the other side if they were to favor one side in the future. What they most hoped was that Dark Cape would be at war all the year round. However, now there was no other way to resolve it. Dark Cape had been occupied by Silverface, so it was too late to stop him, not to mention that a superpower like him was not easy to be manipulated. As soon as Summerland received the news, they immediately asked Lucas to bring someone to the Chase's family in Capital City, so that they could bring the two senior executives from Bloodthirsty mercenaries back for an investigation to prevent them from going crazy and hurting people after receiving the news and affecting social stability. Although people were monitoring them before, their strength was not enough to stop the two senior executives of the Bloodthirsty mercenaries who were in the middle and late stages of the dragon rank. Otherwise, with the strength of these two people, once they were out of sight, no one knew how much effort it would take to find them again. Moreover, with Tyrant dead and Dark Cape having been breached, these two would remain unstable factors if they resided in Summerland. At this time, the Chase's family was in a lively atmosphere. Today, the Chase's family held this banquet to let all the families in Capital City witness the rise of their family. Every family that came here prepared a huge gift to form a good relationship with the Chase's family. It was no exaggeration to say that the value of the gifts the Chase's family received on this day was equivalent to the total income of the Chase's family for several years. If this sum of money was invested in the development of the Chase's family, it would cause a great leap in their strength. In the Chase's family's manor-style villa, the huge living room was filled with spokespeople sent by major families in Capital City. Hank dressed up to the nines to attend this party. Today, he was the star. He was also the next heir of the Chase's family. Joseph had prepared to hand the Chase's family to Hank. This meant that after today, Hank would be the head of the Chase's family. He was the first person who became the head of a family among the younger generation in Capital City. Even T-Man Stan, who was a few years older than Hank, had not taken over the Warner family. This was because there was a gap in the middle of the Chase's family. Justin was the only person in Hank's father's generation with the ability to become the head. Now that Justin was unable to come back, Joseph had always been the head of the family. However, Hank had started to display his demeanor as the head of a family, so Joseph was ready to offload his responsibility as the head and retire. Joseph showed up on the second floor with Hank in tow. While facing the representatives of the major families in the hall, Joseph said, "From today on, Hank will be officially taking over as the head of the Chase's family. My virtuous achievements have come to their successful conclusion, and I can finally retire. Come on, Hank, come and say a few words. Welcome, everyone, to the party hosted by my family. The people who come here today are all friends of the Chase's family. In the future, whenever you need my help, please feel free to speak up. As long as it's something within my power, I will not waste any time to aid you." As soon as Hank appeared, he started to say something courteous. No one would take it too seriously. Everyone was thinking the same thing. We won't ask the Chase's family for help, but we're on good terms as long as you don't cause trouble for us in the future. Hank, you're too humble. You are the first one among the younger generation of the major families in Capital City to take over as the head of the family. You're not yet 30 years old, right? Sure enough, heroes come from the youth. Someone started to congratulate. A hero came from among the youth of the Chase's family. Everyone also congratulated him. However, those who spoke were representatives of second- and third-rate families. The representatives of the first-class families did not join in. Their identities would not allow them to say such words to exalt other families and depreciate their own. A few of the great fighters of T-faction looked at Hank with some envy. While they were still working hard to obtain the position of the head of the family, Hank was already ahead of them and had inherited the position of head of the Chase's family. Although they were all the first heirs, they were not without competitors. It was hard to say whether they would be able to claim the position of the head of the family in the future. Even Stan was no exception. Although he was now the number one in the Warner family, if he lost the 10-year appointment to Clinton and smeared the Warner family name, it would be hard to say whether he could continue to hold this position in the future. That was why he attached so much importance to Hank and let him utilize the power of T-faction, because he also needed to use Hank's power to deal with the upcoming 10-year appointment with Clinton. In his view, this was merely an exchange of interests. The stronger the Chase's family was, the more helpful it would be to him. You are all so courteous. Next, I would like to introduce to you two new members of the Chase's family. Both of them are my Uncle Justin's bodyguards. They were specially sent by my uncle to help my family at this time. At this time, the guardian and elder of bloodthirsty mercenaries stood beside Hank. Justin's name was completely exposed. In the past, his name was only spread among the older generation of the major families, but now Hank had revealed it. Many small families had no clue who Justin was. They were about to go back to ask around. After today, Justin's name would reverberate through all of Capital City, astonishing everyone. This was Hank's purpose. He showed his hidden trump, and even if he did not use it, it would still have a huge intimidating effect. Stan looked at the two people next to Hank and asked in a small voice, "Amos, what do you think?" The middle-aged man next to him replied, "Sir, the rumors were right. One is a mid-dragon ranker while one is at the late stage of the dragon rank. They're very powerful. I got it." Stan took a deep breath and said, Justin had so many masters, and even the two he randomly dispatched were at this level. Hank said that Justin had more than 10 people on this level with him. If this was true, their strength would be terrifying. Hank was still speaking eloquently. Meanwhile, the two bloodthirsty mercenaries' senior executives stood behind him. With their identities and strength, they felt a little disenchanted to be dragged out and used by Hank, a punk who had not even made it to the Tiger rank. However, they had no other choice because this kid was their captain's nephew. Before leaving, Captain Tyrant personally explained that they had to cooperate with the Chase's family's plan and help the Chase's family develop. Although they were upset, they dared not go against the captain's wishes. Furthermore, the Chase's family had been really good to them. They had been here for more than a week, and their lives were even more free and easy than when they were at Dark Cape. They would get all the money and women they wanted. They also cooperated with Hank appropriately to reveal their own strength and release some of their auras. They even thought that it was not bad to always be in the Chase's family because they only occasionally needed to stand up for the Chase's family. Most of the time, they would be living lives equivalent to an emperor. Joseph, the most powerful person in the Chase's family, only had the strength in the early stage of the dragon rank. The Chase's family completely relied on the deterrence provided by him and Justin to continue maintaining their honor as a first-rate family. Naturally, he did not dare to disrespect the two masters in the middle and late stages of the dragon rank. At the same time, the two senior executives of bloodthirsty mercenaries were still thinking about the women waiting for them on the bed. The women the Chase's family found for them were of a much higher level than the ones they abducted from Dark Cape, and they would enjoy the women so much that they often forgot to go home. They wanted the party to end sooner so that they could go back and enjoy the women's services. At this time, their mobile phones rang one after another. The two picked up their mobile phones and saw that it was a call from one of the top executives of bloodthirsty mercenaries who had a good relationship with them. The two retreated to the back of the room and answered the phone. They wanted to show off how comfortable they were here, but the first sentence of the other party made them stop their bragging and widen their eyes. Captain Tyrant was dead and Dark Cape had been conquered. The person on the other end also asked them to hurry and find a way to get out of Summerland. Because once there was no threat from Tyrant and Dark Cape, their identities would become very sensitive in Summerland. The two looked at each other nervously. They quickly walked past Hank, jumped down directly from the second floor, and were ready to leave this place as quickly as possible. Their move also made Hank, who was still speaking, a little confused. The representatives of dozens of major families in the hall also looked at the two inexplicably. Thud, thud. After the two landed, they ignored the others and ran straight toward the gate. However, as soon as they got to the gate, they were stopped. At this time, Lucas arrived here with Vulture 2. The guardian and elder of bloodthirsty mercenaries. Please come with us. Lucas looked at the two senior executives of the bloodthirsty mercenaries and said, he got news to bring the two senior executives of bloodthirsty mercenaries at the Chase's family back for investigation. If there were no problems with them, they should immediately be sent away from Summerland. Joseph and Hank walked over. Who are you? Those two are the bodyguards of the Chase's family. Joseph said, Grandpa, this is the person that saved me last time, Hank said to Joseph in secret. Joseph was shocked. Did Summerland take action? But why? This shouldn't be the case. Then, he recalled how the two senior executives from bloodthirsty mercenaries got a call and then immediately wanted to run away. Joseph shuddered. Did something happen to Justin? It had to be said that experience definitely mattered. Joseph was very powerful to be able to support the Chase's family and have it stand strong for so many years. Just from those two little things alone, he could tell that something must have happened to Justin. He turned to the guests of the major families in the hall and said, I'm sorry, everyone. The party is over. We have some things to deal with. I'll invite you all to my humble abode again another day. In this situation, normal people could see that the Chase's family had gotten into trouble, but even though some people from the smaller families were curious, they did not dare to offend the Chase's family, so they slowly left. Those from big families were not so easy to get rid of. After all, how could they miss this interesting event? Joseph did not care about these people, as he was desperate to find out what was going on. Stan also quietly contacted his family at this time. Falcon, the spirit of Summerland is conducting official business, so please don't get in our way. Old Master Chases, Lucas said. What the hell is going on? Please tell me, Joseph asked. Lucas did not answer Joseph, but continued to stare at the two senior executives of bloodthirsty mercenaries. Seeing that the other party was not answering him, Joseph said to Hank, who was standing next to him, Hank, call your uncle. Hank took out his phone and dialed Justin's number, but no one answered even after a long time. Grandpa, no one is picking up, Hank said in a flustered voice. Joseph's heart sank. He knew something must have happened. Did something happen to my son, Justin? Sirs, please tell me. Joseph bowed to Lucas and asked respectfully. Seeing Joseph's attitude, Lucas sighed and replied, Old Master Chases, I was ordered to come and ask the two senior executives of the bloodthirsty mercenaries to come back with me to aid with an investigation. As for other matters, it's inconvenient for me to speak to you about them. Joseph wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by a voice. Justin the Tyrant is dead. He was killed by a man named Silverface, and Dark Cape has been breached. So that's why the two senior executives from the bloodthirsty mercenaries wanted to escape. The person who spoke was Chase, the second son of the Snow family. He had just been told the news of Justin's death by T-Man Stan, so he naturally knew what the T-Man meant. He wanted Chase to help him break the news. Of course, he was more than happy to do this for Stan. Since Hank became T-Faction's second T-Man, he had been extremely arrogant and had suppressed Chase many times. Thus, Chase had disliked him for a long time. He was the happiest to hear the news of Justin's demise. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. The news was like a bolt from the blue for Joseph, Hank, and Hanley. Chasey, stop bullsh** ting. My uncle is the number one in dragon rank, so how could he be killed? Hank retorted angrily. Haha, he's just the number one on the dragon rank and not the world's number one. So how is it impossible? I heard that the person who killed him had gone beyond the peak of the dragon rank. He could even float in the air for a short while with his own power. Joseph looked at the two senior executives of the bloodthirsty mercenaries. When he saw that they were not retorting, he knew this had been confirmed. Then, his vision turned black and he almost passed out. The current Chase's family was built on Justin's reputation, so if Justin died, everything would be gone. Furthermore, during this period, the Chase's family had offended a lot of families because they were expanding blindly. The next period would determine the Chase's family's fate. It was possible their family would become history because of this. Grandpa Hank and his brother quickly supported Joseph. Even though the brothers could still stand, their shaking hands and feet could not hide their panicking hearts. Dark Cape. David sat at the main seat in the hall of the castle. What was left of Dark Cape now were the people from the Red Flame mercenaries. All the other mercenary groups had left, and they had also been paid accordingly. The small and medium mercenary groups got enough money, while David sent the 3 large mercenary groups 3 silver secret orders. However, the silver secret order was also conditional. It could only be used to save people, not kill them. Moreover, if they did something heinous, David would not help them either. Although the captains of the 3 large mercenary groups were somewhat dissatisfied, the strength Silverface displayed currently was too strong, and they did not dare to refute it. Moreover, they did not waste any effort in attacking Dark Cape this time. As soon as Justin the Tyrant died, the bloodthirsty mercenaries were like rats leaving a sinking ship. However, since David promised them this, he would do as he said. In addition to that, there were only 2,000 people from the Red Flame, but even if Justin the Tyrant was dead, they would not surrender so easily when they were facing tens of thousands of people from the bloodthirsty mercenaries. Thus, they still played a huge role. Some mid-rank and senior executives from the bloodthirsty mercenaries who did not have time to escape were currently kneeling on the ground of the castle hall. "Killer, give me a report of the search," David said. "Roger that, Captain. We found more than 1,000 prisoners in the castle. They were the people from a luxury cruise ship that the bloodthirsty mercenaries hijacked, and they were very rich. The bloodthirsty mercenaries should have wanted to extort their families," Killer said. "Free all of them." "All right, I'll send them all back to the cruise ship later." "Anything else?" "We also found various torture tools in the castle, which should be the tools Tyrant uses to torture the enemy. Plus, there was also a pond where many piranhas were bred. A thick layer of human bones had already accumulated at the bottom of the pond. Drain the water from the pond and find a place to bury the human bones. Then, fill in the pond again." "Sure." "Also, get rid of all the taxes in Dark Cape. Cancel the checkpoint tax for the 2 empires too," David said after he thought about it. "Captain, we won't have a source of income if we do this. Bloodthirsty mercenaries use the checkpoint tax to build their strength. Even though bloodthirsty mercenaries left a lot of wealth here, they will all be used up soon if we don't have any source of income." "It's okay. I will inject funds into Red Flame. Next, you need to buy all kinds of the most advanced weapons and equipment in the world. Arm Dark Cape well, and buy a few submarines and aircraft carriers to park them at the Bay of Dark Cape." "Sure, but this requires a lot of money, and we at Red Flame don't have enough people right now." "Don't worry about the money. You should also start recruiting people as soon as possible, but ensure the members of Red Flame pass a test of character. I don't want people who are heinous no matter how strong they are," David said seriously. "Yes, Captain. What about the senior executives of the bloodthirsty mercenaries?" Killer asked. "Investigate their past. If they committed serious crimes, execute them on the spot. If not, give them a chance. Captain Silverface, please spare us. We will follow you in the future and promise not to do bad things again. We were also forced. If we didn't do what Tyrant said, we would also be tortured to death by him." The mid-rank and senior executives of the bloodthirsty mercenaries who were kneeling on the ground kept begging for mercy. "Take them away," Killer yelled. Soon, these people were taken away. The hall fell silent again. "Killer, I want to make Dark Cape a fortress that is not afraid of the 2 empires, so we'll need a lot of advanced weapons and talents. We have to do it soon. I will spend a lot of money to find talents who study magnetic fields. I want to see how we can attract the nearby magnetic field so we can utilize it, at least so that Dark Cape cannot be locked onto by any missiles," David said seriously. "I understand, Captain. I may not stay in Dark Cape in the future, so I'll leave it to the 3 of you here. Killer is the 1st deputy captain of Red Flame, Paul is the 2nd deputy captain, and Tulip is the 3rd deputy captain. As for how to split the subordinates, discuss it among yourselves. I hope that when I come back again, I will see a brand new Red Flame." "We will definitely live up to your expectations, Captain," the trio replied together. Tulip was naturally very excited. She had indeed taken the right step. In an instant, she changed from a bar owner to the deputy captain of the third largest mercenary group in the global underground world. 2. It was not an exaggeration to call it an instant success. David was gone, along with the Blue Enchantress. Blue Enchantress had great talent and ability. Not only was her perception very strong, but her ability to conceal herself was also outstanding. Furthermore, she was halfway to the dragon rank. It was only a matter of time before she would break through to dragon rank. If he took her back and kept her by Celia's side to protect her, it would definitely be beneficial. Before leaving, David invested 1 trillion in Red Flame to let them build up Dark Cape properly. Plus, he also told them that they could ask him for more if it was not enough. Paul was not surprised by this. David was loaded, and he had seen it before. However, Killer and Tulip were a little surprised. The captain actually gave them 1 trillion in cash. Some small countries around Chaos Land did not necessarily have so much cash reserves. 1. The captain was truly as rich as a country. Capital city in Summerland. The guests at the Chase's family's party had all left. The 2 senior executives of Bloodthirsty Mercenaries were also taken away by Lucas. Facing Lucas, the team captain of Team Vulture and Falcon, who was a peak dragon ranker, and Vulture 2, who was at the late stage of the dragon rank, they had no chance of winning at all. Thus, they could only follow Lucas back for the investigation obediently. Luckily, they recalled that they had not committed any crimes in Summerland. "Grandpa, what should we do?" Hank asked in a shaky voice. Justin was dead, so the Chase's family was also collapsing. The people currently in the family were not enough to support a first-rate family. Hanley was spacing out at one side. He had not come back to his senses until now. How did the Chase's family, which was still in its prime, suddenly fall into this state? The feeling of instantly falling from heaven to hell made him unable to recover for a long time. Joseph said to the butler, "Elmer, hurry up and return all the gifts you received today. Return twice the amount of gifts from the families below first rate, 5 times for the first-rate families, and 10 times for the elite aristocratic family. You have to do it quickly." "Sir, we have received too many gifts this time. If we do this, the Chase's family will suffer greatly, and we will not be able to recover for many years," the butler said. "Now is not the time to think about this. In recent days, the Chase's family has blindly expanded and offended many people. Now that Justin is gone, no one can deter them. If they unite, the Chase's family will not be able to resist them. I can only hope that doing this will temporarily quell their anger." "Yes, sir. I'll do it now." After speaking, the butler quickly left the villa. "Grandpa, what should we do? Uncle is gone, so David will definitely not let us off the hook," Hank asked in a trembling voice. When Hanley heard David's name, he also came back to his senses and asked anxiously, "Grandpa, David will definitely come back to seek revenge on us this time. What should we do?" "You have to save us. You two should go pack your things. I'll get you out of Summerland right away," Joseph said. "Oh, okay. The 2 brothers replied quickly. "But this time we can't use our ordinary route. I will find a way to send you to the border of Summerland, and you will go through the old-growth forest to get to the other side." "Huh? Why?" Hank asked. "David is a member of Falcon. With Falcon's intelligence network throughout Summerland, you will definitely be detected if you follow the ordinary route. Even if you flee abroad, he can still chase after you. Also, there are magnetic fields interfering in the old-growth forest, so even planes don't dare to enter it. Hence, it'll be safer to leave through there. But the old-growth forest is so big, can we really walk through it? You are already at the first-class peak level, and you are about to enter Tiger rank. Hanley is also at the second-class peak level. Didn't you always say you can't break through it? This is an opportunity for the 2 of you to pass through the old-growth forest, and it's possible you'll be able to go further if you manage to get through the forest. It will also be good for you in the future," Joseph said. "Grandpa, but?" "No buts. If you don't do this, you can only wait until David shows up at your door. When that happens, no one will be able to save you." "All right, let's go. You don't have to worry. When you get to the other side, I will prepare a lot of money for you. Then, you can live well in any place you want. When this wave passes, I will find a way to bring you back." Joseph sighed inwardly as he watched the brothers frantically leaving. He knew that this time it would be difficult for the Chase's family to cross this hurdle. Hank was too radical and offended too many people during this time. He even offended the Warner family, which was an elite aristocratic family. Joseph could have stopped it, but he did not expect his son Justin to be killed suddenly. As long as Justin was at Dark Cape, the Chase's family would be fine. What a pity. He just hoped that the two brothers could keep the family name alive and return to Summerland one day in the future. Joseph got up and left the villa. He still had a lot to do. In addition to his eldest son, the father of Hank and Hanley, who only knew to fool around outside, he still had 3 daughters. He needed to settle them down and try to distance them from the Chase's family so that they could live a good life. It would be best if they could also leave Capital City. At this moment, Joseph suddenly seemed 10 years older. The Chase's family, which he barely kept afloat, was finally in a desperate situation because of Justin's death. At night, after several transfers, Hank and Hanley were finally transported by truck to the old-growth forest on the border of Summerland. As long as they could get past this forest, they could reach a medium-sized country on the opposite side. They would not get to Falconia if they started from here. Since the distance here was shorter, they decided to walk there. They each had a backpack strapped to their backs. There was a simple sleeping bag and some food inside the backpacks. It would take at least half a month to walk out from this point. Although there were many beasts in the old-growth forest, they were not a threat to Hank, who was about to break through the tiger rank. The only thing they needed to pay attention to was not to be bitten by venomous snakes and insects. This would be rather troublesome. With the help of the moonlight, the two stepped into the dark old-growth forest. After walking a few hundred meters forward, they found flat ground and planned to rest here for a night before setting off during the day. It was extremely dark at night in the old-growth forest. Even though the moon in the sky was big, round, and bright, it was blocked by the lush vegetation and the moonlight could not pierce through it all. To avoid being attacked by beasts while sleeping at night, the two took turns to keep watch. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, the brothers continued moving. After 2 days in a row, the tension between the two of them gradually relaxed. Although they had to stay away from home, they were okay with it as long as they could survive. When they recalled the feeling of being on the verge of death when they met David about a month ago, the scene played vividly in their minds. They had no room for resistance in front of David at all. Besides, even if they went abroad, they would still live a good life. Before leaving, Joseph gave them a bank card which contained a huge amount of money. It would be enough for them to spend for the rest of their lives without worries. "Hank, do you think we will ever have a chance to go back to Summerland?" Hanley asked as he walked. "Of course we can. I believe Grandpa will handle the matter well, but definitely not anytime soon. We need to wait for this fiasco to pass," Hank replied. "How long will that take?" "How would I know? It's all your fault, you bastard. If you hadn't offended David, why would we need to leave the country?" Hank scolded. "How was I supposed to know that David was so skilled? He's just an exchange student from SRU, and even if we stayed home, we'd still suffer. So, I thought it was better to come out guns blazing lest we became laughing stocks. I told you a long time ago to not only think about women every day because they would sooner or later be the end of you. Celia is different from other women. If only my uncle was fine, then even if I forced myself on Celia, I'd still be fine too. Why couldn't Uncle last for a few more days?" Hanley said with some regret. He was about to go and abduct Celia from her house after the party his family hosted. However, his Uncle Justin got into trouble while they were at the party. "Why are you still thinking about Celia right now? Are you nuts?" "I'll not give up if I don't get my hands on Celia." "You." Before Hank could finish speaking, someone finished his sentence for him. "You'll never get the chance in this lifetime anymore." Goosebumps immediately appeared on the brothers' arms. "Who's that? Who's talking?" "Long time no see, Chase's brothers." David suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. "David!" The Chase's brothers exclaimed at the same time. "Why are you here? If you guys can be here, why can't I?" David asked with a grin. However, his smile gave the Chase's brothers chills all over their bodies. It felt like the bone-piercing cold in the winter. "Impossible. We were so secretive. It's impossible that you found out." Secretive? That's just what you think. You were saved by someone last time, but do you think someone will save you this time? David, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, my uncle just got hurt and ran away. If you dare to touch us, he will definitely seek revenge against you, Hank said nervously. He wanted to use Justin's reputation to steer David away. Oh, Justin's just hurt? Why didn't I know that? David asked, pretending to be puzzled. There are a lot of things you don't know. We are going to meet my uncle. He is already on his way to pick us up. If you don't leave, you won't be able to walk away when my uncle arrives. My uncle is the #1 in dragon rank. Hank felt that this was working, so he quickly added. Ha ha ha. David could not hold back his laughter anymore. What are you laughing at? You better leave soon, as my uncle is arriving soon. I'm laughing at you too for trying to threaten me with Justin while you're on the brink of death. How ridiculous. What's so ridiculous? No matter how good you are no match for my uncle. Aren't you curious why Justin died? He's been in Dark Cape for so many years, but why did he die suddenly after you offended me? David asked suddenly. The Chase's brothers stared at David in horror when they heard what he said. No, it's impossible. My uncle is #1 in dragon rank. You can't kill him. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hank cried in horror. You. Hanley was also looking at David in horror. He had been stammering for a long while, but he could not utter a single word. Impossible? I'll show you whether it's possible. After David said that, his body shifted, and he went in front of the Chase's brothers in an instant. He reached out his hands quickly and grabbed both of their necks. Hank and Hanley tried to pry David's hands off, but they found that no matter how much force they exerted, David's grip would not budge. After David grabbed their necks, his body slowly lifted into the air. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. After David grabbed the brothers' necks, they felt their bodies rising and they thought that David had lifted them. However, after a while, they realized that their bodies were still rising, and only then did they realize that David was holding them up with his hands as he rose into the air. How is this possible? Only a legendary master that went beyond the peak of dragon rank could do that, right? Was David telling the truth? Did he really kill Uncle Justin? While the brothers were shocked, they were also feeling infinite remorse. They killed the biggest supporter of the Chase's family, Uncle Justin. If Joseph knew this, who knew if he would have directly shot these two imbeciles? If they did not offend David, Justin would not have died. The Chase's family could still rely on this powerful figure to continue to grow. Soon, they would have become one of the elite aristocratic families. After this, he, Hank Chase's, would be ahead of a lot of his peers and become the head of an elite aristocratic family in Capital City. Even T-Man Stan could not compare to him. At this moment, if Hank could move, he figured that he might have killed his younger brother. Everything was his fault. Moreover, the root of all this was a woman. Hanley ruined the entire Chase's family for one woman. Even his uncle Justin, who was #1 in dragon rank, was dead because he had been implicated by Hanley. At this moment, if Hanley had the choice, he would never provoke Celia again, even though she was indeed beautiful, pure, and exactly the type he liked. What was a woman compared to his life? If he did not provoke Celia, he would still be the second son of the Chase's family. The Chase's family would continue to develop with Justin as their support. His status would continue to rise, and he could find 10 women or even 100 women. He would have all the women he wanted. However, it was too late. There was no medicine for remorse in this world. Just like David said, they would need to be prepared to suffer the consequences of what they had done. Guys, when you see Justin in hell, tell him the person who killed him was me, David Liddell, and the main culprits are his 2 nephews. After David finished talking, he did not give any time for the Chase's brothers to react before he exerted some force on his hands. Crack, crack. Hanley and Hank's necks were snapped. David loosened his grip, and their corpses fell from a height of more than 20 meters. A few seconds later, thud, thud. The sounds of them falling to the ground could be heard. Meanwhile, David flew in the direction of Summerland. He could hover in the air and fly for a few moments after he went beyond the peak dragon rank. However, since it was only a short period, David needed to land so he could rest very soon after. He heard that after he took another step forward, he would be able to soar in the sky. The Chase's brothers died so silently that very few people knew about it. Only Falcon and some of the people in the Special Task Force knew. By the time David returned to Capital City from Dark Cape, the Chase's brothers had already left. Then he used Falcon and the Special Task Force to locate where the two had gone before chasing them all the way there. Joseph thought his two grandsons had left Summerland. Although he was very cautious, he still underestimated Falcon's intelligence network, not to mention the help of the Special Task Force. The intelligence networks of these two organizations combined almost completely enveloped the entire country. David returned to Capital City after killing the Chase's brothers and called Lucas, trying to use Falcon to uproot the Chase's family. David had never liked this kind of family that would take the side of the evildoer. However, Lucas said he did not need to do that anymore. The Chase's family was now a target of scorn. Not only were they forced to give up the industries they expanded this month, but even the family's original core industries had been devoured by other major families. The most ruthless among them was the Warner family, who had always shared a good relationship with the Chase's family. It was just that Hank was arrogant, conceited, and unbridled after learning that Justin was supporting their family and had offended too many people in the process. Although he became the second T-Man of the T-Faction, none of the high-level members of the T-Faction obeyed him. Now that Justin was dead, it was only natural that everyone would take advantage of them. The Chase's family began to decline rapidly, and the two heirs paid the price for their actions. Yet, no one knew that David was the instigator behind all this. With the exception of Paul and Blue Enchantress, whom he brought back, no one knew that he was the man named Silverface who killed Justin. Although David thought he had done this flawlessly, there were still people suspecting him. After Lucas talked to David on the phone, an idea flashed across his head. He thought this was too coincidental. Justin occupied Dark Cape for nearly 10 years and navigated the two empires with ease without any problems. Why was Justin killed suddenly after the Chase's family offended David? Furthermore, the person who killed him was also wearing a mask. He told David about Justin, and he also said that as long as Justin was occupying Dark Cape, the Chase's family would be protected by Summerland because, in this special period, Summerland did not want any troubles arising. It did not take long for David to return to South River Province. As for what he did when he was back home, no one knew. Plus, no one even knew where he went. Days later, Dark Cape was breached and Justin died. According to their investigation, Red Flame Mercenaries was formed last month, exactly not long after he stopped David from killing the Chase's brothers. If David did all of this, then the motives and timing would be exactly right. The only thing that did not match up was that Justin was #1 figure in Dragon Rank, and the man named Silverface who killed him surpassed the Dragon Rank. David's strength, judging from the last time he attacked Lucas, should have just entered the late stage of the Drank rank, which was still far from a peak Dragon Ranker. Thus, it was impossible for David to be Silverface, who had killed Justin, unless he hid his true strength. However, is this possible? How old is David? Yet, if this is true, when Lucas thought about this, he was astonished. David was only 22 and his strength was beyond the Dragon Rank, and he had taken that legendary small step. This was indeed a little unbelievable. Hence, Lucas decided to properly look into Red Flame Mercenaries. If David was Silverface, then the person who went to the Chaos Land to form Red Flame in the early stage must be someone he trusted very much. Hence, he should start with the original organizer of Red Flame. This was very important to Summerland's future. However, it also needed to be done in secrecy. David did not know that Paul was the key to revealing his identity. However, it did not matter if he was exposed to Summerland as it could better reflect David's value. However, Falconia could not know about this yet, at least not until David had suddenly reached the next level and Dark Cape had not been turned into a war fortress by David. Otherwise, Red Flame would be in danger. There was also the possibility of prematurely triggering a war between the two empires. What David needed to do next was to continue spending money and improving his strength. At this moment, he had returned to the luxurious suite of the Starry Night Hotel in Capital City. Meanwhile, Blue Enchantress was sent by him to protect Celia. Looking at the more than 500 lavish points he accumulated in more than a week, David was a little speechless. When will it reach 10,000 points if it's growing at such a slow rate? He did not dare to reveal his identity when he was not strong enough. He also hoped that one day, when he became stronger, he would reveal his identity and shock everyone. No matter what family they came from, as long as they provoked David, he would directly destroy them. There would be no need to formulate plans and schemes while considering various other factors. However, for now, he should first think about how to get more lavish points. Right now, he mainly had his teams in Springfield and Capital City helping him spend money. However, this was obviously not fast enough. Fortunately, after Dark Cape stopped taking checkpoint taxes, it still needed to purchase various advanced weapons and equipment, which would also need a lot of money. I wonder when I can reach 10,000 lavish points? 2 weeks ago, Oliver, the dean of South River University, had brought Amelia and the other 3 students back to campus. Howard was so scared of David that he left the country, and he probably would not dare to come back in a short time. David continued to ask for leave because of the matter with the Chase's family and did not follow them back. At the same time, Oliver just told David that he must go back to class next semester. The holiday was coming soon, so David was planning to go to Celia's house tomorrow and tell them the truth. He was also a person of status now, so his mother-in-law could not look down on him. After this, he planned to return to South River Province. The high school class reunion had been arranged in the group chat and it would be hosted after the holiday. Frankly speaking, if there was a university reunion in the future, David would definitely not go. This was because he felt that he had no relationship with his classmates in university. Everyone was too realistic. Except for his roommates in the dormitory, David hardly communicated with others. Of course, other classmates would not talk to a poor guy like him either. However, he could still go to the high school class reunion. At that time, nobody really cared much about things like status as much, and they would not be as snobbish as they would be in university. Everyone had a good relationship in high school. David was delivering food part-time in high school, and nobody looked down on him. Better still, they would occasionally also give him business. During college, his classmates would despise him and sneer at him. So David would still value his friendship with his classmates in high school. He would go look around during the gathering and try to help those in need. He needed manpower, and he did not lack money anyway. East League International was making steady progress under Pearl's leadership, but it was nowhere close to David's goal. He wanted to be the man who could control the global economy, so it was not enough to develop domestically, and he had to send some people to develop abroad. With unlimited financial support, he was not afraid that he would mess up because there was no issue of him breaking the capital chain. After thinking about it, David decided to take the time to visit Springfield and get Pearl's opinion. It was undoubtedly the best choice to have Pearl go abroad. After all, she graduated from a famous university and was someone he could trust, but he still needed to ask her if she did not want to go. He would ask someone else. The next day, David drove to Celia's house, just in time to see Mindy going out. Mindy glanced at the G-Wagon that David drove and did not ask anything. She just said to David, "David, if you're free, you can just stay here. My husband and I have something to tell you when we come back at night." "Okay, Mrs. Young, then go ahead and take care of your business. I'll wait for you," David said. Mindy left home. Right now, she had a lot to deal with. During this time, the two of them went through the most tortuous and bizarre stages of their lives. First, since her daughter refused to date the heir of the Chase's family, she was targeted by a big family like the Chase's family. Both her career and her husband's work were hit hard. When they were preparing their family to leave Capital City to avoid being targeted, the Chase's family suddenly stopped beating down on their family. She thought that all the hardships would be worth it, but who knew that within a few days, the news that the Chase's family was relying on someone powerful made all their partners dare not cooperate with them anymore. Plus, her husband's superior was also afraid of offending the Chase's family and decided to dismiss him. Therefore, the couple was in a dilemma again. A few days ago, she heard about the news that the Chase's family was completely destroyed. Then, her company was prospering because of the support of the big sponsor of East League International, and her husband was immediately rehired and obtained the position he always dreamed of. It could be said that after this catastrophe, their family really began to take off. David parked the car and entered the villa. Celia was sitting on the sofa watching television. When she saw David walking in, she jumped up from the sofa excitedly. David, you're finally here. Let's go shopping. I've been very obedient and I haven't gone out this entire time. I'm going to go insane soon, Celia said happily. Okay, I'll go out with you, but we have to come back early. Your mother has something to tell me, David said with a grin. Then let's go now. Give me a second. I'll go up and change. After Celia finished speaking, she ran upstairs wearing her slippers. Soon, Celia changed into a set of refreshing and comfortable sportswear and walked downstairs. Then, the two went out together. They only returned home in the evening. By this time, Mindy and John had both returned. After they had dinner, the entire family sat in the living room. David knew Mindy had something to tell him, so he was not in a rush to go back. He also had something to tell Celia and her family. David, you're going on break soon, right? Mindy asked. Yes, Mrs. Young. I think it's in a few days' time, David answered. Since you're on break, don't go back to South River Province. Stay in Capital City, and I'll get you something to do. At the same time, I'll bring you out to experience different aspects of society, Mindy said. She had discussed this with her husband. Since their family crisis was resolved, they should plan their future properly. Their daughter Celia had chosen David, so they should arrange for something for David to do during this break to start cultivating him sooner. After this incident, Mindy was also a little physically and mentally exhausted. If she trained David early and handed the company to the young couple, she would be able to enjoy life earlier. Mrs. Young, I have plans for when I go back, David said. What is it? My high school classmates organized a gathering this holiday, and we haven't seen each other for 3 years, so I want to go back and join them. What's so good about a high school gathering? David, since you are already with Celia, you will be staying in Capital City in the future. You will gradually distance yourself from your high school friends from that small county in the future. You're in a different circle than them. Just like that bin Celia secretly bought for you. It cost several million. So do you have any of those in your small county? Mindy asked. Mom, I didn't buy that car for David. Celia interrupted at one side. Although she was also curious about where David got the money to buy such a good car, she would not ask. She knew that David would tell her when it was time. If not, she would get a bad reaction from David. Shut up. Do you think I don't know that you youngsters value face the most? I don't want to criticize you, but a few million is nothing for our family. Furthermore, sooner or later, my company will fall into your hands. But since you're young, you have to work hard. Don't just think about peacocking all day long, Mindy lectured. John looked at the newspaper and almost burst out laughing. The cheek of her to lecture the kids. She is much older, and she's more competitive than anyone else. She's not even ashamed of saying this. However, he could only say this in his heart. He did not dare say it in front of Mindy. Otherwise, he would be poking a hornet's nest. Mom, I really didn't. Before Celia could speak, she was stopped by a look from Mindy. David could not hold it anymore even when he was just listening to this at one side. What's going on? Does she think that I'm someone who wants to depend on a woman? What a joke. I'm the richest man in the world now, and my strength is beyond the dragon rank. If I have a friendly duel with Lucas and the others now, I'll be able to defeat him in seconds. Mrs. Young, I actually... Before David could finish, Mindy interrupted him. David, I know you youngsters have very big egos. However, you have to think about your current situation. When you take over my company with Celia in the future, I won't care what kind of car you buy. However, you're still students now, so try not to drive such a good car to campus. Mindy was only saying this because she was worried that David would attract a lot of attention from other girls. David's looks and temperament were very outstanding. If he drove such a good car to campus, he would surely be the most popular person among the girls. She was sure that her daughter bought that car for David. If not, how could a university from a small county afford a car that cost millions? Plus, she did not care about the money. She was only warning that David was someone from a county, and he could only drive such a good car and stay in such a good house because he was with Celia. She wanted David to always remember this. If not, would David be able to hold himself back when he faced all those women in society when he took over the company? Even though she was confident in her daughter, men nowadays would not appreciate things that came too easy. Besides, Most of the successful men she got into contact with had several mistresses, but their wives had no idea. Or even if they knew, they would have one eye closed because they did not want it to affect their family. She did not want her daughter to be wronged like that. Mrs. Young, actually, I want to tell you. All right, I know what you want to say, but I'm a little tired now and I've been busy these few days. Let's talk about it next time we have a chance. It's settled then. Come over and be my assistant after your break. I will show you the world and expand your horizons. With that, Mindy got up and went upstairs to rest. David sat in the same place and was a little stunned. What kind of woman is this? She's too overbearing. She didn't even let me finish. How did Celia and her dad live with such a woman for so many years? Especially Mr. Young. David glanced at John. He noticed that John was already used to this. David took another look at Celia. She was looking at David apologetically. All right. Originally, I wanted to tell them the truth today, but I failed again. So even if you find out in the future, don't say that I deliberately hid it from you. You didn't even give me a chance to speak at that moment. David, don't mind her. That's how she is. She decides everything, and it's hard for others to change her mind. Just get used to it. Don't take what she said to your heart. In truth, she's not evil. It's all for your own good, John defended Mindy. When David saw John behaving this way, he figured that John might have gotten used to this a long time ago. Only a good-natured person like John could live with Mindy for decades. If it was other people, they might have gotten a divorce a long time ago. However, luckily Celia did not inherit her mother's bad temper. If not, he did not know how such an obedient and cute girl would turn out. It's fine. Mr. Young, I don't mind. I know she's doing this for my own good. It's late now, so if there's nothing else, I'll head back, David said. Go ahead. Drive safe. I'll leave now. Mr. Young, Celia, good night. Good night. Good night. David left. Dad, Celia called out. All right, it's good enough that your mother didn't force you two apart. What else do you want? John asked. But she can't say those things either. It's for your own good. She's constantly warning David to watch who he is. What are you going to do if you get married to him, and he's always indulging in sensual pleasures out there when he takes over your mother's company? You're so soft, so you'll only swallow your grievances. Your mother's just worried that you'll be wronged in the future. Why didn't you inherit your mother's temper? John asked. Do you think anyone would dare to court me if I did? Celia asked him back. You can't say this in front of your mother. If not, she'll never let this drop, John warned. But I didn't buy David that car. No? No. Are you sure? Yeah. Did you ask him where he got the money to buy the car? No. I think he wanted to tell us just now, but my mom didn't give him a chance. Well, you should ask him. Your mom didn't like the idea of you two dating at first, so if David did something illegal out there, you two would really not have a chance. Huh? I'll ask him when he comes over tomorrow. I don't believe that he'd do something like that. Oh, you. The intelligence of a woman in love is so worrying. David was driving on the road. After this, he definitely had to go back. Not only did he have to go back to South River Province, he had to go back to Springfield. The time was certainly not short. He wanted to tell them the truth today, but they did not give him a chance to speak. However, according to his impression in Mindy's mind, he suspected that she would not believe him anyway. She had already decided in her heart that he was a pauper. Ugh, this is so hard. David was thinking about how he could explain it to Celia's family and make them believe him when the phone in his pocket rang. David picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello. David pressed the answer button and said, Hello, Vulture 10. I'm Spider 7. Someone just accepted the mission to assassinate you that has a commission of $2 billion on the dark web. Please be vigilant during the next period. I got it, thank you. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, his eyes narrowed. A commission of $2 billion, huh? Zachary was really determined to kill him. With his current strength, he would kill all the assassinates who sought him out. However, he could not go to see Celia during this time, so as not to hurt the innocent. For the next few days, David would spend half a day at Greenwood University every day before. The break gradually started at Greenwood University, and many students were leaving with suitcases every day. The The reason why he wanted to go to Greenwood University was that Howard leaked his whereabouts to Zachary. If he did not come to Greenwood University, he was worried that they ask anyone for further information. David wanted to lure the killer out as soon as possible in case something else happened. After all, the ones who would accept this kind of mission would not be too weak. However, he got nothing after 5 days straight. On the 6th day, the moment David walked out of the entrance of Greenwood University, his strong mind power sensed 2 very strong auras in a car that was stopped not far away. The 2 auras were similar to Blue Enchantress, and they were halfway to the dragon rank. Don't killers act alone? Why are there 2 of them this time? David ignored it and continued to drive to the suburbs. Sure enough, the black car followed him from a distance the whole time. Arriving at the old place, David started putting on his bait and fishing by a secluded river. After he was done, he closed his eyes, sat on the spot, and exuded his mind power to the extreme. Now that car had disappeared from David's sensing range. It was probably a little farther away. An hour later, David still could not sense the aura of the 2 killers, so it seemed that the 2 were still very cautious. After a while, it started getting dark, so David was ready to pack up and go back. Suddenly, David sensed that the black car was slowly approaching him before it finally stopped behind his car, which was about a few hundred meters away from him. There were 2 men in the car. One of them was tall and big while the other one was short and small. It was a strange combination. The smaller man kept staring at David while the taller man was about to take out his weapon. However, after the shorter man blinked, David was gone. Oh no! The shorter man was shocked. Before he could say anything, someone was squatting on the hood of the car staring at the 2. "You're here to kill me, right?" David asked. The 2 men looked at David outside the windshield in horror. Although there was a layer of glass between them, David's words could still clearly reach their ears. Immediately afterward, David said, "Although 2 billion is a lot, you still need to live to be able to spend it, no?" Bro. We just passed by here and wanted to ask for directions," the shorter man stammered. "Oh, directions? What road are you looking for?" "If you are looking for the road to hell, I can not only tell you, but I can also take you there." "You." Just as the 2 men were about to make a move, David penetrated the thick windshield with his hands, reached into the car, and grabbed the top of their heads. After he exerted a little force, David shattered both of their skulls. They could only open their eyes wide to look at David unwillingly. They did not even know how they died. Didn't they say that the target is only in the tiger rank? David jumped off the hood and called the team in Falcon that was in charge of the aftermath before calling Lucas to report this to him. He just waited for the team to arrive. Currently, inside Falcon's base, Lucas was stunned after answering David's call. Based on the information he had been collecting over the days, as well as his own investigations in South River Province, Lucas was almost 99% sure that Silverface was David. Because this matter was too important, he decided to take care of this matter himself. Lucas was sure that Silverface was David because of one person: Paul, the second deputy captain of the Red Flame Mercenaries. Paul was from South River Province in Summerland. He went abroad more than 10 years ago and had been living in Chaosland. However, he returned to South River Province in Summerland 6 months ago because his mother was seriously ill. It was at this time that he met David before he started working for him. After he stopped David from killing the Chase's brothers, Paul was sent by David to Chaosland to form Red Flame Mercenaries. When David returned to the South River Province, he actually went to Chaosland and then teamed up to attack Dark Cape. Everything had fallen into place. The only thing he could not figure out was David's strength. At the age of 22, he had reached the realm of surpassing the peak of the dragon rank. No one would believe it even if he told them. Even he was now basically sure that David was Silverface, he still did not dare to believe it. From the photo sent back from Dark Cape, it could be seen that Silverface leaped into the air without relying on anything. Only those who surpassed the peak of the dragon rank and had taken that step could achieve this. After determining that David was Silverface, Lucas immediately wiped away all traces of Paul's time back in Summerland, as even his mother's file was altered by him. Now, it read that Paul's mother passed away 10 years ago. Furthermore, Paul never returned to Summerland after he went abroad. This was very serious, and he could not let word about this get out. Once the spies Falconia planted in Summerland learned about this, Falconia would definitely attack Darkcape immediately. However, what should he do about this? He needed to report this to his superiors. Lucas took out his phone and called an encrypted number. Luke. An old man's voice could be heard from the phone. Captain, I have something important to discuss and I need to meet you, Lucas said. You know I'm not in good health recently. I know who Silverface is. Stay there. I'll send someone to get you. Okay. Lucas hung up the phone and took a deep breath. He was going to see the legendary old man. Right now, he was feeling excited. David did not wait long before Falcon's team in charge of the aftermath arrived in a helicopter. After the handover, David drove away. He did not know that his identity had been figured out by his captain Lucas. The next day, David was about to go to Celia's house to say goodbye when the phone rang. Celia, David answered the phone. David, my mom wants to speak to you. As soon as Celia finished speaking, her mother Mindy's voice came through the phone. David, have you returned to South River Province? Mindy asked on the phone. No, Mrs. Young, I'm still in Capital City, David replied. Then come over later and ask Celia to accompany you to buy 2 suits. Tomorrow you and Celia will accompany me to a party. This is a relatively high-end business party in Capital City. I will introduce you to some people. You will definitely deal with them when you stay in Capital City in the future. Mrs. Young. David, my mom is gone, Celia whispered into the phone. Okay, I'll come over later, David said helplessly. Okay. Celia replied happily. The two went together to the largest high-end shopping mall in Capital City. Basically, all the luxury goods sold here were huge international brands, and the prices were naturally quite expensive. David, try this one. It looks nice. David, this one is good too. David, this one is just right for you. David could only passively accept Celia's arrangement. He wanted to tell her that this was enough and he could not wear so much. But watching Celia happily choosing clothes for him, he could not bear to dampen her passion. Celia chose a lot of clothes for David, but every time David wanted to pay, Celia would be a step ahead of him. It made the men in the mall look at David with envy, jealousy, and hatred. His girlfriend was too beautiful and, most importantly, she was rich. Looking at the women beside them, they were all covered in heavy makeup and their women would only know to ask them to buy things for them. David was sitting in a women's clothing store with 2 big bags, waiting for Celia to choose clothes. A man next to him nudged David with his elbow. David turned his head and saw a young man who was dressed pretty effeminately. He looked decent. Although he was not as handsome as David, he was not that bad. Hey dude, how did you get her? Teach me, the pretty boy asked, looking at Celia's back. David said innocently, I have no idea. She's the one who pursued me. Damn, dude, stop lying. Nothing will happen to you if you teach me a few tricks. Do you think I'll steal her away from you? The pretty boy looked like he was in disbelief. As the two were speaking, they heard a rough voice. Honey, come and see whether this is nice or not. I'm coming, the pretty boy replied quickly and ran over. David turned his head to take a look. Damn, he almost vomited the food he ate the previous night. The woman who was calling the pretty boy honey had a height of 150 centimeters, a weight of 108 kilograms, and an age of 50. How is he able to kiss her? David stared wide-eyed at the two of them that were completely different, his jaw on the floor. If she did not call the pretty boy honey, David would think that with the woman's age, she could be the pretty boy's mother. Honey? How can she call him that? When David thought how the guy who was talking to him just now would be ravaged by this fat and greasy body, a chill ran down his spine and he shuddered. He quickly turned his head to look at Celia's back. Now, he was feeling much better. David did not sit down for long before the pretty boy came back. David looked at the pretty boy speechless for a long time. What's wrong? The pretty boy asked inexplicably when he noticed that David had been staring at him. Is she your wife? She's not my wife. She's my girlfriend. I think she's older than your mother. She is older than my mother. So you? 1. I'm not as lucky as you, the pretty boy said as he sighed. You can also make a living by depending on yourself. Why are you doing this? It's so tiring though. Are you not tired now? David asked, looking at the fat body of the woman. I am really tired now, but I earn a lot. I will serve her for a few more years, and when she can't do this anymore, she will give me a lot of money. Then, I can live the life I want." David was speechless. Honey, come and help me see how this dress looks." "I'm coming." The pretty boy got up and ran over again. David glanced at the rich woman as she was trying on a mink coat. The mink coat was wasted on such a bloated figure. 11. Could this be the legendary sugar baby and sugar mommy? A sugar mommy? More like diabetes mommy. 1. Originally, David was not so concerned about who was the one paying, but after talking to the pretty boy, he felt that he should pay for it himself. He was the richest man in the world, and now, people thought that he was a sugar baby. Eventually, when Celia was about to swipe her card to pay, David stopped her. "Celia, I'll pay for this," David said seriously. "But this is expensive," Celia whispered beside him. "Don't worry, I have money now. If you want to buy this place, I can afford it too," David said proudly. However, his words attracted contempt from the people around them. Where were they? The largest and most high-end mall in Capital City. Did he think he could buy this place just because he wanted to? There should be a limit to bragging. Aren't you afraid that you'll sprain your tongue by bragging? This is the largest and most high-end shopping mall in Capital City. Do you know how much sales they make in a day? You are just a sugar baby who depends on a woman, and you want to buy this place? Who do you think you are? The richest man in the world? David and Celia turned their heads and saw a bloated and short old woman walking toward them, followed by the pretty boy who had just chatted with David. This fat and greasy woman had long been said with David and Celia. The guy was handsome while the girl was pretty. Besides, they were still young, and not everyone could spend money here. Then, she looked back at herself. Her eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Celia. She was miles away from Celia, and the men around her were much worse than David. She had wanted to find a chance to roast them since a long time ago. Celia snapped before David could say anything. The woman could criticize anyone but not David. She had known that David's ego was very large and ever since they were in high school, so she was very careful in this regard, for fear of hurting David's ego. "Grandma, please pay attention to what you say. This is a high-end place, not a place for you to act like a shrew. And how do you know that we can't afford it?" Celia replied angrily. David looked at the soft and vulnerable Celia in shock. She murdered that woman with her words. "Indeed," the old woman shrieked. "You idiot girl! Who are you calling grandma? I'll tear your mouth from your face." After she said that, her fat body charged forward. David quickly ripped the paper tag from one of the clothes in the shopping bags and then threw it toward the ankle of the fat woman lightly. Smack! Ouch! The fat woman fell on her face. The pretty boy beside her quickly stepped forward to help her up. After she got up, a thick layer of powder remained on the ground. David turned his head and asked the salesperson, "How much?" "Sir, the total is $128,000. The salesperson replied politely. David did not talk dilly-dally and directly pressed his finger on the fingerprint payment reader. A mechanical voice sounded. "Ding! You've successfully paid $128,000. Celia, let's go." David held the bag in one hand and Celia in the other, and under the envious eyes of many people, the two walked out of the store together. As soon as they walked out, they heard a roar inside. "You idiot girl, stand right there. You'll see how I teach you a lesson. Madam, you haven't paid for your clothes yet. Pay my *SS. I don't want it anymore. What stupid store is this? Then please take off the clothes." David took Celia out of the mall and got into his G-Wagon. The two came in one car when they went out today. He was speeding on the road with Celia beside him. "David, don't be mad. That woman must think that you are better than the man next to him, so she deliberately triggered you," Celia comforted him in the car. She thought that David's ego might be bruised because the woman called him a sugar baby. "You silly girl, am I that petty?" David asked with a smile. "It's good that you're not mad. Where are we going?" Celia asked happily. She discovered that they were not on the way home. "I'm taking you to a place." David brought Celia all the way to a huge courtyard house. This was a place that David bought with $2 billion when he came to Capital City. It was said to be the residence of a prince in ancient times. This was also the most expensive property David bought in Capital City. It was not accurate to call it a courtyard house. This place should actually be called a manor. Not only was there a fake mountain here, but there was also a pond and courtyard. There were more than 20 main rooms and side rooms. The area it occupied was also huge. If not, it would not be worth $2 billion. David wanted to tell Celia the truth, but if he did not show her, it might be hard for her to believe him too. After all, his pauper image had been seared into the hearts of her family members. If he wanted to change it, he had to show them his ability. This way, it would be more convincing. Thus, he decided to take her directly here. A residence worth $2 billion is convincing enough, right? David stopped the car in front of the door. Celia, wait for me. Then, he looked for the key in the boot. He had tossed all of the keys to his houses in the boot. After he found it, he walked to the passenger seat to open the door. Celia, get out now. Oh, okay. The two walked to the front door. There were 2 words above the door. Opulence Manor. David, where are we? Why did you take me here? Celia asked. I'll explain to you after we go in. David took out the key, opened the door, and the 2 of them walked in. As soon as the 2 entered Opulence Manor, Celia was mesmerized by the beautiful surroundings. It was like a paradise here. They were surrounded by green trees and a bridge above flowing water. One would definitely feel comfortable and relaxed living in such a place. Celia did not know there was such a place in Capital City. She felt that the villa area where she lived was already the best possible environment. However, this place was not on the same level as her home. David, where is this place? Celia asked curiously, looking at David. I bought this place. You bought it? Well, actually, I want to make it clear to you today. I am very rich now. When I bought this house, I spent $2 billion, David said seriously. $2 billion? Celia's eyes widened at David's words. Although she had no worries about food and clothing since she was a child, and she had lived 1 years without worrying about money, the astronomical figure of $2 billion still shocked her. Yeah, $2 billion. Plus, I have a lot of real estate in Capital City. I haven't calculated the exact amount, but it adds up to at least tens of billions. In addition, I have a company that should be worth hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions? Celia was too stunned to speak. Although she felt that David had changed a lot during his trip to Capital City this time, as not only had his temperament become very outstanding, but he had also become more confident. A net worth of hundreds of billions? How much money did her mother Mindy have after working hard for 2 decades? Perhaps not even 1% of what David had. Actually, I was going to tell you and your parents a few days ago, but Mrs. Young never gave me a chance, so I'll tell you first. Then, I'll tell your parents when I get a chance. I'm sorry, David. Celia came back to her senses and said apologetically. She knew that her mother was domineering. It had been that way since she was little. Basically, she and her father, John, had to follow all of her mother's arrangements. She was powerless to change this, so she could only look at David with an apologetic gaze, hoping for his forgiveness. David touched the top of Celia's head and said with a smile, You dummy, you don't need to apologize. I know your mother is strict, but it's all for your own good, and to be honest, I'm very grateful to her. At least she still accepted a poor boy like me and didn't kick me out of the house. Thank you. Let's go. I'll show you around this house. In truth, it's my first time here since I bought it. The 2 wandered around the Opulence Manor together. By the way, Celia, there is a high school reunion during this break. Did you see it in the group chat? Are you going? David asked. I want to, but my mom won't let me, Celia answered in disappointment. Why don't I talk to your mother, and then we'll go together? Yeah, okay. Even though Celia was initially very shocked that David was suddenly so rich, she came to her senses very quickly. After David saved her from the Grim Reaper back then, David was like a god in her heart. No matter how great David was and no matter how excellent he was, she would feel that it was only right. Therefore, she would not ask how David achieved all this. She only knew that the man in her heart was omnipotent. After they were done shopping, they went home together. On the way, The two were discussing how to convince Mindy that David was no longer a pauper. However, if there was no physical proof, they predicted Mindy would not believe them even if they talked until their mouths bled. She might not even give them a chance to speak. After thinking about it, David decided to wait for the party tomorrow and then tell Mindy. Since he asked for it, the head of East League International in Capital City, Hugo, would also be there. When the time came, he would call Hugo to back him up. Mindy should believe in him then. David actually did not have much of an opinion toward Mindy, although she often would be very domineering and would not give David a chance to speak. She was nothing compared to his Uncle Bobby's family. 2. The years he lived at Uncle Bobby's house could be described as the darkest years in his life. Since he was living like that in the past, he felt that Mindy was a typical person whose bark was worse than her bite. Although she was unforgiving with her words, she was actually quite considerate. Before his identity was revealed, he was still a poor boy from a small county in front of Celia's family. At the very least, he had never been discriminated against when he was eating at their house. They would often stuff him full of food too. Moreover, Mindy wanted to cultivate him and hand over the business she had worked hard for many years to him and Celia. Therefore, she was definitely a qualified mother and mother-in-law. Therefore, with David's current strength and identity, he could have exuded some of his strength to reveal his identity and scare Mindy when she looked down on him. However, David did not do that. However, it was never nice to be underestimated. David was no exception to this. What was more, he was looked down upon by his future mother-in-law. Thus, he was going to set up a plan to let Mindy accidentally discover his identity at the party, and then be shocked beyond recognition. On the other hand, he needed to display a matter-of-factly and unshakable appearance when this happened. Mindy always said that he was from a small county, so what kind of expression would she make when she found out David's identity? David felt a little pleased when he thought about it. After sending Celia home, David had dinner at Celia's house and then returned to the Starry Night Hotel. During the period, Mindy also asked them if they had bought their clothes. She told them that they had to dress formally for tomorrow's party because the people attending were all well-known figures in the capital city business world. One had to be worth at least $1 billion to receive this invitation. Mindy also had a net worth of several billion and had a reputation in the cosmetics field. Recently, because of the Chase's family, she became even more famous. There were even rumors in the outside world saying that even the Chase's family could not do anything to Beautylish. There were apparently some powerful people behind Beautylish. However, only the real ones from the upper class in Capital City knew that Beautylish was nothing to the Chase's family. They were like a fish on a chopping board, as anyone could take advantage of them. In the end, Beautylish had faced enemies on all sides before the Chase's family even said anything. If it was not for the shareholder who was loaded and sponsored hundreds of billions in funds, Beautylish would have been finished long ago. However, Mindy would not be so stupid to explain how she got this fame. The more people misunderstood this, the better. In this way, Beautylish could develop further. The next day when David arrived at Celia's house in the afternoon, he found Celia and her mother already ready. Then, the three of them drove 2 cars to the venue of the party, Club Exclusive. This was also one of the 3 major clubs of Capital City. The founder was a big shot in the business circle of Capital City and was very well regarded. In the Capital City business world, almost any big parties would be held at Club Exclusive. David drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon while Mindy drove her Porsche limited edition coupe, which was estimated to be worth at least tens of millions. Meanwhile, Celia was sitting in the passenger seat of the Porsche. Celia wanted to sit in David's car, but Mindy stopped her and forced her into her car. The group of 3 went to the Club Exclusive parking lot and parked their cars under the guidance of the security guard. When David got there, he discovered that his Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon was the worst car, and sports cars costing tens of millions of dollars could be seen almost everywhere here. It was also not rare to see the ones worth more than tens of millions. Looking at the security guard's contemptuous eyes, David did not care. After all, his status was evident. With his current status and identity, it would make him look cheap if he got mad over such a trivial matter. However, Mindy was a little unhappy. She was a person who cared about image very much. After getting out of the car, she grabbed Celia and walked in front. Celia could only turn her head to look at David helplessly, while David could only follow behind. If he knew this would have happened, he would shift his Bugatti over to Capital City. 2. The three entered Club Exclusive one after the other. While they were entering the hall, Mindy was still waiting for David. Since he did not have an invitation card, David could not enter by himself and had to go in with Mindy. It had to be said that Mindy and her daughter were like a beautiful scene. If Mindy could give birth to a beauty like Celia, she herself was not that bad either. Plus, she was a cosmetic seller, so she would pay more attention to skincare. Although she was in her 40s, she still looked like she was in her 30s. She looked like Celia's mother and also her sister when she's standing alongside her daughter. When they walked into the luxurious hall, many people were already gathering there. Most of them were middle-aged, and they were bringing a young person along with them, while they chatted with others who also consisted of the same combination. It was possible they were introducing their heir or family member to each other. The main purpose of the business party was actually for people to get to know each other so that they could have better and closer cooperation. While they were at it, they would bring their family or heir out to see the world. Many such parties were held every year. Of course, this was also divided into circles. There were many circles in the capital city business community. The most powerful was naturally the circle formed by the major families. At this time, David and the others were participating in the most elite circle aside from the aristocratic family circle. Not long after the three came in, someone greeted them. "Miss Graham, you are here. We have been waiting so long for you," said a middle-aged man. Next to the middle-aged man were a middle-aged woman and a 26 or 27-year-old man. They were Joshua and his family, who had previously been to Celia's house. "Mr. Houston, hello?" Mindy replied politely too. "Hello, Mrs. Young." "Celia, long time no see," Joshua said to the mother and daughter duo. After he said that, Joshua's eyes were sparkling as he looked at Celia. However, Celia did not say anything. When David entered the hall, he kept a 2 to 3 step distance away from the mother and daughter duo. Thus, even when Joshua and his family noticed David, they did not think that he was with Mindy. "Mindy, it's been so long since we saw each other. Come, let's go have a chat." "Leave the children alone to hang out with each other," Joshua's mother said. She originally had a good relationship with Mindy, but during this time, Mindy's family was suppressed by the Chase's family. Since the Houston family was far worse than a first-rate family like the Chase's family, they dare not offer any assistance in case they got implicated. However, she heard rumors that Mindy's family had a huge supporter who had taken down the Chase's family. So, she naturally wanted to restore the previous relationship with Mindy. It would be even better if they could be in-laws. "I'm sorry, I still have something to do. Let's talk next time when we have a chance." "David." Mindy declined Joshua's mother's invitation and called out to David. "Mrs. Young." David stepped forward and answered. "Let me introduce you. This is David, my daughter Celia's boyfriend and my future son-in-law. We have other things to do, so I won't bother you anymore." After that, Mindy left with David and Celia, leaving Joshua and his family with unpleasant expressions on their faces. This was especially true for Joshua. As he was looking at David's back, he went a little crazy with jealousy. Mindy did it for a reason, of course. When Mindy's family was beaten down by the Chase's family, she called Joshua's mother, but the other party rejected her without a second thought. She did not even give Mindy a chance to speak. The moment she answered the phone, she told Mindy that the Houston family could not help her, so she should stop calling. She was very decisive. Mindy did not want her to help much because she knew that the Houston family could do nothing to the Chase's family. She just wanted to ask the Houston family if they knew other families that were at odds with the Chase's family. If Mindy could get into contact with them, she wanted to see whether she could sell Beautylicious shares to the other party at a low price. At that time, in her opinion, the only ones who would dare to buy Beautylicious shares to piss off the Chase's family would be the Chase's family's rivals. However, the Houston family did not even give her a chance to speak. Because of this, Mindy did not have a good impression of the Houston family now. Now, her crisis was over, and they wanted to come back to worm their way into a relationship with her. Plus, they even wanted to marry her daughter. They must be dreaming. Mindy brought David and Celia along to greet a lot of the partners in the hall. She would also introduce David and Celia and it seemed that she was really planning to cultivate them so that they could take over. Even though David was cooperating the entire way, he was also looking for Hugo the entire time. In the end, Mindy brought him all over the hall, but he still did not see Hugo. Is Hugo not coming? Is he going to stand his boss up? Does he still want this job? Or are they not in the same party? David felt a little dejected. He did not have any interest in continuing to get to know managers or chairmen alongside Mindy. David was looking around when his eyes lit up. He spotted someone he knew. It was the entertainment empress Elsa Winters. He even spent $5 million to buy a song from her at the charity event in Lake City. She should still remember him, right? He would go and talk to her, and then let Mindy notice them. Then, she should ask him how he and Elsa met. When that happened, he would be able to tell her. Even though Hugo was not here, and the shock value would not be as good as he predicted, he had no choice. Entertainment Empress Elsa should have been invited to make the party better by the business tycoons who hosted the party. This kind of top-level business party would usually invite some celebrities to liven up the party. Plus, this party was the top party in the business circle of Capital City, so Elsa was not the only celebrity invited. Many A-list and even super A-list stars in the entertainment industry were also invited. Some lesser-known B or C-list celebrities were dying to participate in this kind of party. Since everyone attending the party were well-known figures in the business world, they would also find celebrities to endorse their products at this kind of party. If you were lucky enough to be favored by these business leaders, you would get opportunities that you would otherwise miss even if you put in 10 or 20 years of hard work. While Mindy was chatting with an acquaintance, David quietly walked toward Elsa. "Hello, Miss Winters," David said as he approached Elsa. Elsa was chatting with several acquaintances in the entertainment industry when a voice sounded in her ear suddenly. She turned her head and saw a handsome young man smiling beside her. "Mr. Liddell?" Elsa asked with uncertainty. It was not that she was forgetful. It was just that she had not seen him for 3 months. David's changes were a bit dramatic, so she was a little unsure. "Thank God you didn't forget me, Miss Winters," David said with a smile. He was also relieved. If the other party forgot him, he might have been regarded as a fan again. "How could I forget you? Mr. Liddell's song left a deep impression on me. I will forget anyone, but not you. I also want you to write a song for me, Mr. Liddell," Elsa also said with a smile. "That can be arranged. It's a deal then." "Elsa, who is this?" A man opposite Elsa asked. David glanced at the man and saw that he was also a star. David recalled that this man seemed to have starred in a very popular television series. "What's his name again?" "Zorro, this is Mr. David Liddell, an old friend of mine," Elsa said. "Zorro Chance?" Yes, David remembered now. His name was indeed Zorro. He seemed to be very popular among the youngsters. He had been in a meet and greet event in River City and caused David's school to give everyone breaks on that day. Since too many people took leave to see Zorro, the school decided to just close for that day. Back then, David was very grateful toward Zorro because of that extra holiday, since he could make more money in his part-time job. David? Is he also in the entertainment industry? Why don't I have an impression of him? Zorro asked. Obviously, he did not forget that Elsa had mentioned David's song. So, he thought David was also in the entertainment industry. Zorro, you're mistaken. Mr. Liddell is not in the entertainment industry. Instead, he's a philanthropist. Philanthropist? How so? The last time in Lake City, Mr. Liddell not only spent $5 million to buy a song for me, he even spent $100 million to buy a song of his own to donate to the children in the impoverished mountain areas. Plus, Mr. Liddell wrote that song himself. It's very good. He spent $100 million to buy his own song? Right now, not only was Zorro looking at David in shock, even the rest of the celebrities also had astonished expressions. They were all in the entertainment industry, so, of course, they would frequently attend this kind of charity event. Sometimes, they would also donate a song or a dance. The money they got would then be invested into the foundation, equivalent to directly donating $100 million. David was definitely someone who did not lack money. He might be the child of some aristocratic family. Only people like them could hold so much wealth at this age. The few female celebrities started looking at David dreamily. A sugar daddy. An absolute sugar daddy. You're too kind. Miss Winters, I'm just doing my part to help as much as I can. As for singing, my amateur skills can hardly compare with professionals like yourself, David said humbly. You're too humble, Mr. Liddell. David, how did you get all the way here? My mom's been looking for you everywhere. Celia happened to come over. Wow, are you Empress Elsa? Celia exclaimed in shock. Mr. Liddell, who is this? Elsa asked. Oh, this is my girlfriend, Celia, David replied. Celia's cheeks flared red when she heard David's introduction. This was the first time David introduced her as his girlfriend. Naturally, Celia found the act very sweet. At the same time, she also wanted to cry. She had been waiting for this moment for so long. Hello, Celia. Elsa reached out to shake her hand. Hello, Miss Elsa. Celia reached out her hand to shake Elsa's. Zorro's eyes lit up when he saw Celia, but they dimmed again when he heard David's introduction. Zorro personally felt that he was not too bad himself, and he knew that he was widely loved by the youth nowadays. However, Zero is no match against heirs of wealthy families like David. Not to mention that David was handsome and walked with the aura of a successful man. Thus, Zorro could not compete against David in either looks or character. Celia and Elsa conversed happily. Elsa was one of her favorite celebrities, and this was the first time she was meeting the other in person. Naturally, there was a lot Celia wanted to say to Elsa. Meanwhile, David stood beside them, unable to interrupt. There were quite a few celebrities at the venue, but Elsa was the only one he recognized, and he did not have much to say with strangers. The other female celebrities were very interested in David, and they tried to find ways to talk to him. David, Celia, why are you two still talking to celebrities here? Come here, there's someone important I need to introduce you to. Mindy had also come to look for them. I can't believe you, Celia. I told you to come and look for David, not stay here and talk to celebrities. Come with me, you'll have time to talk to them later. Then Mindy dragged Celia away while David followed behind speechlessly. Mindy's reaction was hardly what he expected. Rather than asking if they knew these celebrities personally, she assumed they were talking to the celebrities as diehard fans. However, they had yet to leave the hall when a voice sounded. Good evening, business friends of Capital City. I'm Zane Urich, the sponsor of tonight's gathering. David and the other two stopped walking and looked in the direction of the sound. A man in his 60s stood on the stage of the hall with a microphone in his hands. Everyone stopped talking when they heard Zane and started gathering around the stage. Zane was a renowned figure within Capital City's business industry. As the sponsor of tonight's gathering, no one dared to ignore him. The point of today's gathering is not only a chance for everyone to meet up and talk to each other, but also because there's someone I'd like to introduce to all of you. Then someone went up the stage. David took a look at the person and realized that it was Hugo, the head of East League International's Capital City investment team. Nice. He was surprised to know that East League had formed connections with such prominent figures in Capital City's business industry so quickly. This meant he could spend money even faster from now on. David's slight displeasure from being dragged around and introduced to various people by Mindy instantly brightened, and he could almost see countless lavish points waving him to come closer. Allow me to introduce all of you. This is Hugo Carlos, the head of East League Capital's Capital City investment team. Many of you might not know about East League Capitals, so let me put it this way. They were the one behind the great $100 billion donation that went to building schools in impoverished mountainous areas. The crowd below the stage began to lively converse among themselves once they heard Zane. They might not know about East League Capitals, but they have heard about the $100 billion donation that went to building schools. This was the first time any Summerland organization donated a sum as huge as $100 billion to build schools in impoverished mountainous areas. The fact that the company could have the word capitals in its name also meant that it had a net worth of at least $1 trillion. This was an implicit regulation within the business world. Businesses worth less than $100 billion can only call themselves a company. Those worth between $100 billion to $1 trillion are called groups. Those worth between $1 trillion to $5 trillion are called capitals, and those worth more than $5 trillion are called conglomerates. This was agreed upon among business industries worldwide. This allowed people to grasp a general idea of the business size from its name. Businesses big enough to be a conglomerate were influential enough to control their local economy. East League Capitals may be young, but it had accumulated a net worth of over $1 trillion in just a few months. They are a business miracle. Now, let's have Hugo here say a few words. Good evening, everyone. I'm Hugo, the head of East League Capital's Capital City investment team. East League Capitals is a business filled with passion, energy, and hope. The reason behind our astonishing achievements in such a short time is completely attributed to our chairman's wise leadership. East League Capitals is planning to shift its focus to the international metropolis that is Capital City. So if anyone present has any nice projects they need investments for, please do not hesitate to look for us. As our chairman likes to say, rather misinvest than miss out on a company of great potential. Thank you, everyone. Countless applause rang out below the stage after Hugo finished speaking. David's cheeks flushed slightly as well when he heard the applause. He felt rather embarrassed when Hugo attributed East League Capital's current success to his wise leadership. After all he did was provide them with money. The management of East League Capitals had always been under Pearl. Plus, he had no recollection of ever saying he would rather misinvest than miss out on a company of great potential. If he did, he remembered nothing of it. It was at this moment that he realized how big a company East League Capitals had become. It was worth over $1 trillion now, when he had only ever spent around a few $100 billion. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had made quite a lot of profit at this moment. Mindy walked over to David and Celia. Do you see him? That's Hugo Carlos, the person I wanted to introduce the both of you to. He's a very important person, with a great amount of liquid cash. East League Capitals spent hundreds of billions in Capital City over the past month or so, and they're also the second largest shareholder of Beautylish Group after myself. Be respectful when you talk to him later, understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mrs. Young. Celia and David replied at the same time. David did not expect Hugo to be the person Mindy wanted to introduce them to. If that was the case, he would not need to look for Elsa at all. All he had to do was wait and Mindy would find out his true wealth. HC Property Group will be cooperating in depth with East League Capitals this time to strive to achieve even greater results. Of course, anyone with great projects in need of investments could also seek East League out. After all, they're very wealthy and in no way stingy with their investments. All right, now that I've said what I wanted to, I'll leave all of you to continue your conversations. Have a nice night, everyone. With that, Zane got off the stage alongside Hugo. The guests in the hall continued to talk to each other. Mindy then brought Celia and David to look for Hugo, only to realize that Hugo and Zane had gone into a room backstage to discuss something important. The three of them had no other choice but to wait outside. More than 10 minutes later, Hugo showed no signs of coming out. Mindy left to talk to acquaintances, but also told David to stay close by so that she could look for them again when necessary. Once Mindy left, David pulled Celia backstage. Where are we going, David? There's someone I want you to meet. Then David directly pushed open Hugo's door and pulled Celia into the room. In the room, Hugo was currently discussing the details of the business cooperation with Zane when David and Celia suddenly entered. Hugo and Zane stopped talking to look at the younger two. I have a proposal I'd like to discuss with Mr. Hugo, David declared straightforwardly. Zane looked at David speechlessly. He wondered who David was and why he was so impolite, barging into the room without knocking on the door at all. David must have seen that Zane and Hugo were talking, yet he had barged in without a thought. Zane was about to shoo David away when Hugo spoke. Mr. Urich, I'll look for you again later to discuss the details of the cooperation. Could you please give us the room? There's something I'd like to discuss with this young man. Zane did not understand what was going on. Their cooperation involved tens of billions of dollars, yet Hugo did not seem to care about it at all. Hugo acted as if talking to this rude young man was more important than their cooperation. Despite his confusion, Zane agreed to leave since Hugo had requested it, and he did not want to displease such a powerful potential business partner. Very well, Mr. Carlos. I'll be entertaining a few guests outside, then, Zane replied. Thank you, Mr. Urich. Hugo thanked. Zane got up to leave and glanced at David when he passed by the latter, as if trying to remember this impolite young man. After Zane left, David pulled Celia over to sit on the sofa. Good job, Hugo. I can't believe you managed to familiarize yourself with a prominent figure in Capital City's business industry. I'm doubling your annual bonus, David said casually. Thank you, Mr. Liddell. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to. Hugo stood up to thank him. With Zane gone, Hugo did not dare to act pompously before David. Not when David was his superior and the boss of the trillion-dollar East League Capitals. David was also the only shareholder of East League Capitals, something extremely rare in the business industry. This was because companies with only one shareholder are usually passed down within large and old aristocratic families. Sit. There's no need to act with so much restriction in front of me. Yes, Mr. Liddell. Celia, East League Capitals was the company I was telling you about yesterday. The company belongs to me, and I'm the one sole owner, David told Celia. Celia had already guessed as much when David brought her into the room, but it was still shocking to hear David say it himself. According to David, the company was only worth a few $100 billion yesterday, but it was worth more than $1 trillion today. Hugo, do you know of a woman called Mindy Graham? David asked Hugo after coming clean about his identity with Celia. Who's Mindy Graham? Hugo asked. It's that company that sells makeup products. What's it called again? Beautylish Group. Celia replied. That one. She's the chairman of Beautylish Group. I thought you bought her shares? David asked. Beautylish Group? Oh, I remember now. I did buy her shares, at a very low price too. I remember putting in an extra $1 billion funds or so, under the condition that I would hold more of Beautylish Group's shares if I don't make my principal and interest back in a year. Hugo replied. Beautylish Group's chairman's outside now. Go and call her inside. Yes, Mr. Liddell. Hugo got up to leave. No need to actually look for her. Just stand outside and she'll come to you. All you need to do is bring her here to this room. Yes, Mr. Liddell. Hugo left the room to wait in the hall. Following David's instructions, Hugo stood in place and waited for Mindy to look for him. However, he had not stood for long when a crowd began to gather around him. Hello, Mr. Carlos. I'm from XXX. This is my name card. I'd like to talk to you whenever you're free. Hello, Mr. Carlos. I'm from XXX. Our company has a great project in need of partners. This is my name card. Perhaps we could discuss the details whenever you're free? Hello, Mr. Carlos. Hugo felt speechless. If this was any other day, he would be very interested to talk to these people, especially when David's method of investment was anyone and everyone, and money was not an issue. However, David was waiting for him today, and he did not dare to make his superior wait pointlessly in the room. While Mindy talked to a few acquaintances, she was also waiting for Hugo to come out. When she saw Hugo come out, Mindy began to look around for David and Celia, only to come up empty-handed after looking around the hall. She was vexed. She had told them to stay close, but they did not listen at all. Now they were missing when she needed them. Still, she decided to greet Hugo first, lest he disappears again in a moment. Hello, Mr. Carlos, we meet again. Mindy walked up to Hugo and greeted him. Hugo looked at Mindy and quickly tried to recall her identity. Then he confirmed that she was indeed the chairman of Beautylish Group and the person David wanted him to bring over. Are you Ms. Graham of Beautylish Group? Hugo asked. He confirmed again, afraid that he mixed her up with someone from another company East League invested in. I am. Thank you for remembering me, Mr. Carlos. Mindy said happily. Perfect. There's something I need to talk to you about, Ms. Graham. Please follow me. Thank you for your name cards, everyone. I'll contact you another day. Thank you for believing in East League Capitals. With that, the crowd dissipated after handing Hugo their name cards. Could you give me a moment, Mr. Carlos? I am with my daughter and son-in-law. Please allow me to look for them. I was hoping to introduce them to you. There's no need. Please follow me. After this, Hugo walked off. He could not make David wait too long. Mindy had no choice but to follow, all while internally scolding David and Celia. They just had to vanish during this great opportunity to meet someone powerful. Hugo brought Mindy to the back of the hall and through a quiet corridor. Mindy's heart stuttered. She had a bad feeling about this. She wondered if Hugo was planning to do something to her, with how he declined when she asked to bring Celia and David along. Mindy was confident in her looks, knowing that she had the looks of a 30-year-old when she was already in her 40s. She knew she was very attractive among mature women, and Hugo was also in his 40s. He could have developed feelings for her. Mindy did not know what to do. She was afraid that Hugo would force himself onto her once he brought her into an empty room. As improbable as that was, they were all prominent figures in the industry, so it was not impossible. Mindy refused to let something like that happen. She was faithful to her husband. However, she could not cause a ruckus and attract attention either. Not when Hugo was the representative of East League Capitals, a company that was not only a huge shareholder in Butalish Group, but a company that Butalish Group owed $1 billion to. If Butalish Group could not repay the debt in a year, East League Capitals would then become Butalish Group's majority shareholder. Mindy could not make an enemy of her creditor, nor was she willing to betray her husband. Mindy felt conflicted. Many people within the business industry offered bedroom services in exchange for investments. If not for her husband and his old superior's connections in Capital City, Butalish Group could not have grown so smoothly when she first started her business. At this moment, Mindy scolded David and Celia internally again. After all, Hugo would not have the chance to do anything out of order if the two of them came with her. She was put in a reactive position now, unable to take control of the situation and stuck between a rock and a hard place. After a short moment of conflict, Mindy decided that she would follow him first. Worst come to worst, she could always just get up and leave. She did not care if leaving would make Hugo an enemy of Butalish Group, but she was not going to betray her husband no matter what. Not even if it cost her Butalish Group. With that decided, Mindy felt much more relaxed as she followed Hugo. Still, her body tensed instinctively when she followed Hugo into the room. Mindy followed Hugo into the room nervously only to be shocked by what she saw. David and Celia were chatting in the room. Mindy was confused with what she saw. She even thought that something was wrong with her eyes. Mindy rubbed her eyes but was met with the same sight. "Mom," Celia greeted when she saw Mindy. "Please sit, Mrs. Young," David greeted as well. Mindy had yet to realize what was happening. What she saw next gave her another shock, and she refused to believe her eyes. Just then, Hugo walked over to stand respectfully behind David. "What's going on?" Mindy felt her mind run on overdrive, and her understanding of the world refreshed. This was Hugo Carlos, the head of East League Capital's Capital City investment team. This man held a huge amount of cash flow in his hand and spent over $100 billion over the past month. Yet, right now this man stood respectfully behind David, while the latter acted as if nothing was out of place. Mindy felt her mind blank and go dizzy. After sitting there dazedly, she did not ask any questions before David explained. "Mrs. Young, I've only asked you to come to tell you the truth about my identity, nothing much. I'm the actual owner and boss of East League Capitals. The L in East Leagues is a reference to the Lin, my last name, Lydell. I wanted to come clean on this a long time ago, but I never really had the chance to say anything. Plus, even if I did say anything, I doubt you would have believed me and thought that I was just spouting nonsense. So seeing that Hugo's here today, as the head of East League Capital's Capital City investment team, I believe my words are more likely to be believed this time. If there's anything you want to know, please ask away." Then, David stopped talking and waited for Mindy to speak. However, Mindy's mind was buffering right now. She could not believe what David said about him being the owner of East League Capitals. If not for Hugo standing courteously behind David, she would have taken David for a madman. David was just a poor boy from a small county, and now he had become the owner of a business worth trillions of dollars. No one would believe this, certainly not Mindy, but she did not have another option when Hugo was still standing behind David. Mindy could not fathom any other reason that would compel Hugo, the head of East League Capital's Capital City investment team, to stand respectfully behind David other than the fact that he was Hugo's superior. For a moment, Mindy did not know how to call David. It seemed wrong to call him David so casually, but Mr. Lydell seemed wrong too when he was going to be her son-in-law. Thus, she was stuck. "Mrs. Young, you can just call me David," the man immediately said, realizing the conflict she felt. "David, are you really the owner of East League Capitals?" Mindy asked hesitantly. Even with the truth right before her eyes, everything still felt like a dream. "Truly, I was the one who founded East League Capitals. Of course, all I did was set a strategic approach for the business, while the execution was taken care of by Hugo and the others. So the company's achievements are thanks to their hard work as well. You're too kind, Mr. Lydell. East League Capital's current success is thanks to your leadership as well. We're just following orders. Any other employee would have done the same if not better than I did, Hugo said. Stop. There's no need to be so humble. All of you played an important part in making East League Capitals the business it is today. I won't forget any of your hard work. But remember that East League Capitals has only just started. We're still far from the goal I set. So I hope you keep the good work up. Yes, Mr. Lydell. Hugo replied respectfully. Mindy did not know what to say anymore. If a business worth trillions of dollars was still far from David's set goal, then Mindy wondered how great were the heights he wanted to achieve. Did he want to build a conglomerate that could influence the local economy? Considering East League Capital's current rate of development, such a goal was achievable. A conglomerate. Mindy started looking at David differently. She always liked David, but it used to be due to his aura and looks. However, a man's true worth was more than his aura and looks. A man's true worth came in the form of actual success and achievements. David had yet to turn 22 and had yet to graduate from university, but he had already achieved more than 99% of the world population. There was no imagining how far he could go in the future. Celia had great taste. All these years, Celia had felt no attraction to any of the aristocratic heirs or sons of wealthy families. It had always been the poor boy David for her. Now, this supposed poor boy had become the boss of East League Capitals. This was unbelievable. It seemed like Celia was truly blessed, after all. As her mother, Mindy was elated. Her ex-classmates would turn green with envy if they found out about this. Mrs. Young, by revealing my true identity to you today, I also wanted to tell you that I don't actually have the time to take over Beautylish Group, so I'll be leaving it in your hands to manage and operate. But if you ever need my help, I would be happy to give it to you and even make Beautylish Group the biggest makeup product company in the world. Mindy shuddered and asked in surprise, "Are really?" "Of course. You've seen East League Capital strength yourself. As long as we put our minds to it, nothing is impossible." Then, "Thank you, M. David." Mindy still felt uncomfortable calling him that. She had no qualms calling him by the name before she knew of his identity, but now that she knew he owned East League Capitals, it felt wrong to call him that too casually. After all, there was a huge difference in their statuses. "Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say. If there's anything you want to ask, you can ask when we go back. We'll be leaving now. Keep the good work up and make more investments, Hugo. I'll increase your annual reward," David said as he got up to leave. Celia got up and followed. Mindy saw them move and stood to follow as well. "Yes, Mr. Lydell. I won't let you down," Hugo replied courteously. The three of them returned to the hall. Mindy did not feel like staying there anymore. She needed to go home and digest what happened today. David and Celia disliked events like this as well, so the three of them tacitly agreed to leave. However, when they crossed the hall, someone halted David. "You promised to write me a song, Mr. Lydell." Elsa held David back and said. David felt speechless. He had only said that out of respect, so he did not expect Elsa to take him up on that. However, since he promised, it would not look nice for him if he declined her. His only option was to postpone it. He did not have the time to write a song now. "Miss Winters, perhaps we could exchange contacts and I'll look for you once I've written the song? I'm sure you're familiar with how songwriting comes from inspiration. Even if I came UP with one now, I can't guarantee that it'll be good." "Okay, then. But you've got to write me a song, okay? Don't try to brush me off with some random song." "Yes, of course, I promise. I'll contact you once it's done." After exchanging contacts, David walked away. Mindy felt rather uncomfortable seeing David exchange contacts with Elsa. After knowing David's true identity, any woman approaching David gave her the impression that they were trying to steal David from Celia. Not to mention that David was no longer the same poor boy she once knew. The three went their separate ways at the car park. It was dark now and David drove his Benz G-Class back to Starry Night Hotel while Mindy and Celia drove home. "Celia, did you know about David's identity from the start?" Mindy asked while driving. "I only found out yesterday, as well when David brought me to a $2 billion courtyard he bought." "It looked very nice," Celia replied. After discovering David's trillion-dollar net worth, a residence costing $2 billion no longer surprised Mindy. She brushed it off as something normal. Then why didn't you tell me last night? Mindy questioned. Mom, would you have believed me if I told you David had a net worth of hundreds of billions or $1 trillion? Mindy gave it some thought. She would not have believed Celia. Even now, it still felt like a dream. Mindy's cheeks flushed in shame when she was reminded of how she ordered David around these days. To think that she even planned for David to marry into her family and hand Beautylish Group to him to operate. She must have been mad. Fortunately, as harsh as she had not tried to throw David out of the house or force him to break up with Celia. God only knew how much she would regret it now if she did. He was too great a son-in-law to miss out on. Back home, John was watching the television in the living room. He was surprised to see Mindy and Celia return so early. I thought you brought Celia and David to the event? Why are you back so soon? John asked. Go upstairs and rest, Celia. There's something I need to talk to your dad about, Mindy told Celia, ignoring John's question. Okay. Celia agreed and went upstairs. What's going on? Why are you so secretive? Darling, what do you think about David? Mindy sat down and asked. What do you mean, what do I think? John asked confusedly. What are your opinions about David? What do you think about him? From what I remember, David's a nice boy. Why? Did he this you off? No. But are you sure David's from that small county you used to work in? What's there not to be sure of? He and Celia used to be high school classmates. He can't fake that, can he? Hold on. I'm about to show you something. Then, Mindy ran to her room to take her laptop. On the laptop, she searched for East League Capitals. In no time, basic information about East League Capitals appeared. East League Capitals. Full name. East League International Investment Limited Company. Registered location. South River City, South River Province. Legal personality. David Liddell. Chairman. David Liddell. General Manager. Pearl Warner. Below were brief descriptions of East League Capital's dazzling investments as well as various major transactions, such as establishing a foundation and donating $100 billion to it to build schools. Up until that moment, East League Capitals had already invested in hundreds of companies of various sizes and spent over $100 billion. It also accumulated a net worth of more than $1 trillion. Most importantly, this company had a huge amount of cash flow and had spent a few $100 billion in the past season. In cash, too. No one knew how much funds East League Capitals truly held, but it was as wealthy as a whole country. Mindy handed the search results to John. John took a glance. So? What is it? Didn't we already sell our shares to East League Capitals last time? Why are you showing me this? John asked. Take another look at East League Capital's legal personality and chairman. John looked over again and his gaze narrowed. Legal personality David Liddell? He knew that Mindy would not show him something for no reason, so there must be a point behind this. Is this David Liddell the same one that comes over all the time? Celia's boyfriend, David Liddell? But that's not possible, is it? Don't tell me that this East League Capital's chairman David Liddell is the same David Liddell that Celia's dating. No way. John said dryly. They're the same David Liddell, Mindy replied calmly. That's not possible. John denied it loudly. How could they be the same person? No way. He's just a boy from a small county. He hasn't even graduated from university yet. How can he be the owner of $1 trillion company? You've got to be kidding me. I didn't think I was possible when I found out just now either. My reactions were even more dramatic than yours were, but during the event today I watched Hugo Carlos, the head of East League Capital's Capital City investment team, treat David with the utmost respect. It's a fact, and there's no point in not believing it. John did not know what to say for a while. He was a little stunned by the news Mindy told him. Even though David seemed excellent in every way, he was just a university student at the end of the day, and he did not seem to be the owner of $1 trillion capital at all. One had to know that whether it was the owner of $1 trillion company or the Summerland higher-ups that John had met alongside his old superior, these high-ranking big shots would always have an invisible aura surrounding their body. When it was inadvertently exuded, it would make ordinary people feel huge pressure. At least the people he interacted with were like that. Those people would be able to make people nervous with every move they made. However, after having been in contact with David for so long, he did not feel that David had this kind of aura at all. David was just a big boy next door to him. How could the good-natured and approachable David be the boss of East League Capitals? John could not wrap his head around this. He had no idea that when David was with them, he had deliberately withdrawn his aura. Otherwise, John's family probably would not even be able to stand straight if he released it. Are those two Davids really the same person? Are you sure you didn't lie to me? John asked after recomposing himself. It's true. David has already told me the truth, saying that he doesn't have time to take over Butalish, since he even left his East League Capitals for others to take care of, Mindy said seriously. It suddenly occurred to John that if David was really the owner of East League Capitals, then he might not achieve this entirely on his own. After all, he had not even graduated from university yet. If that was the case, David's identity would not be as simple as it seemed. If so, was David the big shot that the Chase's family offended? Very likely. A newly established company couldn't have a valuation of over $1 trillion in just a few months. Moreover, the owner was still in university, so it would be impossible if he did not have strong support behind him. Thus, David's identity was still up for debate. If David is really the boss of East League Capitals, would it be possible that he was the big shot who the Chase's family offended, and he might have been secretly helping us deal with the Chase's family? John asked. When Mindy heard that, she did not dismiss it. It's very possible. Otherwise, why would the Chase's family hand us the shares on a silver platter? Your old boss has retired, and he doesn't have such a big influence to make the Chase's family submit. It's obvious since the first time you asked him, Mindy replied. So, in reality, David has been helping us secretly, but we just had no idea. He even became an enemy of the Chase's family for us. We have no clue how much he gambled and how much it cost him to suppress the Chase's family. After John finished the analysis, the two looked at each other. This possibility was too great. Otherwise, they could think of a reason why a first-rate family in Capital City, like the Chase's family that had been standing tall for decades, slowly withdrew from history in just a month after suppressing them. If it was David, then all this was made sense. After Celia was almost kidnapped by the heir of the Chase's family last time, David also said that they should leave it to him. They even reprimanded David at the time. Thinking back, both of their faces turned red. What the others said was true, but they took it as a joke. John continued, I think you were too harsh on David before. He is the owner of East League Capitals after all. If word about this got out and his friends found out, it might be a little embarrassing for him. How was I supposed to know he's the owner of East League Capitals? Didn't you and Celia tell me he was a poor kid from a small county? I just hated the idea of the daughter whom I raised with my blood, sweat, and tears being cheated by a poor boy. If I had known his identity earlier, why would I have treated him like that? Mindy said, feeling a little aggrieved. But fortunately, at least you didn't forcefully break them up. David might not care about that. Just treat him better in the future. After learning of David's identity, Mindy was eager to put him on a pedestal. How would she dare to treat him the same way as before? Then what do we do now? Mindy asked. What do you mean? David is the boss behind East League Capitals. He's worth trillions, and he's the most eligible bachelor around. Plus, he's an excellent man, so he will definitely meet all kinds of amazing women outside. Although I am very confident in our daughter, her temperament is too soft, and she doesn't know how to fight at all. This will be very disadvantageous for her, Mindy said worriedly. John looked at Mindy's worried face and said with a smile, Yesterday you said that your daughter was wronged by David, but today you are afraid that your daughter won't be able to keep David. Woman, you change your mind so fast. I'm doing this for our daughter. I want her to live a better life in the future. Is this also wrong? John, what are you trying to say? All right. You're right, I was wrong. But I don't think you need to worry about this. Why? For a man like David, the more you hold on to him, the more he will distance himself from you. Celia's temperament is just right. As the old saying goes, a woman is only virtuous if she has no talent. Celia is not stupid, but she is indeed soft, and that is the biggest advantage to her. For a man like David, the best fight is no fight. After he sees the petty fights between women out there, he will find that Celia is the most suitable for him. Mindy heard what John said and thought it made sense. What do you think? How's my analysis? John asked. Mindy nodded and said, that makes sense. That's for sure. Who am I? If Celia has your personality, a man like David probably wouldn't even consider her. John, would it kill you not to mock me? Mindy said through gritted teeth. I'm just judging the matter as it is. You're good at everything, but you have a very sharp tongue. If David left because you made him mad, I'd like to see where you can find such a son-in-law who not only your daughter likes, but is also far above your standards. Mindy was speechless after John retorted her. She had no idea how she should reply. Okay, let's not worry about our daughter. No man she has even contacted doesn't like her temperament. So we're just going to not do anything? Nope. It's unnecessary anyway. David returned to the Starry Night Hotel and looked at his lavish points. 875 points. It was increasing every day, but there was still a long way to go until he got 10,000 points. Dark Cape had yet to officially start to burn money. Moreover, he had to get ready to leave Capital City. First, he would go directly to Springfield to discuss developing abroad with Pearl. Then, he would go back to South River Province to attend the class reunion. He would go to Celia's house tomorrow to say goodbye. The most important thing was to improve his strength. Strength was the foundation to everything, and everything else was not important. He would protect everything he had as long as he had strength. The next day, David came to Celia's house early in the morning. The treatment David received this time was completely different from before. Mindy actually poured water for David personally, which flattered David a little. David told Mindy that he wanted Celia to go to the high school reunion with him. Of course, Mindy readily agreed to that now. She wished that Celia would follow David closely. Where would she find such an excellent son-in-law as David in case something unexpected happened? However, David told Celia to wait a few days before heading to South River Province. He was going to Springfield first, and he was not going to take Celia with him for the time being. After saying goodbye to Celia and her family, David bought a ticket for the next day to fly directly to Springfield. 1. In the afternoon, David was resting in the Starry Night Hotel when Lucas called. David, are you still in Capital City? Lucas asked over the phone. Yes, David replied. Give me your specific location. I'm at the Starry Night Hotel. I'll pick you up in an hour. You can come down roughly at that time. It's a black car with a license plate number of XXXXX. You can just get in the car after you see it. I'll take you to meet someone. Who is it? You will know when we're there. All right. After hanging up the call with Lucas, David wondered about who wanted to see him. Judging from Lucas's tone, it should be a big shot. An hour later, David came to the entrance of the Starry Night Hotel. A black car was already waiting in front of the hotel. David walked over, looked at the license plate, and got into the car. After David got into the car, Lucas started the car and started driving. Captain, who wants to see me? David asked in the car. You'll know when we arrive. Don't ask for now, Lucas said seriously. David shrugged and stopped talking. After a while, Lucas said, David, I have a question for you. You have to answer honestly. All right, Captain. Are you Silverface? Lucas asked. David was shocked. Had he been exposed? How was it possible? He planned it meticulously. When he finally killed Justin, the strength he showed was beyond the strength of the dragon rank. However, the strength he would show normally would be equivalent to a mid-dragon ranker. Why was Lucas suspecting him? Impossible. No, Lucas must be trying to extract information from him by deceit. Captain, what did you say? Who's Silverface? David asked, pretending to be confused. Stop pretending. Even though I can't beat you now, I'm still your captain and I have the right to scold you, Lucas scolded. I really have no idea what you're talking about, Captain. David decided to vehemently deny it. You're still denying it, huh? Then, I'll convince you. You executed plan this flawlessly, and you're successful in hiding your strength so that others wouldn't suspect you. However, did the people around you do the same? Lucas asked. David shuddered. Oh no, he forgot one person. Paul. That person had been with him for very long, and he even got seriously injured when he saved Charles in River City. If Lucas wanted to look into this, he would be able to spot this flaw immediately. Why are you not speaking now? Paul had been in the Chaos Land for more than a decade. Do you think I couldn't find anything about him when he came back to the country half a year ago? Are you dumb? You even kept him as Red Flame's mercenaries' deputy captain. If the people from Falconia found out, Red Flame mercenaries would have been obliterated multiple times over. Captain, I didn't mean to lie to you. I was just worried that you wouldn't allow it, so that's why I didn't dare to tell you, David said embarrassedly. You were worried that I wouldn't allow it? Dark Cape is an important place for the military, so everyone wants to take it down. However, the people in the two empires that have the ability to do so are always being watched by the other party, so they could not act blindly without thinking. But who would have expected a maniac like you to show up? The captain sighed frustratedly. Captain, what should we do now? Do I still have time to recall Paul? David asked in worry. Don't worry. I have removed all traces of Paul's return to Summerland. He is now a person who has always been abroad and has never returned back to the country. Thank you. David breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, You don't have to thank me. I'm your captain at the end of the day, and now that Dark Cape is in the hands of Summerland, I still have to thank you. No need. I didn't think about it that much at the time. I just wanted to destroy the Chase's family support and then destroy the Chase's family themselves. You're still reasonable, kid. Although you had the strength to destroy the Chase's family, you didn't do it straight away. Instead, you did it step by step. This is good, so as not to add some unnecessary troubles. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. But how on earth did you do it? What do you mean? You went beyond the peak dragon rank at just 22 years old. What a maniac. Lucas had no idea what word he should use to describe David right now. I don't know. It just happened after multiple practice sessions. Damn, Lucas only replied in one word. David, when you see that person later, please be more serious and stop acting so sloppy, Lucas said seriously. Who's that? David asked. An old man who protected Summerland for almost a century and had given his entire life to Summerland, Mr. Chief of Staff. David felt a deep sense of reverence. Then, he replied seriously, I understand. After driving for half an hour with David in the car, Lucas entered a quiet alley with two soldiers armed standing guard at the entrance. After entering the alley, they continued to drive forward for a few minutes, passing through several junctions, each of which was guarded. It showed the importance of the place where they were going. Finally, Lucas stopped at the gate of a huge manor. David, go ahead, Lucas said. Aren't you going in too? David asked. It's you the Chief of Staff wants to see, not me. Why should I go in? Okay, I'll go in then. David opened the door and got out of the car. Then he walked to the gate of the manor, gently pushed the door open, and walked in. After entering the gate, David felt as if he had entered another world. There was pleasant scenery in front of him which looked like a paradise. Under a tree not far away, a gray-haired old man was sitting on a rattan chair with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, a young woman behind him had her head lowered while massaging his shoulders. After gently closing the door, David walked forward and stopped a few meters away from the old man. He did not dare to disturb the old man, so he just stood there quietly instead. The young woman who was massaging the shoulders of the old man looked up at David and smiled at him. David was stunned. Wasn't this the woman he rescued last time? She was a big shot indeed. No wonder Lucas asked him to make sure the hostage was safe no matter what. Her identity was in defiance of the natural order. The two of them did not speak nor make any noise. About 10 minutes later, the old man on the rattan chair moved. He opened his eyes slowly to look at David. Then, David and the old man stared into each other's eyes for a second. What kind of eyes did he have? It seemed that he could see through everything in this world. David felt as if the man had seen through his soul. Strong mental stress overwhelmed David. David used the mind power that he was proud of to resist it for a while, but he was utterly defeated. He quickly closed his eyes. Stomp, stomp. David finally stopped after staggering a few steps backward. He bent his waist and clutched the shirt on his chest with his right hand as he gasped for air. Huge beads of sweat continuously formed on his forehead before falling to the floor. Right now, David was utterly shocked. That old man was so powerful. He gave David such huge pressure. It was so huge that it was unimaginable. One gaze could almost make him lose his fighting spirit. He thought he had gone beyond the peak of dragon rank, and he was considered halfway to another realm. Even if he could not compare to the people who had already entered this realm, he would not be much worse off. However, he realized he had been wrong about this. Badly wrong. He had no resistance at all when facing someone in this realm. David, you're not bad. You've reached this stage at such a young age. It can be said that you're the most talented person I've seen in my more than 100 years of living, the old man said, his voice alluring. When the young woman behind the old man heard what he said, her face was also filled with shock. Great-grandpa was actually praising this young man who saved her? It was the first time she heard her great-grandfather praise someone like this. She looked at David with curiosity in her eyes. Mr. Chief of Staff, you speak too highly of me. My strength is really insignificant in front of you, David gasped as he replied. He had not caught his breath yet. The old man smiled and said, You can't compare to me anymore. Even if you shave a few digits off my age, I'd still be older than you. You don't have to be humble. Your talent can indeed be regarded as the number one amongst the younger generation. Mr. Chief of Staff, you're so hilarious. I don't dare to think so. As the saying goes, there will always be people who are better than me. It's possible there is someone who can surpasses me somewhere in this world. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. You are indeed a very good successor. With this heart of yours, you will obtain limitless future achievements. Don't call me Mr. Chief of Staff anymore. My name is Mason Stefani. You can call me Old Master Stefani. 1. Sure, Old Master Stefani, David said respectfully. David, I've heard about you and your beef with the Chase's family. If you can think about taking down Dark Cape and getting rid of Justin before destroying the Chase's family, it shows that you can see the big picture, and you're not that kind of person who doesn't care about anything else when they are being impulsive. That's good. Thank you for the compliment, Old Master Stefani. I'm very happy that you can occupy Dark Cape, but your identity can't be revealed yet, so I can't give you the glory that rightfully belongs to you for yet. However, I will give you a gift. David did not answer. He was waiting for the old man to continue while wondering what gift the legendary old man would give him. A gift from such a big shot should not be too bad. However, he did not seem to lack anything, right? He only lacked a chance to spend a lot of money. It would be best if he could have a chance to spend a few trillion at a time and not raise any suspicions. Then, Mason called out, Julia? I'm here, Great-Grandpa, the young woman behind Mason replied. From this day on, you'll temporarily stay with David, Mason said. Yes, Great-Grandpa, Julia answered. Huh, what's going on? David was confused. Was this the gift the old man was planning to give him? Was this a gift or a burden? David could feel that Julia was just an ordinary person. Why would he want this woman to follow me? To keep an eye on me? Impossible. Why then? David could not understand. I know you are confused now. David, what do you think is the most important to a country or a power? Mason asked. Talent? David said, feeling unsure. That's right, it's talent. Julia is a talent that I'm lending you. Remember, I'm just lending her to you. What can she help me with? David asked. She can help you turn Dark Cape into a place that'll disappear from the world's radar. I don't understand, David said. Well, I'll tell you something else first. Please, Old Master Stefani. As Julia's great-grandfather, I want to thank you for saving her last time. As the Chief of Staff in Summerland, I have to thank you for saving her. Not only is she my great-granddaughter, but she's also an important strategic talent that Summerland can't lose. So that's why Falconia purposely diverted our attention and took advantage of the situation to kidnap Julia. If something happens to her, Summerland will suffer huge losses. When David heard what Mason said, he looked at Julia behind him. He was still confused. Why would a normal person have such an important status? Was she a researcher in some high-end industry? Possibly. Right now, countries and forces all over the world are studying a topic. Do you know what that topic is? Mason asked. I don't, David replied honestly. Magnetic fields. Magnetic fields? Yes, magnetic fields. You must know that more than 100 years ago, the Earth's magnetic field only appeared at the North and South poles, and it was rarely detected in other places. Even if it was present, it would be very weak. And now, after more than 100 years, the magnetic field has occupied more than 70% of the Earth, especially in the depths of the sea and in the rare old-growth forest. Not only has the area it covers rapidly expanded, but the strength of the magnetic field has also changed greatly. I believe you also know the effect of the magnetic field. It will affect the use of electronic equipment, cause radio interruptions, and make radars lose their function, which will then cause aircraft and missiles to lose their direction. I see. Old Master Stefani, what you're saying is that your great-granddaughter, Miss Julia, is a researcher who studies magnetic fields, and that she can help me make Dark Cape undetectable by radar? David asked. Wasn't that what he asked Killer and the others to do? Recruit high-end scientific research talents to study the application of magnetic fields so that they could draw the magnetic field around Dark Cape to conceal it at any time. In this way, when Dark Cape was under attack, at least it could avoid being locked onto by the radar so it would not be attacked by large-scale long-distance weapons, ensuring the safety of Dark Cape. Exactly, Julia is naturally extremely sensitive to magnetic fields. It can be said that she is one of the people who has the deepest research on magnetic fields in Summerland. With her help, I believe that it will not be long before Dark Cape disappears from Falconia's radar. That way, Dark Cape will be a lot safer. If you can go one step further, Dark Cape will become one of the safest places in the world. Thank you, Old Master Stefani, David replied happily. David had his wish fulfilled. David could not find this kind of high-end strategy talent with money. All countries and forces would treat them as treasures. However, David did not expect Julia to be the country's high-end talent even when she looked so young. Never judge a book by its cover. Unbeknownst to David, Julia was also astonished when she looked at David, who was her great-grandfather. He had lived to be more than a century old, and he was regarded as a legend of Summerland. It was very difficult for anyone to hear praise from him. When they did, they would quickly look for a place where they could enjoy it in secret. However, he had praised David so much today and did not look like stopping anytime soon. The last time David saved her, he was wearing a mask, but despite that, she could still feel that David was not too old. After some investigation, she found that David was not even 22. At that time, Julia was already shocked enough. However, today, she was even more flabbergasted. However, Julia needs to change her identity, and if she is in Dark Cape, you must be there as well because you must guarantee her safety. If you can't guarantee that, I will not let her go to Dark Cape. I understand, Old Master Stefani. Please rest assured. As long as I am alive, Miss Julia will return safely, David assured. I can rest easy if that's the case. With your current strength, there are not many people who can defeat you and hurt Julia, but you can't take this matter lightly either. I understand. Next, I'm going to tell you the secret of Summerland. I hope you can remember it and not spread it for the time being, Mason said solemnly. Old Master Stefani, please go ahead. With the continuous strengthening and expansion of the global magnetic field, large weapons will become useless and the role of martial arts will become more and more important. So now, everyone is trying to cultivate martial arts masters. This is also a strategic talent for a country and a force. Talent is a huge treasure, and we are still far from developing enough of them. I hope you can maintain your original intention, continue to work hard, and constantly strengthen yourself so you can surpass us and explore the next phase of uncharted territory. Please don't worry, Old Master Stefani. I will continue to work hard, David quickly assured. Although the magnetic field can make electronic equipment unusable, it has great benefits for the body too. According to our many years of experiments, we have finally concluded that if people live in places with extremely strong magnetic fields, their life expectancy will be longer than that of people living outside the magnetic field. Their life expectancy will increase by as much as 1/5. David was shocked. Living in an area with a magnetic field could increase life expectancy? This was definitely a big secret, and once news of this spread, it would definitely cause huge social unrest. People would do everything they could to live in places with strong magnetic fields. Longevity had always been a difficult problem for human beings to solve. In order to live longer, many rich people spent huge sums of money on various drugs to increase their lifespan. It was a pity that they had not heard of anyone who had succeeded so far. It was extremely unexpected that magnetic fields could actually increase people's lifespans. Normal people were afraid to die. So, in the future, magnetic fields will become a global strategic resource. Whoever is able to exploit it earliest will be able to seize the opportunity to benefit from it. I'm telling you this because I hope that you will continue to create miracles and join us as soon as possible. If you become one of us, martial arts will slowly become mainstream. After David left Mason's place, David slowly digested the information he had just learned along the way. He needed some time as Mason had told David everything in great detail. The continuous expansion of the magnetic field would destroy existing electronic equipment and electronic equipment that could resist the magnetic field, such as mobile phones and so on, had begun to be produced in small quantities. However, they still could not come up with large devices, like planes and long-range missiles that required radar signals to read direction whilst simultaneously resisting magnetic fields. Even a weapon that required remote control, such as a missile, would become a dud and could not be detonated once it entered the range of extremely strong magnetic fields. That was to say, the war between human beings would gradually change from large firearms to small firearms and cold weapons. However, the threat of small firearms to Tiger rank masters was already limited. Meanwhile, people in the Dragon rank were no longer afraid of the threat of small firearms. Martial arts were slowly about to prosper, and when the two empires lost the threat of large-scale and powerful weapons, their positions would become somewhat unstable. Many bad people would then show up and seize better resources. David was very excited now. This was very much in line with his wishes. He was initially a little worried. Although he was very strong and was not afraid of the threat of small forearms, what about large firearms? Things such as long-range missiles with huge lethality. If the enemy grasped his exact position and fired a missile at him regardless of the loss, then he would still die no matter how powerful he was. That was why he had been keeping a low profile. He did not want to reveal too much. However, after he heard what Mason said today, he felt that his time had arrived. If he spent a few trillion more, he would be able to enter a new realm. At that time, if there was no longer the threat of long-range missiles, he would be fearless. This was great news for him. Others would require talent and hard work to improve their strength, but those things were unnecessary for him, since he just needed to spend money. He would become stronger by spending money. This was his greatest strength. After David left, Mason and Julia were the only ones left in the manor. Julia, I have created an opportunity for you, and you must seize it. I can feel that I am reaching my limit, Mason said. Great-grandpa, you'll be fine. You can still live for a few more decades, Julia said quickly. Silly girl, I have lived more than 120 years and I have surpassed ordinary people by a lot. It's just that troubled times are coming and I am a little reluctant to leave you all in Summerland behind, Mason said, feeling a little desolate. Great-grandpa, you don't have to worry too much. You should have a good rest. Don't you still have Mr. Abe and Mr. Dirk? Julia comforted Mason. Although the two of them are strong enough, they are not enough to intimidate the heroes. Dirk might be able to do it if we give him another 10 years, but I can't live that long. Abraham and Dirk won't be able to stop Falconia if they launch an all-out attack after I die. But is David really that good? He is still so young after all. He hasn't even graduated from university, Julia asked with some doubts. If no accidents occurred, David will be Summerland's next core. His talent is terrifying, so it's possible he was born for this troubled world, Mason sighed. Although he was calm on the surface, deep down in his heart, he was extremely shocked by David's talent. At the age of 22, he had surpassed the peak of Dragon rank. However, what was even rarer was that his mind power was also just as strong. If Mason remembered correctly, Dirk entered the Dragon rank at the age of 27, did he not? How old was he when he got to David's level? He should have been around 40, right? David achieved this 12 years ahead of him. 21. Who knew what heights David would reach in 12 years? Perhaps he would exceed him, break into uncharted territory. David was the most talented young man he had ever seen. This was not an exaggeration, as Mason was even being a little conservative when he said this. Fortunately, David was born in Summerland. Otherwise, in this troubled world, it was hard to say whether Summerland could protect itself with a threat like him around. After all, Summerland occupied too many resources and land. If they did not have the threat of weapons of mass destruction, they would surely be attacked by Falconia and other major forces if they did not give up large pieces of land and clung to one side. At this time, there had to be someone who could intimidate the heroes. Neither Abraham nor Dirk was enough, so hopefully, David would grow before Mason passed. No way. I think he is far worse than Mr. Dirk, Julia said in disbelief. That's just temporary. In less than half a year, David will take this step and become one of us. It'll be hard to tell if he's stronger or weaker than Dirk when that happens. As long as David can fill in my position before I die, Falconia will be intimidated and will not start wars so easily. After all, other forces will also be eyeing them since there's no longer the threat of large-scale lethal weapons. Great-grandpa, I understand. David returned to the hotel. After digesting the information Mason told him, David could not wait to accumulate enough lavish points, and then take another step to reach another realm to experience the feeling of being at the top and towering over others. David left Capital City the next day and flew directly to Springfield. He had to make arrangements all over the world as soon as possible. He needed to spend more money and get more lavish points. After doing this, he had to take Julia to Dark Cape. At that time, he needed to stay by Julia's side and could not travel around anymore. Mason triggered David a lot. Mason let him know his shortcomings. Once the magnetic field spread in the future and caused large weapons to lose their effect, then it would be the time for him to completely depend on his own strength. The stronger he was, the more confident he would be. After arriving in Springfield, David went straight to East League Capital's office building. Now, East League Capitals had a lot of staff. It went from the office still being empty when they were only occupying half a floor to now occupying 5 floors and still expanding. East League Capitals was now a dark horse in the Springfield investment world. In just 3 months, it had gained a firm foothold and its valuation had exceeded $1 trillion. Almost anyone who was even a little more well-informed knew that the boss of East League Capitals was a very important person. The Daniels were completely obliterated for offending East League Capitals. Meanwhile, the families in Springfield also had a tacit understanding to turn a blind eye and let East League Capitals develop. This was especially after David's big uproar in Capital City. Since he could still be safe and sound after killing the Quinn family's heir, David must have an extraordinary background. Thus, everyone decided that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Combined with the Zimmerman family's support, East League Capitals had been smooth sailing after the incident with the Daniels. On the other hand, Clinton naturally wanted David to be as strong as possible as it would be in his favor as well. Clinton got wind of David coming back shortly after David arrived at the East League Capitals office building. Now, David was his main focus. David was even not inferior to the other 2 bosses of SCC, Silva and Goldie. David did not inform Pearl before he came. He did not like a grand reception, as it was too high profile for him. The 2 receptionists obviously had never seen David before either. Just as David was about to go straight in, he was stopped. "Sir, wait a minute, who are you looking for?" One of the receptionists with a cute face and sweet voice asked. After hearing her voice, David thought about it and walked to the front desk. He said, "I'm looking for Pearl Warner. Is she here?" "Ms. Warner is here, but do you have an appointment with her?" the receptionist asked. "No," David answered honestly. "Well then, I'm sorry, sir. Ms. Warner won't see you if you don't have an appointment. Can you please come back after you've made an appointment?" The receptionist said politely. "I'll call her to make an appointment right now then." After David said that, he took out his phone to call Pearl. The receptionist looked at David curiously. They wanted to see if he could really contact Ms. Warner. Pearl was the rising star in Springfield's business world. In addition to that, she was also their model and idol. She was not as mysterious as David, and her information was available online. Pearl was a university student from a rural area. After she graduated, she only took a few years to generate a net worth of tens of billions. How motivating was that? After the call went through, David heard Pearl's voice from the other end of the line. "Hello, Mr. Lydell?" "Pearlie, I'm at the door, but the two pretty receptionists said I can't go in without an appointment," David said. "Huh? Mr. Lydell, you're in Springfield?" Pearl asked happily. "Yeah, I just got here." "Please wait." Pearl hung up after she said that. David put away his phone as the receptionists kept staring at him. Since David did not use the speaker, the two receptionists could only hear him but not Pearl. Therefore, they could not determine whether David successfully called Ms. Warner or not. If he put the call on loudspeaker, they would have heard him addressing Ms. Warner as Pearlie. Was this Ms. Warner's brother? "Ms. Warner told me to wait for a moment, as she should be out soon." David put down the phone and said, "Please go sit over there first." The receptionist pointed to the sofa in the hall. "It's all right. I'll just stand here for a while." The two receptionists figured that David was not a liar, but after waiting for a minute, they did not receive a call to let him go up, so they were a little unsure. David stood at the front desk for less than 3 minutes before Pearl hurried over. "Ms. Warner. Ms. Warner." The receptionist hurriedly greeted Pearl respectfully. Pearl ignored the two receptionists and said respectfully to David, "Mr. Lydell, why did you come here?" "It's fine. I'm just here to take a look, not to inspect your work," David said with a smile. "Come, let's go up first," Pearl said. Before leaving, David spoke to the two receptionists at the front desk. "You girls are very good. You are very responsible at your job. Do your best. East Lee Capitals will not treat you poorly." David and Pearl went upstairs together, leaving the two of them staring at each other blankly. "What did Ms. Warner call him?" one of the receptionists asked. "I think it was Mr. Lydell," the other receptionist replied. "Then, is he the founder of East Lee Capitals, Chairman David Lydell?" "That should be it." "Ah, what are you doing? You scared me." I met the mysterious big boss of East Lee Capitals. He's so young. Plus, he's so handsome and has such a good temperament." "Huh? That's our big boss?" The two receptionists came back to their senses and were very excited. David was already a myth in the hearts of all the employees of East Lee Capitals. East Lee Capitals was already at this scale just a few months after it was founded. It was basically a business miracle. No one knew how David did it. Only David himself knew. It was all about throwing money at it. If you had as much money as him, you could do it too. Inside the general manager's office in East Lee Capitals, it did not take long for David to tell Pearl the reason for his visit after they started chatting. He hoped that she could lead some people to develop abroad. East Lee Capitals had made steady progress domestically, and it could finally go global. However, Pearl did not want to go. She was fine here and everything was on the right track. But now, she was going to be sent abroad. Even though she felt aggrieved, she could not reject David's proposal. This was because she wanted to help David in more ways. David needed this, so she would not reject him if she could do it. "When should I go?" Pearl asked after staying silent for 1 minute. "The sooner the better," David answered. "You're always like that. You said that when you asked me to come to Springfield too. I have no choice. You're the only one around me whom I can trust and has the ability to do S0. All right, but I have a request." "What is it?" "I'll leave in 3 days, but you have to accompany me in Springfield until then." David was taken aback as he looked at Pearl. Pearl was also looking back at him, not showing any weakness. "What? A big shot like you can't even spare 3 days now? Or are you unwilling to accompany me?" Pearl asked slightly sarcastically. "Pearl, you know that's not what I meant." David smiled wryly. "Then it's settled. I will also unload this burden in the next 3 days and relax." "All right, I'll listen to your arrangement starting from tomorrow." Pearl could not refuse David's request. At the same time, David could not refuse Pearl's simple request. He knew exactly what Pearl had in mind. It was just that he did not dare to face it. This was because he already had Celia. He let Celia down a few years ago because of his low self-esteem, and now, his low self-esteem had turned into confidence. In addition to that, Celia was still waiting for him, so he did not want to miss the opportunity again. Meanwhile, Pearl was the first person he interacted with after he got the system. She had done too much for him. Aside from David pouring money into East Lee Capitals, Pearl was the one who built the company up. Now, David had no idea how to handle his relationship with Pearl. He could only take it one step at a time. For the next 3 days, David completely obeyed Pearl's arrangements and accompanied her to every corner of Springfield. These were probably the 3 happiest days of Pearl's life. Springfield. Rubik's Club. This was one of the most high-end clubs in Springfield. It was funded and built by the 3 big bosses of the Springfield SCC. At this moment, on the top floor of Rubik's Club, the 3 founders of SCC were sitting together. Zimmerman, why did you ask us out today? Is the 10-year appointment about to begin? Silva asked. Not yet. There should be about 3 months left, Clinton replied. At this time, they could hear a complaint. Zimmerman, I don't understand. You and Stan are 2 of the top figures in this generation. Why do you have to get into such a huge fight with your friend just because of a woman? What's so good about Lorraine? Am I any worse than her? Silva is dying to devour me with his eyes, but you're not even looking at me. The woman who spoke was dressed in a red dress that displayed her figure as well as her charm that was exclusive to mature women. Whenever she went out, heads would undoubtedly turn. She was one of the 3 founders of the Springfield SCC, the eldest daughter of the Rogers family, Miss Goldie Rogers. The man who first questioned Clinton was the last of the 3 founders of the SCC besides Clinton and Goldie Mr. Silva Fender from the Fender family. The Rogers family and the Fender family were both old-money aristocratic families in Springfield, and their families had a very rich history. Goldie, I also want to ask you, how am I worse than Zimmerman? Why do you always reject me? If I'm helping you, the Rogers family will fall into your hands sooner or later. You won't even have to worry about your stupid brother, Tony, Silva said with jealousy. He had been coveting Goldie for a very long time. He was dying to get her into his bed. You can't. Goldie Rogers' man has to be the hero of the world. Am I not that man? You? You look like your body's been sucked dry by wine and women. I'm not even sure if your thing works. Goldie, you're insulting me. As a man, I want to challenge you. If I win, you'll be my woman. All right, but as the saying goes, a real man doesn't fight with women. Do you think you're being very manly by challenging me? If you have the balls, challenge Zimmerman. If you defeat him, I'll be your woman. Goldie licked her red lips and said seductively, You. Before Silva could say anything, Clinton interrupted him. Enough. Can you 2 stop? You're always like this when you see each other. I invited you 2 here today because I have serious business to discuss. What is it? What is it? Silva and Goldie asked at the same time.